Hello everyone. As you saw by the title of this video, this is going to be a long video. A couple days ago, I went up on a live panel being streamed by Eastern Orthodox apologists, and I raised some arguments. This led to many hours of me consecutively debating multiple Chalcedonian apologists in a row as they each tried one by one to refute me. Among some names are Kata, SIIIG, Wayne, and others. All of them failed to provide a substantive refutation of the Orthodox position, as you will see, and even while most of this video will be footage of others challenging the teaching of the Oriental Orthodox Church, a lot of damaging concessions from the other side were made, such as that God intrinsically gained new properties. The Tome of Leo teaches that in Christ there are two things that have their own distinct pronouns. God became composite and was no longer simple in his hypostases, among innumerable other blunders. Some moments are very toxic with interruptions and dishonest behavior, and I pray that you do not insult or treat anyone poorly, but pray for them. If you feel as if I acted poorly in some moments, please forgive me and do not take me as an example, and pray for me as I am imperfect in my attitude. Because this is so long, I will probably make some short clips and upload them later for the abominable concessions made by the other side. As always, God bless and enjoy.
Ground the line properties.
Can you get Agen up here, please?
Yeah, you can get Agen. Yeah, that's one way. That's why I don't really understand that. The second thing is if you're taking this other sense, right? That no, there is like a human subsistence that grounds these human properties. Then you're defining a nature as a subsistence. Then you would have two subsistences after the union. But you can have that conversation, yeah, with Agen. What's
up, guys? How you guys doing?
God bless.
Doing good. It's the first time that the real Agen has joined my panel, because for the past 3 weeks, fake Agens have kept coming up here. So,
dude, they've been going up on everybody's streams and getting blocked and banned. It's been crazy. I do not condone it.
Oh, good. That's good.
I'm sorry.
Just to help you guys out. I know what Abdul is saying. Can I explain it to Fanatic Cop, and then explain what Fanatic Cop is saying?
Yeah, please go ahead.
If you don't mind, your mic is a little. I don't know if there's something.
Try to fix your mic, please.
Yeah, it's something that happens whenever I go on my phone. That's why typically, whenever I do any discussion, it's on computer. But do you guys think there's a way for me to join on my computer, or it won't let me?
Yeah, you should be able to join TikTok lives from a.
I don't think you can do that.
Really?
You have TikTok on you have TikTok on your computer?
Hey, Bryce.
No.
Hey,
No.
Bryce.
So what?
I'm about to be on the bus, so I might be muted for a while. If I'm loud, my background's loud, let me know.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll just say this real quick to kind of like direct the conversation you guys are having. Can you guys hear me at least clearly somewhat?
It's fine when you're more monotone and you don't go up in pitch with your voice. It's fine.
All right. I'll speak with a deep voice. All right. So what Abdul is basically saying is that you have some universal nature. And Damascene says in De Fide, Book 3, that it's not just any universal, but it's the universal viewed in atomo, in the individual. And even Damascene addresses that if it was just a universal on its own, all the hypostases would be assumed. So that would be the compendium model that Severus has. So Damascene's solution is assuming a universal with accidents and having it viewed in the subsistence, the hypostases. So this is what's known for Damascene as anhypostaton in the Greek, having two natures that are anhypostatic. He says they're constitutive parts in De Duavis. He basically is trying to argue there is no human hypostases. Rather, the human essence has the divine hypostases as its hypostases. Would that be a good characterization, Abdul?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you, Agen. If you could hear me, Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Yeah.
All my $100, Bryce.
So what I typically, can you guys hear me by the way, or did everyone go on mute? I don't know if I'm lagging.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So what I typically raise, because the Fanatic Cop loves to use the Severan dilemma. There's a little outshoot after the Severan dilemma, which is it's meant to address this question, because this is something that you find early on in John the Grammarian, and then the two later Leontius of Jerusalem, Leontius of Byzantium. So the Severan dilemma doesn't end there. There's an argument I've been running the past couple weeks, months now, maybe years now. Maybe the past year I basically started using it. But it's pretty much, once you have the human essence and hypostatized in the divine person, you now have to predicate all the human properties to the divine hypostases. And Damascene knew this. So a question I typically ask Eastern Orthodox, is this predication an extrinsic predication? So something like Augustine would have taught, where you have the human nature relates its properties to the divine person by extrinsic relation? Or would you say that it's an intrinsic way of predication, that the divine person intrinsically has these human properties? What do you guys say?
You want to say something, Abdul, or me?
Yeah, I barely could hear you. Are you here? I'm sorry. Bring catechism up if you can. But are you saying that extrinsic would mean that the human nature doesn't subsist in the logos?
Yes.
Yeah, no. It'd be Damascene will obviously, and obviously in hypostaton it will be subsistent in the logos. So yeah, intrinsic.
Exactly. So that's the correct answer for Damascene and Maximus, and even arguably the canons of Canon 4 of Constantinople II, and then the Synodicon of the Seventh Council. It would hold an intrinsic view. With this in mind, once you affirm this, because that's literally what en hypostases means. It means in the hypostases. Once you affirm that, are you not thereby saying that God the Word gained intrinsic properties he didn't have before?
If you're talking about the logos incarnate, sure, but if you're talking about the logos in himself, no.
But remember, you just made a distinction. This is something you'll also find in the modern Parisian school, where they'll make a distinction between the divine person and his formal identity, and then the divine person who is grammatically possessing two natures. That is completely foreign. It doesn't exist in Maximus and Damascene. You have to have the same self-divine person, the pre-existent divine person having these properties. So you can't just distinguish divine only from divine human, because for Damascene, he says that the hypostasis was formerly simple and became composite.
Yeah,
so
but Maximus, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Because, because it pertains to the personhood. So the personhood is the constitutive. So the divinity is the constitutive of the personhood. Therefore, it's not intrinsic change. If that's the direction of your argument.
Take person incorrect, because Maximus takes person as hypostases. He says that the teacher makes a distinction between essence and hypostases. Essence according to which the God remained simple, hypostases according to which he became composite. So you can't say you can't.
And according to letter 13, he says that the person became economically composite.
One sec. You can't affirm an
it's
ad hoc
economic
reading.
composition.
You can't affirm an ad hoc reading where the divine person is identified with the universal. No, it's the letter of St. Maximus. Letter 13. An economic composition is enough for Maximus to say he's no longer incomposite according to hypostasis.
Yeah, according to economia.
You want me to get to that quote where it's no longer incomposite? Because you're arguing in the sense
so there's no intrinsic change.
Okay.
Agen, your Wi-Fi is bad, so you're probably over speaking people, but literally in the quote you're quoting from Maximus, letter 12, he literally says he became composite economically. He literally says he became economically composite. Like I'm failing to see your point right here.
Economic composition is still ontological. That's why he says he's no longer incomposite according to hypostasis.
That doesn't pertain to his constitutive.
Okay, wait. So when Gregory Nazianzus says the logos who were formerly uncomposite, would you say that he changed too? I'm confused.
Hold on. Let Agen speak, and then.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Agen, I don't know if your stuff is. I think you're kind of lagged, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So let Agen speak, and then Kata will respond.
I'll explain that one more time, Kata. What you're trying to argue is that the person has an identity qua the divine essence, and he has his own identity grammatically or materially. That doesn't exist until the developments of the Parisian school. Maximus actually negates simplicity in the hypostases and only affirms simplicity in the essence. Right now, you're making essence and hypostases the same.
He doesn't.
But he explicitly says that he remained what he was in essence and became what he was not in hypostases. So you're making the two conflated.
Because what he says is that the constitutive of his personhood remains the essence solely. The divine essence is the sole constitutive of the personhood. Likewise with humans, like St. Gregory the theologian says, the soul is the sole constitutive of your personhood. Nevertheless, your body for its motion and repose inheres in the soul. So my ability to lift weights inheres in my body, but that is not able to be actualized without my soul. And therefore my soul communicates or becomes composite because of my body. But that doesn't mean that the constitutive of my personhood changes because of my body inhering.
Nazianzus doesn't affirm Nazianzus doesn't affirm any of that made-up metaphysics. He doesn't believe the composition of a man is that the soul assumes a body and hypostasis.
Out of the constitutive
That's
of the
completely
personhood.
foreign. Okay, and if you're arguing the
I'm just
constitutive
tracking the
property,
logic of the constitutive of the personhood.
Let me talk.
I mean,
if you're
if you
drawing
don't
that the
talk
person,
nonsense, I'll let
Wait,
you
hold
talk.
on, hold on, Agen. No, we're gonna let you, brother, we're gonna let you. We'll just come on.
I didn't come up here to talk to two people.
Brother, I know, I'm not cutting you off. I'm just saying you guys are talking. Agen, you guys are talking over each other. Can y'all just talk one at a time so we can all understand?
That's why I was gonna say. That's why I was gonna say.
Calm down. Ain't nobody trying to.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it like this. Okay, so Agen, when you're talking, Kata will not interrupt until you're done speaking, and that also goes likewise. Cool. Let's just do it that way. All right, Agen, go ahead.
Let me speak. What you're doing, Kata, I'm going to tell you one last time. That's completely foreign in thought from Maximus. The essence is not what makes the word in Maximus. He specifically says, and I can get you the quote right now. He specifically says, he remained what he was according to essence, became what he was not according to hypostases. You're trying to argue that he has an identity qua hypostases in his essence, and then has some other really distinct way you can predicate things to his person. You're implying that there's a person viewed in the essence, as in his constitutive identity is a divine nature, and then you're arguing there's another view you can have of his person. That doesn't exist in Maximus. I'm going to tell you one more time another quote. He says, the teacher makes a distinction between essence and hypostases. Essence according to which he remains simple, and he specifically negates incomposition to the hypostases. So it's one thing to say he's composite in one sense and simple in another, but Maximus says he's not incomposite. He negates incomposition in the category of hypostases. So I challenge you, show me one citation in Maximus where he says the person remains simple. I challenge you. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Letter, as Abdul Masih just said, letter 13, because St. Maximus says that the hypostasis became economically composite. So pertaining his constitutive of his personhood, which is the soul divinity, he remains simple.
Agen, you're cutting him off, brother. You just argued about not being cut off.
Agen.
Brother, you just argued about not being cut off, and you're cutting him off.
You know that wasn't my question.
Let him finish, though. Brother, let him finish. Just let him finish.
After he's done speaking, after he's done speaking, then just call him out.
Don't answer my question.
Bro, this is you're being unfruitful. Just let him finish. I'll let you talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. So Abdul Masih just read the quote, and according to the logic of that quote, there is a certain category in which Christ, the Word, became truly composite, and in another sphere in which he truly remained simple. In which he truly became composite is economically.
Bro,
it doesn't pertain to the
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, stop interrupting.
Nobody interrupted you.
This is kind of great.
Bro, okay, but stop acting like that. Why, bro? You're on somebody. Bro, what is wrong with you?
Damn, Agen's the Pope now.
You're not letting anybody talk. What is wrong with you?
Okay, hold on. So let me explain.
About getting cut off, and now you're cutting everybody.
This is getting embarrassing for all of us.
It's embarrassing because you're making an argument for. You're literally addressing your argument.
Guys, everyone stop.
No. Because Agen could interpret Maximus for us. What does Maximus mean by economically composite?
Exactly.
What is no, Agen? You want to interpret our fathers for us? What does he mean by economically composite?
Okay, guys.
You're whining.
Everybody stop, bro. Everybody stop. Like, good Lord, man. Like, look, no, dude, Kata is not done with his own point. He's addressing it. You just don't like the way he's responding.
I asked for a direct citation. He didn't offer it. So just say, I don't know the answer.
No, your mic is great now. What did you do? I just muted you, and somehow now your mic is great. Please continue to do whatever you just did. So, anyway.
Okay, is it better now?
Yeah, it's literally perfect now. So, Kata. Okay, just continue with what you were going to say, and maybe he might answer your question if you let him talk.
Okay,
great.
I'll let him speak.
Great.
Go ahead.
So the tactic of pagan right here is basically positing the Siberian dilemma. When that fails,
I didn't do that.
And Apostaton is presented as a true answer to his dumb dichotomy. He goes to, is the change then extrinsic or intrinsic? And then we simply respond. In one sense, it can be spoken of to be intrinsic. In another, it can be spoken of to be extrinsic. And it's intrinsic in the sense that the humanity terminates in the word and has the word as the sole subject of it. So like in the body-soul analogy, the body terminates in the soul for its movement. So basically, I cannot eat my food without my soul being the person of the body. It's very simple. But it doesn't mean that the constitutive of my personhood, namely my soul nature, quote unquote, analogously, changes. There's no intrinsic change in my personhood. So in one sense, it is intrinsic, in another, it is not. And by that quote of St. Maximus, letter 13, I'm behind my phone, so I can't pull the quote up. I'm paraphrasing, we can pull it up. Maybe like Bryce can find it. There is a sense in which the word became composite. And what sense is this? Economic, so according to the world. This does not mean that the simplicity of the divinity is infringed.
Are you done?
Follow.
Because the last time I refuted this, I gave you a specific challenge in order for you to prove your exegesis. I gave you a very specific challenge because what you're trying to argue, and I told you again, the source of this theology, it comes from the Parisian school. They wanted to solve this situation because you have this issue of whether he's a divine.
No, St. Maximus solved the situation.
Hey. Because when I did it, you started freaking out and calling me pagan. Stop. It's my turn.
You are pagan.
Stop. Let me continue. I gave you a very specific challenge in order for you to prove your exegesis. Because the only thing you can show me is him saying economic composition. But economy is always in reference to the human nature. That doesn't ever go to show that it's in one sense and not another. Because I gave you a direct citation from Maximus where he negates incomposition and hypostases, and the only sense in which he allows simplicity is the divine essence. So with this in mind, I'm going to ask my question very clear and specific. Saying that it's a composite hypostasis economically is not going to help your butt in any way. Show me one place in Maximus, one place, not where he says he's composite, because I know that, that's what I'm trying to argue, but where he specifically says that the simplicity is in the category of hypostasis, because he only ever...
Sorry, making a word concept fallacy, because the change, so the composition is not in an absolute sense.
Kata, Habibi, let him finish.
He only ever says that the simplicity is in essence, and he says the composition is in hypostases. You're trying to argue in hypostases, there's a sense in which he's simple and a sense in which he's composite. I'm going to ask you specifically. Don't show me a quote where it says he's composite in hypostases. Show me a quote where it says that he's simple in hypostases. Take your time.
What?
That's what I thought. You don't have it on you.
No, because you just commenting on Christology.
This is complete nonsense because I already explained in what sense it's composite.
Look at the meltdown. Look at the meltdown when I asked the very...
No. This is nonsense.
One person, please. One person.
That's not... Bro, I want the exact quote. Bro, that's an argument from silence. That's an argument from silence. No, you're asking an argument from silence just because he doesn't say he says simple in this sense. If he says he's economically composite, what does he mean by that, Agen? Since you could exegete
that the hypostasis becomes composite. That's what he means.
Economically, Agen.
Economia always refers to the human nature.
It says hypostasis, not nature. What are you talking about?
Guys,
I can't hear everyone speaking.
Guys, if we can't control this, bro, we're gonna do a showtime. Let's please, for the love of God, can we just try to do one at a time? Please.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, because you failed to get the quote, and I know you're gonna say it's an argument from silence, but this is the very thing in question I'm challenging. I'm telling you, because I gave you the historical source of this development of theology. It comes directly from the Parisian school when they tried to solve this dilemma, which Severus made against you after John the Grammarian posited it, and you've never answered it for 1,500 years. Show me one place in Maximus. Okay, we can just sit here and wait until someone decides to say something smart.
The problem is...
Yeah. I found the quote. Let me send it to you, Brian.
Okay, show me where he says he remains simple in hypostasis. I want to see it.
Cataclysm, if you're talking while you're off the app, we can't hear you.
He's sending a quote to Bryce.
Okay. Do you want me to read this, Abdul?
No, it's the quote that we both brought up, and he's saying that's referring to the nature. It says literally...
No, I didn't say that.
Can I finish again?
Just correcting you before you
Agen,
laugh.
Agen, if you're gonna want, hold on, Abdul. If both of you guys are gonna complain when you're cut off, and then you're gonna cut off each other, like, what are we doing here? So Agen, stop. Agen, you're doing it right now.
All right, let me go ahead.
I understand you're young, but you don't have to act like a child.
Let me go ahead and read this now. Okay. Do you want me to read this cataclysm?
Yeah, please.
Okay. This is St. Maximus the Confessor, letter 13. For generally in all compounds according to nature, it is not the concurrence of this one with that one according to assumption, but that of the species that makes the constitution of a whole as from parts. But it is a sudden coming to be from non-being to being of the parts, insofar as the concurrence with one another happens at the same time as the coming to be, that produces the composition of the whole. But the mystery of our Lord and God and Savior Jesus Christ did not come to be in this manner, but being God by nature and Son of God according to nature, simple and incorporeal, he came to us economically, composite, and corporeal as regards his hypostasis.
Okay, and what was my question? Does anyone remember what my question was?
Show where the hypostasis is simple.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what did he show me?
So the constitutive Son of God is solely the divinity, and that remains simple. And that remains simple.
Are you sure?
In what sense he became composite is because of the humanity assumed and terminating in the word. So I just answered that the sole constitutive of his personhood is a divinity, according to which he remains simple. That answers your question.
Okay, I'm going to show you something, and I don't want you to cry when I show you, okay? Is it possible for me to turn on my camera?
I think so. I don't see why not. If you have enough followers to be able to have that.
Here we go. I'm going to read this out loud. In this way, Christ, being one of the hypostases of the divine hypostases, and what was formerly simple, has afterward become composite. Not composite by nature, but by hypostases. So what does it mean to be formerly simple? Can you tell me, Kata?
So, as insofar as having two in nature's index to one person.
Okay, and you want me to show you something else? Why does he negate incomposition and hypostases in his Apostolum 7?
Because he truly assumed human nature.
Oh, so now when I show you the opposite, you do a special plea.
It depends on the category which we're speaking of.
Wait. Now when I show you the opposite, you start to do special pleading. The only way you get out of this is if you give it... Stop. The only way you get out of this is if you give... Stop. The only way you get out of this is if you give a positive proof text that he remains simple in hypostases. Can you show me?
Yeah, I just did according to letter 13.
No, you show me where it said composite. So you didn't show me where it said...
He remains simple according to a divinity, being the Son of God. That's
Does it say he remains simple according to hypostases?
Yes, because he's the Son of God.
Where?
Letter 13.
Is divinity the same as the hypostases of the Son when he's talking about the essence?
According to divinity, being the Son of God.
You're talking about the essence and then you're applying it to the hypostases.
Yes, because that's a constitutive of his personhood.
And where does Maximus say that his personhood is viewed qua the essence in an identity relation? Where does he ever say that?
Letter 13.
No, he doesn't. What he says is that he remains simple in nature and he becomes composite economically.
You want me to read it again?
Yes.
I know what the quote says. He says he became composite economically and he remains simple according to nature. But what I'm asking you for...
that's the constitutive of his personhood.
What I'm asking you for is a very specific question. I'm not asking you to show me where he's
already answered
composite in hypostasis.
Sophistry, because I already answered.
Where does it say he's simple in hypostasis?
Because according to divinity,
this has literally been a verbatim fallacy the whole entire time.
Look, all you guys are crashing out now because
Agen.
All of you guys are crashing out now because you see
the Son of God. Agen. Hold on. Agen, that quote you just brought up from Maximus that says in composite. Nazianzus literally says the same thing in Oration 29. Would you argue the same thing for Nazianzus?
Oration 29 doesn't teach en hypostaton because en hypostaton...
Wait, that's presupposing that. That's presupposing that.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It doesn't exist.
Can you show me how it doesn't? You're presupposing that when he said he was firmly in composite. What does it mean by that? What does it mean? Brother, what?
You just said, can you show me how it doesn't?
You're literally saying it doesn't teach it in hypostaton. Literally the same thing Maximus says in that letter. Literally the same thing Maximus said in that letter. Maxianus says the same thing. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Lord have mercy. The quote you brought, Maxianus says the same thing.
Hey, stop freaking out. I'm talking to
Who's freaking out, bro? You're literally making a verbatim fallacy. And the quote you brought up, Maxianus says the same thing. Don't tell me to stop.
Hey, if we're just going to talk over each other, this is Agen, you're not going to unmute while I'm speaking. If we're just going to talk over each other, this isn't going to go anywhere.
All right, guys.
So we're not trying to dogpile Agen. We're trying to actually have a cordial conversation. And the reason you just spoke over me again, Agen. Can you not control yourself?
Can you not control yourself?
Bro.
No, I can control your microphone though.
Look at you. You have to mute me when I have all of you guys on this panel. Because
I'm trying to keep it orderly.
All right, everybody, hold on.
I'm saying that if you're going to talk over
I asked.
I've got to go in 5 minutes. Let me like address this objection.
You don't even affirm their theology, Wayne. Why are you pulling up? You don't affirm that the divine hypostasis intrinsically changes. You told me there's two hypostases when we debated. What are you doing up here now?
1 second. Relax yourself. I've got to go in 5 minutes. You'd said it's a composite hypostasis, correct?
Damascene and Maximus affirmed the composite.
Wait, well, 1 second. I'm not asking for a too quick way. I'm asking for your position. Do you affirm a composite hypostasis?
Not in the sense of Maximus and Damascene.
I'm saying, do you affirm that the divinity and the humanity are parts in one hypostasis?
The divine hypostasis and the flesh hypostasis compose one hypostasis.
Are they parts?
They are constitutive elements.
Okay, so constitutive elements are taken as parts, correct?
According to John Chrysostom, yes.
Okay, perfect.
From Chrysostom?
Wait, 1 second. I'm just assessing the logical coherence of your position. Any quote you bring up is not going to be demonstrable of your position on logical grounds. In the case that we can have a reinterpretation of every single father, if my position is proven to be logically coherent. Sorry, 1 second.
That doesn't follow.
Yeah, it does actually, because
you just said if my position is logically coherent, I can read that back anachronistically into the fathers. That's what you just said.
No. Well, 1 second. What I'm saying here is that if you're given two interpretations, one is more favorable under the condition that the other is more logically coherent and parsimonious than the other, correct?
That has nothing to do with any historical view of it.
Yes, it does. No one cares about logical coherence.
Hypothetically speaking, what if the fathers were just said something like that doesn't follow? That would just mean they're wrong in that specific context.
So the fathers affirm contradictions.
You're trying to anachronistically read back into the fathers based on your own pseudo-metaphysics.
Okay. So the fathers affirmed contradictions then?
No, I'm saying when you view...
Okay, so perfect. So then under what I'm claiming, your position affirms a contradiction, therefore your interpretation is wrong.
But that doesn't follow for any historical examination. I'm not claiming the fathers made any contradiction.
But one second.
Hold on. Let me talk, because I know what you're doing. Let me talk. I know what you're doing. When you have any document before you, obviously we both believe in God. We both believe in the church fathers. We're not going to say any of them have a contradiction. I'm going to argue they're Miaphysite. You're going to argue they're Dyophysite. What you're trying to do is run away from the fathers and take it to a logical argument so that you can try and anachronistically read back into the fathers. Even if I grant that, Wayne, are you not the same person who affirmed two hypostases to me?
We both affirm two hypostases.
No, you affirmed two hypostases when I gave you the two definitions, and you're a Dyophysite. You keep them as two.
Yeah, okay. First of all, you define being as something which is just as we define nature, okay? And second of all, you're like critiquing this anhypostatic position up here. Like, I can give a defensible comment, but not now, because currently I'm in my work. Currently I'm in my work bathroom and I have to go in 5 minutes. So can we please get to the arguments?
Okay, I'm going to tell you one more time. You don't affirm what I'm arguing against them. You would never say what they just said, that there's an intrinsic predication of the human properties inside of God, the Word.
Dude, I really don't care, dude. Like,
okay,
it's so simple.
If you don't care, if you don't care and you're trying to,
just listen for a second.
If you don't care and you're trying to direct the conversation somewhere else, you're the same guy who told me
it because I'm addressing the thing you said about composite.
Told me there's two hypostases. You're the same person who told me there's two hypostases in Christ.
Okay, you can keep appealing to the past debate, but I'm not going to sit here and argue with what I said and what you think I said, okay? So stop wasting time.
Can we
please get to
You said it, and you just conceded that you said it earlier.
Can we please get to the discussion?
Okay, I want to have a discussion on how you affirm two hypostases. Can we have that discussion?
See, okay. I told you before. I have 5 minutes, and I'm addressing the thing you said before about a composite
you don't
hypostasis.
My argument wasn't made against your.
I'm talking about your position about a composite hypostasis. Okay.
You want to talk about my position? Okay, we can talk about my position. What's your argument?
Okay, perfect. All I asked, I'm just asking for some clarification around what you mean by composite hypostasis from the things you said before.
Okay. What about it?
You said they were constitutive elements.
Yes.
The divinity and the humanity.
The divine hypostasis and the flesh hypostasis, to be specific.
Yeah, so to this one continuous, quasi-continuous divine nature, right? They're two constitutive elements, so taken as parts.
When I'm referring to the divine hypostasis and the flesh hypostasis, you can speak of them as parts to Emmanuel.
They're taken as what, sorry?
They're taken as elements to Emmanuel, the divine hypostasis and the flesh
hypostasis. But dude, so I'm saying here is, if they're said to be constituents to a continuous whole, then they're taken to be parts to this thing. If something is a constituent, then it's taken as a part.
I'm telling you what the constituents are and what the whole is. I'm defining it for you.
Yeah, no, okay, so is it a part?
To the Emmanuel hypostasis?
Yeah, to the one hypostasis of the Son that has both hypostases in it.
What do you mean hypostasis of the Son? Because you could be talking about the naked
one. The one incarnate nature.
Okay, the one incarnate nature of the word, that hypostasis is composed of two hypostases. I already said that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that one incarnate, it has parts.
That one incarnate nature of the word has parts, yes.
Okay, is a part identical to its whole?
The two parts in union together are identical.
Well, one sec, is a part identical to its whole? Is a leg identical to human?
The two, not for aggregation. I'm talking about for the two hypostases, when they're in union together, they're identical to the whole.
I'm not talking about if you want to go into aggregation, then that's something completely different, and you can read Kit Fine. Yeah, it is. Listen. Is a part identical to its whole? Very simply.
I gave you the answer. In our Christological system, the two parts together in union are identical to the whole.
Okay, perfect. So whole is identical to... Okay, so what constitutes a whole is its plurality of things coming together. Now, there's a dispute on how you take constitution, composition, whether you're a Mariological realist or not. But anyways, what I'm saying here is you yourself admitted that when parts come together in a specific way, then they constitute the whole. So therefore, a whole is identical to its plurality, its parts, not its parts. It's not
reducible to those two because this isn't an aggregate composition. This is a composition from two unlike parts.
Two unlike parts. Okay. It is a part.
I'll give you an example. When you have aggregate parts, for example, a bunch of trash, and you collect them into a heap, you can say that the whole is reducible to that plurality, and the whole can be counted as that plurality because it's identical to those plurality. I didn't tell you the two hypostases are identical to the one hypostasis. I said the two hypostases in union are identical to the one hypostasis. And because they're from different layers of reality, they don't aggregate a composition. And because they don't aggregate a composition,
everyone just had that yap right, like Darth Dawkins and stuff like layers of reality. Okay, so all he said is to reduce...
You did this the last time we debated. You did this the last time we debated, because when I caught your argument at its head, you didn't want me to say the refutation.
Dude, why are you so obsessed with the last thing?
I'm going to say it again. Because I know what your argument is. I know what your argument is, and I cut it at the head. You're trying to argue an aggregate form of composition. For us, I didn't tell you the two hypostases are identical to the one hypostasis. I said the two hypostases in union are identical to the one hypostasis, and because they're from different layers of reality, they no longer have their plurality anymore. They're no longer counted in the union.
You don't?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So literally reducible to what he said besides all of the esoteric, weird stuff that he said.
It isn't.
You just interrupted me. You just interrupted me.
Just don't lie about me, dude.
You just interrupted me.
You don't lie about me.
You just interrupted me.
Okay, just don't lie about me. You can continue.
Do I interrupt you when you spaz out about
Just continue, don't lie. Just continue, don't lie.
I'm not going to waste... Listen. I've got literally about 3 more minutes before I have to go back, because I'm literally in a bathroom, like I said, okay? At work. Okay, last time. This is what he said, besides all of that, weird stuff, truths of reality. He said, one second. He said, oh no, the one divinity is not identical to the whole hypostasis. I never said that. It's when the two come together, they're identical. Oh, hello, that's the same thing for any composite object. All of the parts, you just stop interrupting me. All of the parts, when they come together, constitute the thing if and only if the parts assemble in a certain manner to constitute it. This is the principle of individuation. Just like you say, a chair coming together is composed of all of these different things in a certain manner, and then you constitute it as a chair. Likewise, you just said the same thing about divinity. Now, the argument, one sec. The argument here is reducible that you're a partialist. If no part is identical to its whole, and no whole...
You're commenting and making an argument off that. Let me address your comment before you make an argument.
I'm just going to lay it out. Just one second. I'm just going to lay it out. And then
you're laying out premises I'm verbatim denying in front of your face, and then you're trying to make a conclusion.
I haven't even laid out the arguments.
I know where you're going. You already told it. I know where you're going.
I haven't laid out the arguments.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Now, please stop strawmanning and address actually what I said. Because I told you two different senses of composition. There's composition from aggregates, and then there's composition from two unlike parts of different layers of reality. Those aren't the same type of composition. They're not just being gathered in a certain specific manner. For example, a table, and I put it in this specific location, and then I put my guitar in that specific location, and then the whole is reducible to that. That is aggregate composition. It's like composition when you have a trash heap, and it composes the full trash heap. You have different parts, and it gets reducible to the whole. That wasn't my argument. I gave you two senses of composition, and you're saying, oh, so you just basically said the same thing, and then that leads to partialism. Why don't you actually address what I said? Don't make straw mans.
Okay, well, I was expecting something else instead of you whining and actually addressing my point.
I just addressed it.
You didn't give a symmetry breaker, what?
I did. I told you they're not the same type of composition. Aggregate composition in the material world is because they're of like parts. They're of the same layer of reality. For example, trash with trash with trash is an aggregate composition. They don't have perichoresis. They can't interpenetrate one another. They have to be configured in a specific location at a specific time, in a specific direction, in a specific way. That's aggregate composition. We don't apply that composition in the incarnation because they're not from the same layer of reality. One is divine, and then one is...
what is this random esoteric yap to lay?
This isn't random esoteric yap. This is what
I'm going to lay out the argument. It's very simple, right? This is the logical regimentation under like some sort of Mariological like realist commitments, right? You're committed to the position that no whole is a subset of another whole because it means it's a part, and therefore a whole would be a part, and it's no longer a whole because a whole is contained of two or more parts.
But what did I tell you the whole is?
One second. Under what you said, you said there's two parts in Christ. And no part is identical to its whole, and no symmetry breaker was offered. All you said is the manner by which the two come together therefore constitutes the whole. Therefore,
say that wasn't my symmetry breaker.
anyways, I'm gonna lay out the argument, and then I have to go just so everyone can.
You're gonna lay out, and you're gonna whine after I gave you the refutation, and then leave and pretend like you made an actual solid argument. Look, this is why you're snaking. This is why you're snaking.
I'm done with you.
This is why you're snaking. Just get off the panel when your argument didn't work.
Everyone just listens to the argument. Stop spazzing.
You're the one that's spazzing. You're saying, I'm not going to hear out your refutation. You said, insert something ad hominem. I have to leave soon.
Okay, anyways, so basically the argument follows that under some sort of Mariological realist commitments, he's committed to the position that no whole is identical to a part, but rather its parts in the manner by which they come together. Now, if divinity is taken as a part, he cannot claim that the human hypostasis of the sun is fully divine under the condition that it's a part. And like we said before, no whole is a subset of another whole because it would be a part, and therefore no part is identical to its whole.
Are you going to hop off the live now?
Yeah, goodbye.
Okay, yeah, get out of my face while I refute you and you have nothing to say about it. Get out of here. Now it's my turn to refute what you just said. We don't apply aggregate composition. I'm not applying composition from the material perspective, where you apply certain things and configure them in certain ways and then have the composition arise from that. I told you, when we affirm those parts that are identical to the whole, it's not by an aggregation of those parts being configured in a certain way. It's by those parts entering natural henosis. And because they're from different layers of reality, they're able to interpenetrate one another enough so that their plurality no longer ceases in the composition. So you're trying to argue composition as if I was collecting things from the same material level and layer of reality. But that's not what I did. And he knew that, which is why he said, I'm going to make my argument and leave.
All right. You good, Agen?
I'm good.
All right, cool. You have a good day, brother.
All right, you too, bro.
Wow, that was...
You guys are more than welcome to do that. I mean, this is literally like Dr. Doom Battle Planet right now, so you guys can do whatever the hell you need to do.
This has been a hell of a live, man.
Yeah.
Hell of a live.
It has been a very, very engaging live stream. I apologize for the impiety. I don't want to be that guy. I'm a bit of an asshole, but I do want to make sure that everyone's cool. Now, when it comes to Agen, right? I want to pick up on something that Wayne said to you.
Don't talk over each other. I gotta pee.
Yeah. I want to pick up on something that Wayne said to you because I find it kind of interesting the way that you sort of talk about aggregate composition, right? Now, am I correct in saying that aggregate composition does not apply for the Son's humanity and divinity simply because the kinds of things that are combining are different?
Yeah. Okay. Not just different, but
let's not jargonize, right? Let's try and be as not basic, but let's try and be as understanding as we can, because we don't need to jargonize, right?
I don't want to. I saw a video you made recently where, like, when you want to explain something, you shouldn't speak jargon. I respect that, so I'll try and follow that rule.
Do you guys mind if I actually interject with a clarifier question on that too?
Cool thing.
So if we were talking about like the heap of garbage, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that the individual pieces of trash would be like properties?
Well,
in the analogy,
here it would just be like actual things. If you want to view them as like you want to go Mereological nihilist mode and just go simples, or you want to claim they have.
I'm just trying to make an analogy to, like, if we were going to say that I mean, I don't like it because I don't like the implication if we're saying like the natures, like, but in the case of a nature,
I wasn't really thinking them as properties. I was thinking them as substrative things.
Okay.
What do you mean by substrative things? Like an essential property?
They're subjects of predication. So rather than just being mere predicates to some aggregate, they're actual things in themselves that are combined with other things to make a bigger thing.
So they're not predicates, they're things that can have predicates.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. In your view, what makes something able to have a predicate rather than
it has to be either a universal or a particular.
Okay. So universals themselves, for example, like humanity is a universal, like Jerome talked about humanity as a universal, for instance, right?
Yeah.
In his commentary on the Psalms. When you say that the humanity of Christ, when I say, for example, that I'm a human and I'm consubstantial with other humans, why am I able to say that?
When someone says I am a human,
when I say
consubstantial with other humans, how are SIIG and I consubstantial? In what way can we say that?
I mean, he's a white guy, so I wouldn't even trust him. But you know what I mean.
That's fair. I mean, you're Nigerian. I don't know if that's human.
Wow, you play golf though. You play golf.
Okay. All right. Anyway, Agen said continue. Sorry.
Yeah.
By the way, actually, I also wanted to preface this real quick for whoever called me out in the freaking chat. Pink is based. First off, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, and this is also my wife's remote. So to be fair,
ping pong balls.
This guy's trying to farm marriage. Can you imagine? He's trying to farm marriage, bro. This guy. Anyway. So continue, right? So Agen, what would make me and Bryce consubstantial?
Because there's the human species, the human universal, and you're a particular of that species. That species gets instantiated into SIIG. And because SIIG is a particular of the human species, you can predicate of his particular a man. You call him a man.
Is there a sense in which my humanity is real?
It's imminently real. The universal humanity
is real because I instantiate it. My person is, right. But my person is not identical to the nature that I'm instantiating right now. Given the fact that I'm consubstantial with you.
Yes.
Okay. So we both agree that consubstantiality exists for the Son. A dual consubstantiality, if you will.
Yeah. So your question is probably going to go, can you predicate of him two universals?
No, I wasn't going to ask that at all. Because I think you can. I think you're going to say he can.
Not quite, but I can explain that if you want me to.
Okay. In what way does Christ not have two universals? Or two things that can be spoken of as universal?
Yeah. The only time in ancient philosophy where someone can speak of multiple quote-unquote universals in a man was when Aristotle was going through his tree and basically saying a particular can have predicated a genus and a species. So those are like kind of two universals of different divisions. And you could say you can predicate those to the particular. That applies for homogeneous particulars. So in our system, we make a distinction between Heterogeneous particulars is homogeneous particulars. And obviously, I don't want to go into jargon. I'll explain that. A homogeneous particular is just when you have a particular instance from something. A heterogeneous particular is when this particular is a combination of particulars. So one results from a universal, the other results of a union of particulars. Homogeneous particulars, you can say it has X ousia. So a dog has dog ousia. A cat has cat ousia. A man has man ousia. But heterogeneous hypostases, they don't come to be out of universals. They don't get instantiated from universals. They get their quote-unquote existence from the combination of two particulars. So because of this, you can say he has two essential relations, but you can't say he has two essences. You can say he's consubstantial with man and he's consubstantial with God, but you can't say he has two essences.
Consubstantial means of the same substance, right?
It would be an essential relation. It's between two particulars and the relation between them.
Okay, but the particular is the humanity in this case.
For what? For the incarnation, or for you, or for what?
No, it's just that in the incarnation now, because you said that, because for you said you cannot say in Christ that there are two substances. You applied that to Christ.
Yeah.
When you say that this is now, you can talk about the particular, in Christ, are there two particulars? Obviously not, right?
No.
Okay, so there's one particular. So in what sense is there two things there?
There's no two subjects of predication at all.
I didn't say that there are subjects of predication, but we need to find a way to hold our consubstantiality. So
you can say there's two essential
Agen, do you think that a substance is a subject in itself?
A subject of predication. So there's a difference between subjects and subjects of predication. For example, you can have a subject picking out his agency. And then you can have a subject of predication, meaning something that you can give predicates to.
So just to make sure that we're on the same page here, right? What we're trying to look for is under your system a way of being able to truly say that Christ is consubstantial with you and I, the way that the Mother of God is consubstantial with you and I.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's not consubstantial in a different way. So whatever way you mean by consubstantial for me has to be applied to Jesus.
Yeah, then I'll get to that.
So the relation that he has. So the relation that he has to the human nature needs to be the way that I have that relation to the human nature, such that he can be consubstantial with me.
I'll get to that. Let me show you something on my screen, on my camera.
I'd rather, can we just do that? Because I don't really need the particular citations right now.
No, it's not a citation. It's a diagram. It'll make sense. 1 second.
All right.
Okay. So right here, basically you have...
Is this just explaining the heterogeny again?
Yeah, but I'm doing it for a reason. You see, for example, body here. Mm-hmm. Here you can say body has two ousia. You can say it's animate.
This is just Porphyry's tree, but Porphyry's tree is dogmatic in your church. You're just using it because it's easy to explain.
Yeah.
Okay, so this particular explanation could be wrong.
Well, I'm just basically having
for example, I provided some sort of defeater for this. You would abandon this immediately because
just give me a sec to say why I'm even showing this. I'm not being committed to Porphyry's tree. I'm just trying to give a visual example of why we wouldn't say Christ is two ousia.
And don't use it. Don't use Porphyry's tree if you're not committed.
Just let me say what I wanted to say.
Go ahead.
If you have living here, some sort of common thing. Yeah. Regardless of whether you affirm Porphyry's tree, there's always going to be subdivision. So you could have living, it gets subdivided into two ousia, sensitive and insensitive. You can have animal, it gets subdivided into two ousia, rational and irrational. So now if you wanted to say Christ is two ousia, by the force of the word, because you would be implying the subdivision type of view of genus and universal, you would basically be saying Christ is a genus, he gets subdivided into one Christic species and another numerically different Christic species. That's something we want to avoid. So what we can say in the incarnation, that he has two essential relations. You can say he's of one essence with God, and you can say he's of one essence with man.
But that's avoided entirely by not utilizing Porphyry's tree in such a way. As in, you don't need to utilize Porphyry's tree. You're saying this only follows if we use Porphyry's tree.
No. I was just giving you an example of genus and its relation to species.
You're giving the example of showing how the subdivisions occur. But the subdivisions only occur in this way under Porphyry's tree.
Not always.
Down to Porphyry's tree. Now, what you're bound to, as we know, are the councils that you want to cite. So the particular understanding of essence in the Second Ecumenical Council, for example.
Can I go to citations now? Sorry, let me pause you. Because you want to go there, I'm okay with doing it.
I'm not going there. What I'm saying is if we are, because you brought up Porphyry as an example.
But then you're going to the councils. If you want me to go where the council specifically say not to say to Usia, I'll show you.
I haven't even made the argument yet.
But you're going there.
Right, Discord.
So you're saying that you're going to use Porphyry's tree as an example to avoid something that's undesirable when you talk about Christology. The problem is this entire thing would have been avoided had you just not used Porphyry's tree. Now, it would have made sense if the particular account of essence we are building or consubstantiality that we are building was from something that you actually do need to hold to, given Miaphysitism. You are saying that you are going to cite the councils. Now, what I'm going to ask you for...
I wasn't going to say that. I was saying if you wanted me to cite the councils, I could. Do you want me to?
That you're saying that you wanted to cite the councils if I asked you to. That's what I just said.
You want me to?
Let me continue, right? I'm going to ask you a question. Is the way in which that Christ is consubstantial with the Father, or the term consubstantiality, is the term consubstantiality a univocal term throughout all usages?
For the fathers?
Yeah.
I mean, there might be differences here and there, but what they're trying to show is the same common thing.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, and that's important. So the idea of consubstantiality as it applies to the Trinity is the same idea of consubstantiality as it would apply to other things that are consubstantial, like human beings, like Gregory of Nyssa, for instance.
No, there's a symmetry breaker there. I'll tell you why.
Symmetry breaker in where? In meaning?
In the way Usia is applied in God and the way Usia is applied in man. And you'd agree with me with this. If you'd agree with me.
I know the way Usia is applied, but the term consubstantiality.
Even then, there'd be a difference. Let me kind of explain. When you want to say man is consubstantial to man, it picks out some universal immanent abstracta. It's almost, some philosophers speak of Usia as essential property. That's how some philosophers speak of it.
But you're going to say that the essence of the Father, Son, and Spirit actually exists in such a way that it is not an abstraction. I understand.
Yeah, that's why I said you'd agree with me. That's why consubstantiality is a little bit different.
This is the problem. The idea of consubstantiality is not what you're attacking. You're attacking the particular application. The definition of consubstantiality is being identical in essence, whatever essence may be. What you did was attack the definition of essence according to the Trinity and essence.
No, I was going to, if you let me continue, I was going to show how consubstantiality is not the same in both cases.
No, consubstantiality would be the same in both cases.
It would.
The meaning of consubstantiality just means that you are of the same substance. Now, whatever substance means is what is contested amongst the fathers.
I'll tell you why. Severus has a letter where someone asks him, why don't we say that in the triad there's uni-essential? Why do we say co-essential or consubstantial? In man, it's some communion of some abstracta. In God, it's communion of some actual, obviously it can be contested, but it's some concreta. So consubstantiality in man and God is not the same. In man, it's unity. In God, it's more unitative.
Agen, you're repeating the answer that you gave before. You saying, I will tell you why, is under the assumption that you're going to tell me something new. You didn't tell me anything new. You just repeated yourself.
Well, I was telling you that consubstantiality isn't the same. Whatever, let's continue. I don't want to get caught up on this. What's up?
What we're trying to track, and this is your responsibility, is exactly how the term consubstantiality is used differently. Not usia. Okay?
Well, consubstantiality itself is a suffix homo. It's a suffix homo and then usia. So usia is in the term itself.
Homo meaning the same, right?
Homo usia has the word usia in there. So if you have different uses of usia,
that's like saying, okay, this is like saying original sin has the term original in it. I understand. But my point here is the usage of the couplet phrase is univocal across fathers that utilize in every context that they do.
And I'm telling you no.
Context, yet you're telling me no, but not understanding what I'm saying exactly. When the fathers use the term homoousia for humans, for example, that we are of the same substance, right? Are they saying that there is a sense in which the substance of SIIG and the substance of Agen is not identical? The humanity of SIIG and the humanity of Agen? No. There is no sense in which it's not identical.
They're saying it's the same. So the homo part
exactly the exact same. Now, what's different, right, is the usias themselves. But that's not what's being discussed.
Homoousia is a combination of two terms. It means homo and ousia.
No, homoousia is okay. Homoousia, as we know, and this is why it was contested at
whatever. I want to hear your argument. I don't want to get caught up on this.
I don't want to. No. You did this, right? When I asked you to explain the difference between.
I told you,
right?
Homoousia. Let me say it one last time. Let me say it one last time so I don't repeat myself.
Hold on. You gave me the difference between ousia for God and ousia for man, not what it means for it to be the same.
And what's the Greek for consubstantiality?
Okay. The case for consubstantiality is the same as homo.
What's the Greek word for consubstantiality?
Homoousios.
It's homoousia. So obviously if the ousia are different, the application of homoousia is going to be different. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, the application would not be different. Even if
homoousia,
for example,
depends on your understanding of the term ousia.
For example, the way in which a rock is the same as another rock, or if they're homoousia, okay, is not the way that a human is the same as another human. But the actual term homoousia is being applied uniquely, because what grounds the term is the prefix, meaning that they are the same. Now,
what grounds the term is the term itself. It's homoousia. I can grant you the homo part. I can grant you the homo part is univocal. Do you want to move on from there?
Okay, so you can't move on from there because it's not.
Hold on. Let me step in real quick. What we're gonna do, if it's okay, right, SIIG, just make your argument, and if Agen does, hold on.
I don't even need to go down on that.
You're good. Just let me say this real quick. You just make your argument, and then what's gonna happen is that if Agen does something that goes against your critique you're giving right now, just call him out in that point.
Yeah, that's fine. I won't
if he
even
uses a term in like a wrong sense or whatever in that sense, then call him out. But make the argument.
I didn't want to. I belabor points because I think it's important because they're going to come up in conversation again. Like the term homoousia, there's never a sense in which homoousia does not mean that the substance you're talking about is the same. There is never a sense. All that's contested is the kinds of substances that we're talking about. Nothing to do with whether or not they are the same. This is why heteroousia and homoousia aren't different in their discussion of ousia, but in their discussion of whether it's the same or different. Now, when it comes to, and I apologize for the interruptions, Brad, when it comes to the idea of Christ being homoousios with us, that means the relation that Christ has to a human nature needs to be the same as the relation that we have to humanity, right? Now, here's my argument, or maybe my question, right? Because this might do something with Miaphysitism or not, right? Does Christ have a human intellect?
He assumed a human intellect instrumentatively.
Sorry, as in instrumentatively means that he just uses it, right?
He uses it. It doesn't have, for example, self-introspection. So it can't like conceive of itself and then conceive of its relation to the word. It's an instrument for the divine mind.
Okay, so does Christ have a human intellect the way that the saints in heaven have human intellects?
In substance, but not in union. Meaning, saints have their own self-subsistent intellect. They have their own self-subsistent will.
Christ has a non-self-subsistent intellect, it's fine, but my problem is
so it's the same with that's what I want to say.
Mm-hmm. But the idea of subsistence, right, is what you want to talk about.
Like, can I give you an example so you kind of understand me real quick? This one, it's like, you know, in Hebrews chapter 2, where it says, Christ was made like his brothers in every way. And then someone could say, oh, well, brothers are ignorant, they're limited, they're not divine. So if Christ came like us in every way, he would be ignorant and limited and not divine. He would just be a mere man. That argument wouldn't follow because Christ would have our ousia, but the way in which that ousia subsists is in union with the word. It wouldn't be self-subsistent. So the same applies here. Does Christ have human mind? Well, he assumes the same ousia that we have, but the way that this humanity is exhibited is in union with the word.
I'm going to just go on all this. What makes the mind human and not divine?
Because it's of the human essence.
Okay, but that human essence doesn't exist after the union.
I didn't say that. I said it's not enumerated in the way you want to enumerate it. I told you how to speak of it and how we don't speak of it.
Does it exist after the union? Is it there after the union?
It imminently exists when it's instantiated in that particular human nature, and then when that particular human nature is united to the
same
instantiated relation.
And that's the same. Again, this is all to say that it's the same way that it exists for a human, but you won't say it exists.
Dude, I kind of made myself pretty clear.
No, you didn't. What you did
yes, I did.
Like I said. Okay. Does the humanity, I'll just ask you whether it's yes or no. Does the humanity of Christ, as in, sorry, not the humanity, Does the essence of Christ's humanity exist after the union?
After the union means product of a union for us. It's the status of a union. It's not temporal. Okay. So if you're referring to like the temporalness, when we're referring to Christ as he is in time, he has a human essential relation to us.
Okay. Does he have a human essence after the union?
You can say he's of one essence with man. Does that answer your question?
No, it does not, because it doesn't tell me whether he possesses one. Because, like you said,
if he's one essence of man, what do you think that
you can be? You could. Okay, so then say it with me. He has a human essence.
Well, you can do a bait and switch here. So what
I'm
you're
not baiting and switching.
I'll explain because the question is super vague. The question is super vague, so I have to answer it as critical as possible.
Not vague.
If you were just to straight up ask me, does Christ have a human usia that exists? Some people take existence as meaning it would have its own enumeration in conjunction with another. Other people would take
its own enumeration.
Other people would take existence the way that I explained it right now. That it's immanent in the human particular, and then this human particular is united with God the Word, and the essential relation remains the same.
Immanent in the particular just means that it's contained within the thing that you're talking about, which is, I guess, the Word. But
not just merely contained, but actively instantiated into it.
Yeah, that it actively has an existence because of it. That's all you're saying.
How are you using existence? That's the point.
So the problem that I have, right, is you are not giving an account of existence. What you are giving is an account of the way this already existing thing relates back to it. The first definition you gave was a counting method, that I won't count more than one thing. This is why I use the word enumerate, because enumerate means to count. The second thing that you did was talking about the way in which this humanity exists in relation to the Word. It exists in such a way that the Word truly possesses this thing. This is what you were saying.
So that was your question. You said, does it exist?
Okay, so my problem is you can't say it exists. What you do is you give this particular text without saying yes to it. If you can't say yes to it and say no.
I told you the different senses. And I said yes to one of them.
So in the sense that actually it comports to reality, is there a humanity?
That's vague. Let me explain why it's vague. Because if someone says
about comporting to reality,
I'll tell you. Because someone could understand comporting to reality as being predicated to a particular the way that homogeneous particulars have it as a predicate. It would be something that's actively being enumerated. So long. Let me speak.
You said you're not going to jargonize, and you do it.
Let me speak, dude. Let me speak. Even in your video, by the way, when you said not to jargonize, you said you should use jargon when it's absolutely necessary to explain it that way. You said that yourself. I'm using your own principle.
Yep. Now, there are times where using subject-specific terms and jargon are vital, and you cannot have the conversation sometimes without them.
And in my principle, I also say that you need
it's absolutely necessary I do it now, so you can understand why. It's absolutely necessary. And let me tell you why. Someone could say, does the human usia contort in reality? Is it something? Let me talk.
Hold on. I want to write something down. When you say heterogeneous, what do you mean? So I don't forget your definition.
I explained this at the beginning. The heterogeneous hypostases is not something that's immediately instantiated from universal, but is rather the product of
means what? Means
what?
What
Did you say?
Damn, galaxies going all over the place.
Okay, slower.
Okay, a heterogeneous hypostasis is not immediately...
Not the heterogeneous hypostasis. I just want the term heterogeneous.
Oh, it just means otherness.
Okay, so just use other.
Well, other can refer either to numerical enumeration, it could refer to having different sets of properties, so I have to be clear.
Okay, so heterogeneous, so the definition you gave for heterogeneous isn't clear, so you're still not clear on explicating what heterogeneous...
You didn't let me finish.
So you don't even need to teach them what the words are, you simply need to explain what you mean by your words without trying to be superfluous or jargonistic. I realize that I do this a lot.
Okay, can you give a definition of heterogeneous, not hypostasis, only heterogeneous in the...
Having diversity.
Okay, diversity. So just use diversity.
Okay, but even if I say, for example, a hypostasis with diversity, people can take that in different meanings.
Okay, so then the definition of heterogeneous as diversity isn't clear enough.
You don't even need to teach them what the words are. You simply need to explain what you mean by your words.
No, it's clear depending on the context in which I predicate that word to a phrase.
Okay, so when you define a term, right? If I define...
Let me give an example. Like I can say the definition of a bat is clear. And then in another context, when I use the word bat and I give it some other synonym, you'd be like, oh, so do you mean this? Well, no, I have to use the phrase in which...
But then that means that everyone... heterogeneous changes every single sentence.
It doesn't change, but stop playing semantic and let me answer your original question.
Semantics are important because it's one of the studies of truth.
Let me do it.
You say heterogeneous, and you can't tell me what heterogeneous means, and then you use it, you're confusing somebody.
I told you it means diversity.
Could you give a definition of heterogeneous that I can use for the rest of this conversation and that you can stick by?
Just diversity.
Okay, so diversity. So just use the word diverse. Don't use the word heterogeneous.
And I'm telling you again, if I said a hypostasis has diversity, if I tell you a hypostasis has diversity, someone could understand it in the sense I mean it. Someone could understand it in another way. So it's much better for me to say heterogeneous hypostasis.
No, it's not better if the term is simply for no other reason other than to jargonize.
Now, there are times where using subject-specific terms and jargon are vital, and you cannot have the conversation sometimes without them.
And my reason
I'm not jargonizing.
I'll tell you why. I'll explain. The reason why is because you said that your definition of X is A, B, and C. So anytime I see the term X, what I actually see is A, B, and C. So I only need to use A, B, and C in that way.
Language doesn't always operate that way. For example, if I give you a definition,
always operate that way. Yes.
If I give you a definition, for example, of let's say pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. If I give you that really long word, and then you ask me to simplify that, and I say, oh, it's a disease in which this occurs.
I didn't ask you to.
If you just treat that as a typology, meaning you reduce it to the definition I gave you, that can lead to confusions when I employ that term. So now with this in mind, to answer your original question, if you ask me, is there a human ousia in Christ that contorts to reality? That question itself is vague, so I have to answer it in the two different senses in which it can be employed. In one sense, it can be employed.
I'm going to reply to
in reality, have the fullness of a humanity? I would say yes. If you mean, does it have a reality contorting in the sense that you predicate it to a homogeneous hypostasis and can enumerate it as such? I'd say no, it doesn't exist in that sense.
Again, Agen, you are answering this question are simply saying that if there is a way that you can say that it is diverse, then I would say no. But if there is a way in which you could say that it's the same, I would say yes. That's what you said. Now, the reason why you don't want to use the word diverse and the reason why you don't want to use the word same is because there might be issues down the road. Okay?
Yes.
Exactly. So the justification of the jargon rests on the fact that you can't define it.
No, I did define it.
No, you didn't. Because you said that if I use the word one second, I didn't interrupt you when you wanted to have your time to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
You define a term. Anytime that term is used, this is just what a definition is, right? Anytime a term is used, that term is going to mean exactly how you explicate it. I didn't ask you to summarize the term. I asked you to define the term. So you can be as expansive or as brief as you like. It's your choice. But when you simply say heterogeneous means diversity, anytime anyone hears that term, they are going to use that term and think diversity. Now, it's on you to define more clearer what heterogeneous means before you employ the term. Last time I checked, I don't think these terms are even used on the counters themselves, but I digress. Now, when it comes to this idea of Christ, okay, is there a sense in which we can say that the essence of Christ's humanity exists after the union?
And what was my answer? Because I told it to you. Remember?
I'm asking the question again. That's why I'm not regarding your answer before. I'm asking it again.
Okay, I'll give it one more time to be nice. If you just ask me, is there an essence in Christ after the union? Or if you just take that to mean the temporal subsistence of the incarnate word and not actually how after the union was meant in the councils, it would have to depend what you mean by contort to reality. Do you mean contort to the reality in the sense that ousias can be predicated of homogeneous things? No, because that doesn't apply to heterogeneous hypostases. And when I meant heterogeneous hypostases, if I use diversity, just because it can lead to problems down the road, it doesn't mean that my lack of defining it is what's led to that. It could just be a misunderstanding from the other person, even if my definition was very, very good. So with this in mind, in Christ, you can speak of him having a human ousia when you dictate that essential relation, which is carried over and retains a natural quality of the particular, which was made numerically one with the word.
Okay, again, so if it's numerically one, are they identical?
The word in the flesh, are they identical? What type of theory of identity are you applying?
No, you said that they're numerically one. Is there any system of identity that you appeal to?
When I say numerically one, I'm appealing to the patristic understanding, not modern understanding of numerical identity.
But numerically one is a counting system. You're saying that you count one.
Yeah.
Okay, so
what's my composition?
Okay, so you count by composition?
because there's one thing. I can give you a quote from Cyril, where basically he says, the term one doesn't just apply to things which are naturally simple, but also to things which are compounded in a synthesis. So I'm speaking of a product of a union of some composition.
Oh, but the product is still made of the things that are its parts, because the parts still exist.
But not just any parts, but these parts in their status of henosis, as Cyril says.
Okay, there's parts in their status of union, but they still exist.
Well,
like all you're saying, like the reason why you use henosis is just to say that they're united together.
You know what henosis literally means linguistically?
I think henosis means one making.
One making, exactly. Okay, so it's not just a type of loose union, but it's a one making.
Yeah, but it's not a loose union either. But my problem is, for example, right?
Well, you guys claim that.
I'll tell you this: there is a henosis of my intellect on my will, right?
Not in the sense that Cyril would have meant henosis.
Not in the sense. Okay, again, I don't think Cyril ever says that intellect and will don't have a henosis. He never says that. So you can't say that's not in Cyril's sense. That's your particular reading of Cyril.
Well, his henosis of the third letter to mysterious. His henosis is between two hypostases.
One second. He's using henosis in the sense of two hypostases. But what we want to establish is whether or not, when henosis is being used here, that one can say, and this is really important, that the things that are combining together under your view, because your view of counting means that we need to generate one thing. Mm-hmm. That under your system of counting, you would be able to, under yours, you would only be able to generate one thing.
Do you want me to show you this is Cyril's understanding?
I'm not going to even ask you for the citation because we're still on this point. You said
you contested that it's not Cyril. You said it's yours.
Contesting will be addressed later because we're still on this particular point because you added that. When you say numerically one, and you say that the oneness is one of henosis, right? Mm-hmm. I've given an example where intellect and will are actually fundamentally inseparable. Like you actually can't separate intellect and will in a human being.
Do you count them as two?
Yeah, you count them as two. Yeah.
And there wouldn't be a Cyrillian henosis.
No, here's the problem. Why do you count them as two?
Why do I count will and mind as two?
Why do you count intellect and will as two, even though they're inseparable in the human person that we're talking about?
Because they're not inseparable at their own level, but inseparable insofar as they subsist in one material.
Sorry, what do you mean at their own level?
At their own level would mean it would be picking apart Cyril's understanding of henosis kataphysin. Kata would be according to. It would modify what that henosis is being
according applied. So one making according to nature.
Let me get this point out. For Cyril, the henosis is between two unlike substrates. The henosis you just tried to give me was between two things that can be predicated to one substrate. When you have a henosis between two substrates and you say it's kataphysin, you're saying it's at their level.
Two substrates. Okay, so this is another thing. So you said,
when they become one, it would be at their level. But between mind and intellect, they're one insofar as they inhere in one, but they're not one at their level.
Hold on, one second, Agen. You just did it again. You said that there are two substrates that we are talking about. What definition of substrate are you employing?
I'm just using Cyril saying two hypostases. I'm trying to make that easy.
So substrate means hypostasis now.
Substrate, I'm just using it. If you want me to replace that with hypostasis.
What does substrate mean?
I don't want to get into a language debate on the word substrate. You want me to say two hypostases to make things easy?
Clear to everyone. What does substrate mean?
I'll make it clear. When I said two substrates, in this context, I was referring to two hypostases.
Okay, so substrate just means hypostasis. So all you're saying is really...
In this context.
Yeah, in this context, all you're really saying is what you said, SIIG, was between two things that aren't hypostasis, but I'm talking about two things that are hypostasis, so your actual example doesn't count. That means nothing here.
No, I didn't say that. That wasn't my argument.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said okay. And
I said two things. I said, because I'm speaking of two hypostases conjoining, and I'm applying the henosis at their level. The henosis you gave me between mind and intellect, their henosis is insofar as they both mutually inhere in one substance. The henosis I'm giving you is that it's a henosis between two substances, things that weren't instantiated under one compact thing, but were instantiated as two things which then needed to unite.
So there are two things that are, so for you, in your case of the union, now we finally got it, there are two things that are being combined here, correct? Okay, and that's the humanity and the divinity, right?
Yes, the word and the flesh.
Okay, and when, this is really important, when the humanity and divinity specifically combine in this way, there is no way in which you can pick out the humanity as it was without the consideration of the union, correct?
If you mean as it was in its homogeneous enumerative sense, you can't. If you mean as it was...
Homogeneous just mean in its one numbering sense. Like, homogeneous numerative means one numbering.
No. I gave you the explanation of what I meant by homogeneous and heterogeneous.
You gave me the definition of what heterogeneous
was. At the very beginning. You can even ask Bryce. I gave you the definition of homogeneous hypostasis I'm using and heterogeneous hypostasis. At the very, very beginning of the
heterogeneous hypostasis, not heterogeneous. Heterogeneous is a term that you're applying to hypostasis. We're being very precise, but we'll leave that and table that. What we're looking for here is whether or not we can actually say that within this composition that there is no mixing going on here. Now, you affirm that confessionally. We're going to see whether or not practically we can get to the same conclusion. When you can't identify the humanity and the divinity within the thing that we are considering, then there is no way to tell the humanity and divinity as different.
But I told you how we identify them and how we don't. For example, if I want to say whether or not Agen exists, if you ask me, does Agen exist in Congo? I tell you no. Does that mean Agen doesn't exist? No. You have to speak of how something exists in the peculiar manner in which it exists. So when you ask me, does the human ousia exist? I gave you the two different senses. I said yes for one of them, no for the other. I'll give them again.
This question.
I'll give them again.
I want to reply to that. That doesn't follow for this convo because the actual analogy you used was already presupposing a manner of existence. Notably, in Congo, you did not ask the question of just whether Agen exists. Okay. Now,
if you ask if Agen exists,
because after the union, right? After the union is just a language tool that we use to employ the fact that we can talk about Christ in the last days. But let's say that for you and your schema, the only sense in which you can talk about Christ is the God-man, the person that became a human being, correct? That's the only sense in which you can talk about. Now, in this consideration...
What did you say? I didn't hear you. Repeat that again.
That's fine. I'll repeat it again. For you can only talk about Christ in the way that he has humanity and divinity now. Correct? You can't talk about Christ
in the way he has humanity and divinity?
You can't talk about Christ as not having humanity, and you can't consider Christ as not having humanity. You can't consider that.
I'm telling you how we consider him with his humanity.
No, I'm saying you can't consider him in any sense without it.
Without it?
You can't do that.
I'm saying Christ does have humanity. I'm just explaining how he has it.
But I'm also telling you that you believe, like everyone else here, that you cannot talk about Jesus as not human.
I'm saying you have to talk of him as human. I said that already.
I know, which means what I just said, that you cannot talk about Jesus as not human.
I just answered that 5 times now, I know. We talk of him as human.
Okay, good. So yes to that. Let's just turn that there. Now, since you cannot talk about Christ as not human, how are we able to talk about, and this is really important, how are we able to talk about the hunger of Christ, for example, as something human rather than something divine?
Want me to explain it?
Sure.
And you're not going to cut me off?
No. I'm actually going to I will cut you off if I need to write something down, but that's okay.
The reason we know that Christ, for example, has hunger and that it's human and it's not divine is because for us, in front of us, we recognize the synthetic hypostases. When we recognize the synthetic hypostases, we say that it exhibits properties that are unlike entirely. And because of that, we know that it couldn't have been instantiated as such, but it must have been a product of union as such. Because we know it must have been a product of union as such, for there to be a product of union, it has to be a product of things that are not each other. So then in the mind, we divide those things which are not each other to determine which properties the one Emmanuel has and why he has them. When we figure that out, we give diverse formal causes according to the two things we contemplated in the mind. This is what Cyril would call en theoria monet.
Agen. So for you, your first sentence is something really important. You said when you recognize a synthetic hypostasis, which is again, assuming Miaphysitism here, when you recognize a synthetic hypostasis, it exhibits things that we know it cannot have without this synthesis.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you know this thing that we are talking about? Because there is no sense in which we can talk about of Christ as not human, like you just said. How do we know that this quality is not a divine quality?
Because I ran you down it, but if you want a very quick and easy way, we recognize opposition. We know opposition is because of union. We divide the union.
Okay, so again, I'm giving you a property, for example, like intellect, right? That doesn't have opposition to the divine intellect in your case, given the fact that Christ doesn't have a human intellect in the same way that I do. You said that.
I answered you. When we say, is Christ like us in every way?
Does Christ have a human intellect? I'll establish this. Because you said that. When did you say that? I'll tell you. You said it when you tried to explain the way in which Christ simply appropriates a human intellect rather than use it to the fullest capacity that human intellects do. So there are certain things that Christ's human intellect can't do.
I told you what I said earlier. Now you're strawmanning. What I told you, when we say Christ has human intellect, he has it instrumentatively. And then you ask, well, does he have it like I do? Well, you have it as a mere man. He has it in union with God. So it's the same in ousia, but it's not the same in the manner in which it's exhibited a union.
Okay, so again, that is answering the thing that I already know.
Then why'd you ask it?
Hold on. No. I asked it again for the purpose of the clarification, which was whether he has a human intellect. I've given you an example now of the human intellect and the divine intellect. Are there any properties regarding the human intellect that the divine intellect does not have?
They have
Christ's human intellect.
They have total opposition.
Okay. What causes the opposition?
You can recognize that one is omniscient. You can recognize that the other can only receive knowledge by communication and not by self-introspection of all things.
Sorry, so is there a sense in which the humanity of Christ, the human knowledge of Christ, is not omniscient?
Well, we view the flesh of Christ and its intellect in three ways. We view it en theoria, we view it as conceiving of the whole, and then we view it as conceiving of it being a rational instrument. When we conceive of it en theoria, we're completely dividing it and pretending as if it was never united in the first place. So then we would say it isn't omniscient. When we view it as a whole, it's as St. Theodore the Monk says, writing against the Agnoete, that the divinity of Christ communicates all things to the flesh. When we view it as an instrument, which is the third way, we view that the divine knowledge communicates to us through it the things which it wouldn't have had not there been a union.
Okay, but we're not talking about dividing it had there not been a union, because you said you cannot think about Christ in that way when you said there's no sense in which you can think of Christ, who is the Word, as not being human. So you can't consider the humanity in such a way. Now, given the fact that we can't communicate Christ in such a way like that, again, there is nothing in the human intellect of Christ that isn't in the divine intellect of Christ.
I didn't just say you can't think of the Word as not a man. You asked me, can you think of Jesus Christ as not being a man? When you said Jesus Christ, I was thinking that you said Emmanuel. If you're referring to the naked Word,
Emmanuel is the product of the two. You can't think of the product of the two. Okay, so you can only think of the product of the two as a product.
Because now if you ask me, can you conceive of the naked Word en theoria as not being a man? Yes, when you divide him from the human nature and the mind.
Sorry, you can't. Okay, so again, you're saying that you can conceive of those two things in the mind as different in theoria. But when you conceive of Christ's humanity in theoria, the thing that gives us the ability to see that this divinity is actually distinct from the humanity is because there is something in reality that's being conceived of.
Something in reality that's being conceived of? Repeat
when
your
you use, for example, we contemplate in theoria the distinction of three persons. We all do that.
Not in the same way.
Okay. So you use the particular faculty of the soul to do that. You don't use the faculty of the soul to do it for other things. Like Greg Rivnessa says,
I'll explain.
1 second, I haven't even finished.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. You aren't able to look at the energies of God that are posited into the world and generate the conclusion that there is more than one person. It is upon using the eye of the soul that you're able to do that. The same happens with Christ because it's the same faculty that's being used in the same way.
Not quite.
When you say it is the same faculty, hold on, it is the same faculty.
Let me explain.
With that being said,
Let me explain. Don't say 1 second and move on. You said something I disagree with.
1 second. I did the same thing and you moved on as well. Now, with that being said,
let me just say this one point real quick.
No.
Let me say this one point real quick.
No, I haven't finished.
What do you mean you haven't finished? You just conceded.
I haven't finished.
You just said you were going to move on. So you're building your argument on something I don't grant.
No. Again, you can address that particular premise the same way like Bryce asked me, if there's something I disagree with, I will note it and then table it, which is what he asked me to do. Now, you can do the same thing.
Okay.
When you say, okay.
But you cut me off. When you disagreed with something, you cut me off. I want to cut you off now.
When you say, okay. Agen.
SIIG, to be fair, that has been kind of going on in the convo. So just let him kind of give what he needs to give real quick and then continue.
All right, go ahead, Agen.
Antheoria and epinoia, as we apply it in the incarnation and as we apply it in God, is not the same. In God, St. Basil gives his definition of epinoia in Against Eunomius. He gives the example of a grain of sand. You look at something you first think is simple upon your first conception, and then your mind is communicated all the sense in which it has, for example, size, shape. So epinoia in this case is picking out things in reality through the mind. Epinoia in the case of Christ is explained by St. Cyril, it's explained by Nazianzus, it's explained by Paulus. That is specifically epinoia monet or theoria monet. It's only in the mind, it's not picking out something in reality. It's conceiving something in the mind based on some type of foundation in reality, but not picking up actual things in reality. I.e., the two things are being picked up in the mind because there's natural qualities you can pick out in reality. So epinoia in God is determining what actually is there. Epinoia in Christ is making a safe way for division that doesn't exist in reality.
Okay, so again, but if the division doesn't exist in the reality, then there's no principle for the particular division that you're using in the mind. For example,
the natural qualities.
Again, the natural qualities exist. You're saying those natural qualities exist.
And they inform that division in the mind.
Hold on. What makes the natural quality of this set rather than this set, apart from the fact that you think that's the case?
Opposition.
Okay, opposition. Okay. This is really cool. What generates opposition in the human intellect of Christ, which is indistinguishable in the way it relates to the person than the divine intellect of Christ?
Repeat your question, try and make it more grammatical. I'm not kind of lost.
More grammatical, I think it was fine.
Just repeat it one more time.
Okay, that's fine. The human intellect of Christ has everything the divine intellect of Christ has, right?
When viewed as a whole, not when viewed in its division, and not when viewed
when viewed as a property which is imbued with the grace of Christ. There is nothing
that the Great model
has that the divine intellect has had. I haven't appealed to a model yet.
That's Gregory the Great's model of the communication by grace. I
haven't appealed to a model yet.
Well, to say that the divine mind communicates by grace to the human mind was first espoused by Gregory the Great against the Ignoramus.
What I'm saying, right, is simply the things that the human intellect has, the divine intellect also has in Christ specifically.
When viewed as a whole, not when viewed in itself.
Okay, but you can't view it in itself, right? And the reason for that, you are saying that you can in theoria.
Yes.
But what grants that opposition is the fact that it does not have or relate these things to these other things. But the problem is, look.
It doesn't make any sense.
I'm just going to say it again, okay? You are saying that the human intellect opposes itself to the divine intellect in this manner of consideration, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why you want to make that manner of consideration a thing is because you think that this thing actually creates an opposition as a property itself when you do this method of consideration.
Is your question just boiling down to what distinction and opposition do you find between the human intellect and the divine intellect in reality?
What generates the opposition?
Yeah, I'll explain that. Mm-hmm. I told you there's three ways of viewing the flesh. Viewing it as a whole.
I already heard that. As a whole.
I have to do that one more time. As a whole.
Out of the three ways, what generates the opposition? Out of the three ways, which one?
Because when we conceive of the humanity as an instrument, that's the last way.
So the last way generates the opposition.
Yes.
Okay. What about conceiving the humanity as an instrument generates the opposition of the human intellect from the divine intellect? Because the divine intellect doesn't use the human intellect, in your view. It's the person, correct?
Well, the person has a divine intellect and through that uses the human intellect.
Yeah, but again, the divine is not the word being opposed to
let me tell you what generates.
It's the divine intellect being opposed to the human intellect.
Let me tell you what generates.
I'm going to tell you because we're right here now. Is the human intellect being opposed from Christ, the word that's using it instrumentally, or the divine intellect that's using it instrumentally? Which one?
Well, the divine word is his intellect subsistent with the divine essence as begotten. So it's kind of like
not the same thing, though, under your view.
They're not mutually exclusive.
They're not the same thing, though.
Well, they're not the same thing as one characterizes the substance.
So in Christ is not identical to his divine intellect, is he?
Let me tell you, not formally. There's a formal distinction.
Okay. So in whatever level they are not the same, that's all I need. It's fine, right? I don't need to do this jargon. What's going on now is we found finally that there is this thing that generates the distinction between what you want to call human intellect and divine intellect.
You didn't hear what generates the opposition.
That distinction? Yeah, you did.
No,
is
I
the
didn't
way that you consider them as an instrument of the other.
I didn't explain why that's the case. You have to let me do that.
I'm granting that it is the case for you.
Okay, so you grant that there's actually opposition.
I'm talking still about the fact that this is what you think grants that distinction. Now, my question is, given the fact that this is what grants that distinction, I asked you whether or not the divine intellect is being opposed to the human intellect, or it's the divine word, because the divine intellect is not the thing that uses the human intellect as the instrument. It is the person, like you said.
Let me explain.
I'll ask you again, using your instrumental schema, how do you get an opposition?
That's what I just said I'll do for you. You said no. You said no, I'll grant that when I asked you 5 times if I can do that. So you're just being a sophist now, but fine, I'll do it for you.
I'm not even being sophistic.
I'll do it for
you. Question.
I'll do it for you. Because we know that anything that's created could never, ever have knowledge via unitive knowledge through itself. God knows all things through himself. He doesn't know them propositionally. He doesn't know them in relation to other things. He doesn't know them contingently. He knows them by being the first mover and having knowledge of all things unitively. Christ's flesh is instantiated of the created universal, and it requires, via consubstantiality, as we can see in other men, that it does not have all knowledge through itself, because if it does, then there would be 2 first causes. Only one thing can be fully omniscient.
That's fine. But again, there's a problem. When I say that's fine, I'm just saying thank you for saying. I'm saying thank you for speaking. When you do that, that already assumes that those 2 things are different. Okay? However, and this is the real thing, you said your method of distinguishing, just so everyone's clear, your method of distinguishing was one is an instrument of the other. You were very clear on this.
Yes,
now, you just said your reasons why is because the divine intellect does not know things via discursion. It does not know things propositionally. The human intellect does. The human intellect has certain things or types about itself that the divine intellect does not have. That's what you are saying. But we're not talking about the human intellect and divine intellect as properties of the way that the human intellect would relate to just another human. We are talking about the property of the human intellect as human within the person that has both of them. But since there's no nature that acts as the principle for those differences, we need another way of generating their distinction. No, the supposition is on your end. You don't believe that there are natures that distinguish themselves.
Let me talk now. I already told you. I already told you I grant the fullness of human essence. I just told you I don't count it homogeneous.
But you said that you don't count 2 because you have a different counting method. So since you don't count 2 essences, there is no sense in which you can generate that there are 2 things that ground their difference.
That's the thing in question, though.
Do you ground the differences between the human set of properties and the divine set of properties for a nature according to each?
I'll explain how. Because we know...
Is that a yes?
Because we know it's a heterogeneous hypostasis, we know that it has to be a product...
because it's a different hypostasis.
If it has to be a product of something, it could not have been instantiated that way. If it could not have been instantiated that way, it must be a union of something that was instantiated and another thing that was instantiated.
But the problem is we're trying to see whether or not we can tell the difference between this set and that set.
Therefore, the human essence subsists in the homogeneous hypostasis of the flesh. The divine essence subsists in the homogeneous hypostasis of the word. And when they combine, the natural quality remains. So I do believe in the affirmation of a humanusia. I just don't count the
natural qualities that
remain. I just don't count it homogenously. So I still affirm...
You don't count them as different things. You don't. Now, you don't need to use the term homogeneous. You don't count them as different things. You don't say that there is a human essence in Christ and a divine essence in Christ.
Who told you that? Who told you? The only thing I said
let's do this. The only thing I told you... Would you please say, Agen, you could end this all right now. You could end this all right now. Agen, this is going to be the final thing I'm going to say.
Let me speak.
Agen, could you say, because you said that no one's ever said that you've said that, that's fine.
Let Agen say what he's going to say and then SIIIG continue your critique.
You're interrupting me because you know what I'm going to say.
No,
when I affirm that there's a human usia, I'm affirming that it exists. But I'm not affirming that it exists by speaking of two usia. And what that means is you can speak of a human usia in the human hypostasis, you can speak of the divine usia in the divine hypostasis. You know that they unite. What you can say is that Christ is of one usia with man. You can say that. What you can say is that Christ is of one usia with God. What I'm saying you cannot say is that Christ has two usia.
Okay, so if Christ has the same usia as man, and he has the same usia as God, right? This is really important, okay? Is the usia that he has with man identical to the usia that he has with God?
No. So when we just view counting by identity,
so they are different usia.
When you just view them by counting by identity, just the usia
you just said that there are two different usia. You just said it.
Let me explain. If you were just speaking of the relation,
I want you just to answer that because
I'm going to answer. Did
you say whether or not?
I'm going to answer, SIIG. If you're just viewing the usia,
I haven't even gone off the ground yet.
If you're just viewing the usia's relation to the usia, of course you can say two usia. If you're viewing the usia's relation to the usia in the hypostases, you cannot say there are two usia.
Okay, so again, you are just saying, if you look at these two usia, you can say that there's two usia, but as soon as you say and include the person of the word, you can't say there's two usia for whatever confessional reason, okay? But we've gotten to the point now that there are two usia that we can speak of. Now, when the word is the subject that we are talking about, the word is the subject that is homoousion with the Father and homoousion with the humanity, with humans, okay? With humans, okay, is the way that Christ, and this is in no sense talking about before the consideration of the union, but in its consideration, is Christ homoousios with humans in this union. The thing that he's homoousios with humans is that identical to the thing that makes Christ homoousios with the Father.
Repeat your question. You kind of cut out a little bit. What did you say?
That's okay, because my Wi-Fi might be bad. In the union of Christ that we have, is the thing that makes Christ homoousios, so the usia that makes Christ homoousios with humans, is that the same usia as the usia that makes Christ homoousios with the Father?
St. Gregory Nazianzus answers this question against Apollinaries. He says it's like when you just view species as they are. You can speak of divine usia, you can speak of dog usia, animal usia, human usia. That's all.
I'll ask the question again when you're done.
I'm going to answer you. I have to build this case.
It's either a yes or no.
I have to build this case. And then you'll get your yes.
You don't. You just need to say yes or no.
You'll get the yes or no when I build the case. If you're just viewing usia's relations to usias, there's hundreds of usias. There's divine usia, human usia, etc. Your question was very clear. Within Christ, is the usia that makes him a human usia the same as the usia that makes him a divine usia? You're just viewing the relation between usia as they are. When you want to say Christ is two usia, Christ has two usia, you're no longer speaking of the usia's relations to each other. You're speaking of the relation to the person and then applying a relation to each other. That's what I don't let you speak about. You can't speak of Christ having two usia. You can't speak of Christ being into usia. You can't speak of Christ being two usia after the union. But if you're just viewing the usia themselves, regardless of any instantiation, regardless of any particularization, you can speak of one usia, two usia.
You understand that your citation of Gregory doesn't actually matter for the case because you weren't able to answer yes or no.
I answered the question.
Again, so is the answer to the question yes, they're identical, or yes, they're not? No, they're not identical. Which one?
The divine usia is not identical to the human usia. It's not identical to the
dog usia. The usia that makes Christ homoousios with the Father, is that usia identical to the usia that makes Christ identical to the humanity? Yes or no?
When you're conceiving the relation between usia, no, they're not identical.
Okay, so there are two non-identical usia that we are speaking about. Because again, this whole time, like I said to you, and we were very clear, we're talking about in the way that we can talk about the union. This usia doesn't stop existing.
But it stops being counted.
Okay. What makes it lose its counting property?
I'm about to tell you. Because you can only count an usia of a subject whenever you're viewing it via that particular of which it's homogeneous, i.e. when you're
wait, can you repeat that? Just repeat that, please.
Okay, when you're speaking of Agen, you have, for example, him as a homogeneous hypostasis. You can say he has
as the same hypostasis, right? Because homogeneous means same.
Yes, it's homogeneous all throughout. It doesn't exhibit contradiction.
It's the same, okay.
So it's the same all throughout. So when you have a human hypostasis, you can say Agen has a human ousia. When you have a divine hypostasis, you can say the Word has a divine ousia. When you have a heterogeneous hypostasis, it no longer gets the same rules as homogeneous hypostasis.
When you have a different hypostasis, it doesn't get the same rules as the same hypostasis.
Heterogeneous hypostasis. This is a hypostasis that exhibits properties of otherness. It doesn't have the same properties throughout, and it could not be accounted by a universal. So
hold on. But this hypostasis that we're talking about, the universal, we do know that the hypostasis that we're talking about doesn't actually exist even before the union. Right?
The universal isn't the foundation for the heterogeneity. A union is. So because you're no longer speaking of instantiation, but you're speaking of a product of a union, to insert ousia would only ever be possible if you were still speaking of a homogeneous hypostasis.
But again, this is the issue. You are saying that the hypostasis itself, which again, before the union, doesn't actually exist. There's nothing that exists there, right? We know that.
Temporally or epistemologically?
Temporally it doesn't exist.
Well, when we say what grounds its epistemic content is that it exists.
Right?
No, it's
because you can't say that you can't say that you know something that doesn't exist.
It's the following.
Wait, hold on. Can you say that you know something doesn't exist? Just yes or no, please, right? And in fact, you can cite a father. Does any father argue that you can know something that doesn't exist?
You can know something that doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
You can't know it as it is because it doesn't exist.
You can't know a thing that doesn't exist in any sense because it doesn't exist.
Well, for example, it depends on how you know. Like I can say I know a squared circle. I know that
is there any epistemic content that can be ascertained from that? There's no epistemic content in a squared circle.
No, nothing.
Okay, so then what we're doing right now is ascertaining, right? There's no epistemic content in that.
You said no. Yeah. For example, do you know what I mean when I say square circle?
Yes. Pardon?
Do you know what I mean when I say square circle?
No.
You don't know what I mean?
No, no one does. No.
Okay. Do you know what I mean when I say unicorn?
Yes.
Okay. Does a unicorn exist?
Does a unicorn exist? Yes. There's a sense in which a unicorn exists.
What's that sense in which a unicorn exists?
It can exist as a concept. It can exist as a story.
Okay. And does this concept and story actually exist?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can know something that exists as a concept.
Yes, because concepts actually exist, right?
Now,
I think when you say actual existence, you mean the scholastic sense of having some sort of grounding in reality such that it's tangible. But I understand. Yeah. But the problem that I have with this, and not with that idea of existence, but what I have with this is you are talking about something that in no way has an existence apart from, and this is really important,
talking about the flesh. You know how I ascertain it in theory? I can lead you down it. The way I ascertain the human hypostasis...
I was texting someone in chat. So when you say that...
The way that I ascertain a human hypostasis is because I know that no universal can instantiate for itself a composite hypostasis. A composite hypostasis necessarily needs the prerequisite of being a union of something.
Well, the problem is that what grounds but the thing that's doing the union is the person. It's not that there is a human hypostasis, that Christ...
Well, we say the union is from two hypostases. So that's what's
I know you say that. Later on, people disagree. But the problem that we have is there a union of two real hypostases?
What do you mean by real? Does it actually have existence?
So the way in which that Christ's divine hypostasis exists, is that the same way in which the human hypostasis exists as well?
When we're talking about entheoria and trying to conceive it temporally now after the incarnation, yes. If we're speaking temporally prior to the incarnation, no.
Okay, so after the incarnation, the human hypostasis exists.
Temporally or epistemologically?
Again, you said temporally. So temporally after the union, does the human hypostasis exist?
Temporally after the union, no, it doesn't exist.
Okay, so there is no human hypostasis, which would mean I don't think there's a difference between human hypostasis and human nature in Christ after the union, right? So for you, there is no human hypostasis after the union, correct? Okay.
It doesn't have its enumeration, but the foundation for it...
No, it doesn't have an existence. That's really important. There's no existence of a hypostasis after the union.
It has a foundation of its existence, qua the natural qualities, and then we conceive of it in the mind.
Okay, but the problem is the natural qualities themselves are being, like you said, opposed to the divine natural qualities. But I gave you a natural quality, such as, let's say, power, right? Christ has human power, right?
Yeah.
The human ability to do something, okay? Yes. Is there anything in Christ's human ability to do something that isn't in the divine ability to do something?
Yes, and it's by negation, it's by cataphatic predication, apophatic predication. We know some things can belong to God only.
Wait, no. So what things within the property of power as a human that Christ has is not in there?
Christ's powers are under the bounds of essential potencies. So he has a bounds of things he can do. For example, I can't do photosynthesis. It's not within my essential potencies. A flower can do photosynthesis.
Sure, but neither can God in this case, right?
I can do human reproduction, correct? So I'm different than a plant, and I can recognize within its potencies and powers, it has a certain.
We're talking about again like theonomist, right? Like the ability for a particular potential to be, established in reality. When you say, and this is really cool, when you say that Jesus, we say that Jesus is all powerful, even again in like Matthew 28, right? So I'm quoting the Bible. He says that all authority on heaven and earth has been given unto me. So there's nothing within the bounds of Christ's power, even as a human, that he doesn't have.
Well, he has certain human potencies that are because he has a human particular that is instantiated of a human universal. I'll give you an example. Can the divinity walk?
Can the divinity walk?
Yeah.
If it had a body, it would be able to walk, but...
No, but qua
divinity, well, again, natures themselves don't do anything, so...
Okay, the divine word, qua himself, can he walk?
The divine word qua himself is a human as well, so yeah, he can.
Okay, wait. The divine word qua himself is human. Was he always human qua himself?
So qua himself, are you talking about temporally or epistemically?
You just said something very serious. Qua himself, intrinsically, can the divine
because the humanity of Christ is intrinsic to the person after union.
Was it always intrinsic to the person?
Was it always intrinsic to the person? Again, temporally or epistemically?
Temporally.
Okay, so temporally, we can speak of a dispensation, but epistemically, we're going to only consider the union, like you.
Talking about intrinsically, in reality, in time, did Christ gain properties in the divine hypostases intrinsically, which he didn't have before?
Did he gain properties?
Intrinsically, which he didn't have before.
Okay, sure. We can say that Christ gained property. Yeah, we can say Christ gained
divine
property.
hypostases changed.
So this is hold on, and I want to be really important here. Okay, the same way that temporally there is in your system a substance of which does undergo some sort of intrinsic relation.
Wait, SIIG, you just said the divine hypostases gained something you didn't have before.
Hold on. I'm saying that there is a relation in which Christ has to his humanity. Now, gaining a property is what is vague. You believe the reason I said sure was so that I can explicate. Is that okay? Now,
explicate.
when you say that Christ has human properties after the union, right? This is applied to the person. And there is no way in which that you can enumerate this, right?
You said it's intrinsic. It doesn't matter. So you affirm that God intrinsically
hold on. Is it extrinsic? Is there any sense? Hold on. Is it extrinsic?
You said it's intrinsic.
Is it extrinsic?
Forget me now. You just made a big blunder.
No, it's fine for you. Is it extrinsic?
No, you don't shift the question.
Is it extrinsic? Is it extrinsic, Agen? Is it extrinsic?
You just made a blunder.
Agen, is it extrinsic, yes or no?
I'm not engaging with that question.
Intrinsicness,
I'm not engaging with that question.
Intrinsicness can do with the economy. I have no issue with this. Agen, is it extrinsic, yes or no?
Hold on. You got caught saying that God intrinsically.
No. I did not get caught in any sense.
What we'll do, okay, is that Agen just answer the question, and then you can
I want him to answer this specific question with either yes or no.
I'm not committed to answering this.
Hold on. Yes, you can. You are.
No,
it's either extrinsic or it's not. Is it extrinsic, Agen?
I don't have the same.
Is the union between Christ and his humanity extrinsic? Yes or no?
I don't have the same issue as you.
Is it extrinsic, yes or no,
Let me
Agen?
catch you first on what you said.
Agen, is it extrinsic, yes or no?
Let me catch you on what you said first.
Is it extrinsic, yes or no?
You're running away from the fact.
Is it extrinsic, yes or no?
You're running away from the fact.
Is it extrinsic, Agen, yes or no?
I'm not engaging with your question until
I know you don't want to engage with the question because you know that under your schema there is no human hypostasis after the union because it's intrinsic to the word. Is it extrinsic, yes or no?
You're doing a two-quoque way. You're trying to.
I'm not doing a two-quoque way. I can explicate my view, but I want to ask you: is it extrinsic, Agen, yes or no?
What my position has no bearing on your
extrinsic, yes or no, Agen?
Wait, guys, really quick. Agen, is it okay? Listen, I understand when you want to catch him on something. Can you answer his question and then he'll mute his mic and then you go ahead and you catch him on what you
please do catch me. Is it extrinsic? And I need a yes or a no. Is it extrinsic?
Do you promise if I answer your question, you're not going to do a follow-up? You're going to let me chase down what you just said?
If you say yes or no specifically.
Okay, you're gonna make sure, Bryce, right? You're going to make sure.
If you explicitly say it is extrinsic or it's not extrinsic, then I won't reply.
The flesh is in every way extrinsic to the word, and then they become numerically one. And because extrinsic or intrinsic relations have to do with things which are enumerated, and there's no more enumeration, that's a logical fallacy to apply that type of relation, because I don't come.
Okay.
Now it's my turn.
Okay, now go ahead. Agen.
Now it's my turn. Because SIIG, you just said God intrinsically.
I only got about 15 more minutes, so go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so you said that God intrinsically gained something which he didn't have before, intrinsically in his hypostases.
I did not say God.
You said the word.
Yeah. And the word is a person. The word is in the divine essence.
Okay. Did the person of the word intrinsically change?
Depends on what you mean by intrinsic.
The way that you define that the intrinsic properties of the humanity are intrinsic to the word.
Yeah, as in the fact that it can be properly appropriated to the word. That's what I mean. Because when we talk about intrinsic, right, there is no proper way in which I can say that a hammer is mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can buy a hammer. It wouldn't necessarily be mine. It would be, in some sense, economically mine, but it wouldn't be intrinsically mine, meaning that I truly possess the property. So intrinsic does not always mean belonging to the essence. I don't affirm that. But I affirm that intrinsic can mean that it is affirming to the person.
I'm granting that. Let's say distinction between essence.
So now, with that being said, right, I now want to pick up on this thing. You said it's a logical fallacy. Exactly what fallacy was committed when I asked the question?
Let him answer.
Hold on.
That's fine.
The questions have been asked by SIIG for about 30 to 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
Let Agen continue doing what he's doing for the last 15 minutes. It's only fair.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So did the word intrinsically change as a person? I'm granting you distinction between essence and person.
What kind of change are you using here?
Going from one intrinsic status to another.
Again, what do you mean by intrinsic?
The way that you defined it. It's not something...
So your account of change is using my definition of intrinsic and just applying the word change again?
I want to hear from your perspective. Could you say that?
That doesn't mean anything. That's not an account of change, so I can't answer the question.
Okay. Did the word intrinsically go from one thing to another thing?
From one thing to another thing?
Yes.
Again, I don't really know what that would mean. I would have to say no, because it's not really something I understand.
Okay. You said that the word intrinsically gained human properties and he didn't have them all the time. So he gained them temporally. Did the word have an intrinsic set of properties in his hypostases which he did not have?
What I said is temporally one can speak of the fact that Christ possesses these things.
Okay, and he possesses them intrinsically, as you said.
And intrinsically means in relation to the person. Okay. But that has nothing to do with whether or not Christ would have to undergo change. You would have to say, hold on. You would have to say that Christ has to have in some way be edited by the humanity, which I don't believe. Now, the way that the editing would work would be whether or not in some way the humanity acts on the divinity, which I don't believe. I believe that the divinity acts on the humanity. The temporal notion that we are speaking about is when he was born in time.
That wasn't my question.
But when we're talking about, when we're talking about the union itself, because the person that's entering the union is an eternal person, just explaining what I'm saying, then that intrinsic relation to the humanity is in a present for Christ rather than some sort of temporal notion. Now, what you're referring to is the economy of salvation. I have no issue with saying that Christ in the economy of salvation, we can actually pinpoint the specific economic time. That has nothing to do with that, though.
Okay. Is the human nature subject to flux and change?
The humanity is subject to change, yeah.
Okay, and because all of the properties of the humanity are intrinsic to the word, is the word intrinsically subject to change?
Sorry, that doesn't necessarily seem to follow. That's actually
I didn't even make an argument. I asked a question. I'm going to repeat it again.
The question relies on a particular assumption of what intrinsic means. Hold on.
I'm going to repeat it again.
I'm just going to continue. It's going to continue.
I'm going to repeat it again.
All right, repeat your question again, Agen. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You said that the human nature is subject to flux and change. That's one of its
I said the humanity is subject to flux and change, yes.
And you said that the properties of the humanity are intrinsic to the word. So
meaning that the word possesses them, meaning that it truly is the word thing. However, it does not mean hold on.
It does not mean that editing will be able to happen on the part of the word. The same way that death does not. Hold on.
Sig. We have to, please, man. We have to. I'm
just gonna explain it's easier. It's fine.
Okay. So because the humanity is subject to flux and change, and that's its properties. And you said the human properties are intrinsic to the word, and I'm granting this to the person and not to the essence, and it means he properly possesses those. With all of that explanation that you gave, did the person of the word intrinsically change at the union?
Depends on what you mean by intrinsic, right?
Okay.
But
By
when you
intrinsic,
say
I mean
intrinsic,
properly belonging to the
all
word.
right, go ahead again.
Properly belonging to the word, but not by way of extrinsic relation.
Okay, so the way in which it would be intrinsic to the word would be that the word instantiates the humanity in such a way that it truly is possessive of it. It does not mean that the things that are appropriated in editing, that the things that are appropriated in editing to the humanities, because you're going to have to include this, the things that are appropriated to the word in editing are going to be affected the word in such a way as that the change would occur.
With that in mind.
This is something that happens on your view. For example, when Christ dies, I didn't. I answered the particular question, and then I'm able to critique your view.
No, that's a tu quoque. You didn't
answer. That's not a tu quoque. Tu quoques only happen when you say you also believe this. I already explained the particular view, and then I moved to your view.
No, because you didn't answer my question.
Why don't you want me to move to your view? I've already explained mine.
Answer my question.
Yes, I did.
Well,
I did.
To be fair, Sig, you've been on his view for about 45 minutes.
No, go ahead.
Last time, granting your definition of intrinsic, that it means that it belongs properly to the word because he instantiates it within himself. If the humanity
I did not say within himself. No.
Okay, he instantiates it and it belongs properly to his person. With that in mind, because the humanity is subject to flux and change, did the word intrinsically become subject to flux and change?
No, because your idea of intrinsicness seems to be equivocal here. By intrinsicness, you want to say that the particular property, hold on, you said by my definition, but the question, in order to be asked in such a way as it makes semantic sense, needs to require an equivocal usage. And the reason why that requires an equivocal usage, I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead again, Agen. I didn't even interrupt you.
I'm using your definition. You're saying you need to use a definition that like we can both, forget that. I'm using your definition.
Yes, so my definition is that the word, what I mean by intrinsic is that the word edits and modifies the humanity. That's what I mean.
Okay.
So when change is being ascribed to the word, it's only in the sense that the word is changing the humanity. The same way when people want to say that God is changing by repenting. Hold on.
Are you applying a Thomistic mixed relation or a real relation?
I'm not using Thomistic language. I'm using the language I gave you. I'm not jargonizing.
Are you using an Aristotelian understanding of mixed relation?
I'm not jargonizing. I'm using the particular words I've used now. Are any of my words unclear?
Yes, it was unclear because you said
what was the term that was unclear?
I'll tell you because you said the flux is according. You said that the flux is according to the humanity, but then you said also that all of the properties of the humanity are intrinsic to the word. So because of that,
I said that.
Given your definition of intrinsic, that it properly belongs to the word and it isn't external. Did God, the word, intrinsically become subject to flux and change, given your definition of intrinsic?
Again, given my definition has an idea of intrinsicality, which means that one can possess something, but the idea of possession is going to be multifold. One of the definitions of possessing or intrinsicality here is going to be something like you being able to impart on something such that
I didn't hear an answer. I
actually did answer it. I said, given my definition of intrinsic, it would not follow. No.
It would not fall. Then why'd you say that God, the word, intrinsically gained the human properties?
Because the idea of gaining the properties there is insofar as the word edits the humanity that he possesses.
But you said he intrinsically has those properties.
Because intrinsic means that process of being able to relate to it.
So then did the word get edited in his person?
The word itself did not get edited, but
why'd you say the human properties?
Because I believe in a distinction between the nature and the person, which you don't.
You said the human properties are intrinsic to the word. You said intrinsic means altering the person, and then you said it's not altering.
I didn't say altering the person. That's a lie. I said the nature.
Editing the person.
No, I didn't say editing the person. I never said that.
Yes, you did.
I said the person edits the humanity. That's what I said.
You also said it edits the person.
No, I never said that.
Yes, you did. If I show you saying that, will you concede?
Will I concede what?
Will you concede that the word actually intrinsically changed given the definition?
That does not follow. That concession doesn't follow at all.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because all I can say is, if that's the thing that I said, then I can retract. But I'm very sure I didn't say that.
Oh, you're going to retract?
If it's something that I said, I can say I misspoke because that's not what I said. What I said is that the person intrinsically gains the human properties. But I did not say that the person intrinsically is edited. I never said that.
And as human properties,
I said that change would only be ascribed to the word if the person was edited. I did not say the other thing you said.
You just said that he intrinsically gained human properties. Are human properties being subject to flux and change?
Okay, human properties?
Yes. Is a property of humanity being subject to flux and change?
Okay, how would the property be?
Yes or no?
How would the property be? Again, indeterminate. I think the question is vague.
Okay, is it true of humanity?
In what way would a human property be subject to change?
I'm saying, is it a property of humanity to be subject to change?
Is being subject to change a property of the humanity?
Yes.
Okay, it's a property of the humanity.
Good.
But the property of the humanity only exists because the divine person instantiates that, meaning that it keeps it in its existence.
If it's a property of humanity to be subject to change, and you said all the human properties are intrinsic to the word, is it intrinsic to the word to be subject to change?
Again, if by intrinsic you mean that the word edits the humanity,
your understanding of intrinsic.
Right. And intrinsic means subject to, and I want to be very clear, editing the humanity.
Then why'd you say that? Then okay. So yes, God the word intrinsically can be subject to change.
No, God, again, if by intrinsic you just mean that it edits the humanity, then God the word would be using that particular thing on the humanity. God the word is not the thing possessing the change. Again, possessing, because intrinsic means being able to possess the properties in such a way that he keeps those things in existence, not actually possessing the properties in such a way that it is proper to call that thing some sort of editing. That is intrinsic usage.
I'm not even making the argument that his essence was altered. You're saying that he intrinsically was not
trying to make the argument that I'm saying the word was altered. That's what you're trying to do.
You're saying that he was intrinsically not subject to change, and then you're saying one day he was intrinsically had all the human properties. One of those properties is being subject to change.
Okay, so again, if by intrinsic, because again, intrinsic just means being able to properly give this thing the thing.
That's not the
thing
definition
is
of
being
intrinsic.
given.
Where do you get that definition from?
I'm again, like I said, I don't need to jargonize, so I'm giving you a usage of intrinsic. Where do you get that
definition of intrinsic?
I'm using this definition for this conversation. The same way that I'm not appealing to a particular schema.
To get out of the, you just made
I'm using a particular. No, I'm just not being committed to a schema right now.
Yeah, you're not being committed to anything. You just made that up once I asked that question.
No, because I needed to make sure that you don't misrepresent me on the terms that I introduced.
What's happening
the same way that when you use heterogeneous, hold on 1 second.
Said yes to
Am I allowed to answer? Am I allowed to answer?
Am I allowed to answer? Am
I allowed to answer, Agen? I'm gonna have to be able to answer here.
You did answer.
The reason why, Agen, I'm gonna have to be able to answer. The reason why I use a term is so that I can clarify the bounds of its usage. If you, for example, introduce a term that does not have any relation to any other schema, you also would need to do the same thing. This is just standard across conversation. For example, when the word heterogeneous was used, you weren't appealing to a schema because you're not a scholastic and you don't need to appeal to Porphyry's tree. You use the definition of heterogeneous for your own intents and purposes, even though it's not irrelevant. The same way, I can use a term in a conversation such that it's able to be used in such a way
that we get it. You made up a definition. Let me ask you another question.
If the term intrinsic is a bit nebulous for you, I am very willing to drop the term intrinsic.
Did God the word intrinsically walk?
Is the word intrinsic nebulous for you?
Did God the word? I'm asking the question. Did God the word intrinsically?
I know
walk?
You're asking the question, but it depends on whether or not the term is actually clear.
Did God the word intrinsically walk?
Depends on whether the term intrinsic is clear for you.
It's the word that you use. Did God the word intrinsically?
That's fine.
Walk?
Is the word that I use clear for you?
It's wrong, but I'll grant it for this question.
Is it clear?
That's irrelevant to my question because
it's very relevant because you can't ask vague questions to me.
I'm granting your definition for the question.
Schoolboy up.
Did God the word intrinsically walk?
It depends on whether the term is clear, Agen.
Again, I'm saying for this question, I'm granting your definition.
You can grant a definition and still accept the question that the term is unclear.
Did God the word intrinsically walk?
Okay, so God the Word was able to instantiate the action of walking, and thus it can properly be his.
Okay, so it's predicated.
It's the person. It's definitely the person walking rather than.
Okay, good. So the person is walking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the person changing?
No, because the mode by which.
So now you predicate.
I'm just going to answer the question. That's fine. Because the mode by which the person is walking is through the instantiation of the humanity. The person itself isn't undergoing that editing or modification. Okay. What's editing and being modified is the humanity that's giving the Christ the ability to walk.
You said it happens to the person, not to the nature.
That's what's going on.
You said it happens
but you don't
to the
understand
person,
that, given the fact that you interrupt me.
You said it happens to the person, not to the nature, SIIG. So you just got busted.
I said it's proper to say that the person is walking and not the nature, because natures don't do things.
So it would be proper to the person changing and not to the nature.
Hold on, but
it would be proper.
Itself,
yes or no?
Change
it would be proper.
Itself. Hold on, change itself. I'm still in the middle of my answer because you asked me a question, Agen.
Not to the nature. Yes or no?
Am I allowed to answer, please?
Let SIIG answer real quick, and then Agen, you can provide one more thing, and then I gotta go.
All right, thank you very much. And in fact, Agen, if you want to come to Rise to Serve, we can continue this conversation. Now, when it comes to the issue, and do you want to come to Rise to Serve to continue the conversation or not?
Whatever, just figure out your question.
Is that a yes? Is that a yes?
We'll see you guys there. We'll see you guys there.
No. Is that a yes, Agen? Is that a yes?
Nick, you're avoiding the question I asked.
I'm not avoiding. I'm about to answer.
That later.
Is that a yes? Is that a yes?
We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that later.
Is that no? I don't want to talk about it now. Is that yes? I just want
to. Sure. We'll do it. I don't care.
Okay. So immediately after the stream ends, we're going over to Bryce's server, right?
Okay, whatever. Sure, let's do it.
Good. Right now,
can you answer the question?
To answer the question, right? To answer the question. So, natures don't do things, persons do things, as we all know.
Okay.
Given the fact that natures don't do things, but persons do things, the nature is going to be the principle of the activity that we are talking about, meaning the reason why the activity can be done. However, activity or actions are not going to be applied to change, because change itself isn't an action. It is something that is done onto someone else. It's like the receiving of act. Okay, I have not even finished my answer.
Wait. You said it's done onto someone.
Agen, I haven't even finished.
Wait, you said it's done onto someone, yes or no? You said it's done onto someone?
I said someone or something. Calm down.
Okay.
Now, to continue, Agen, for example, a rock isn't a someone, but a rock can change given the fact that the rock can be edited by something else that isn't a rock.
Did the human nature change, or did the divine person change?
Agen, again, I just want to continue, okay? The principle for the change is going to rest on the humanity. However, the action that's being talked about, which is, for example, walking, is being instantiated by the person of the Word, since the person of the Word is using the nature that he has. The same way I use my human nature to walk too.
Okay.
So there's no issue there, is there?
Okay, watch this. Did the human nature change by spatially changing by walking?
Did the human nature change?
By spatially changing via walking.
Okay, so the human nature itself isn't being edited by anything else other than the Word. However, in this particular instance, change isn't actually being enacted here, given the fact that... All right, I'm just gonna again, spatial change isn't going to be applied to the nature of the humanity, because the human nature isn't going to be locally challenged here. So again, the question would be fallacious to be asked.
Good. So it's not done to the nature, it's done to the person.
No, I'm saying the question is fallacious because the actual account of change isn't clear.
Hold on. Is spatially changing proper to the nature? You said no. So is it proper to the person?
No, I'm saying that the term change isn't clear here. Spatial change isn't clear here.
Going from one point to another, not being in the same location.
Okay, again, the term change is what's being disputed.
Dude, stop being a sophist. Stop being a sophist.
Not being a sophist, Agen. I'm telling you, you're not being clear what change means. Go ahead.
From point A to point B is what I mean by spatial change.
What does change mean? What does change mean?
Going
for example, good. So the same way we can say God the Word died is the same way we can say God the Word walked. I have no issue with that.
Okay, so did God the Word spatially change?
Okay, again, as in, if spatial change just means he walked from one place to another, is that what you mean by spatial change? Or are you meaning spatial change in an equivocal way for a clip?
Spatial change.
Okay, is it univocal? Does spatial change mean the exact same thing semantically as walking?
Spatial change here means you were in some location and now you're no longer in that same location. You're in another location. Your location changed. Did God the Word
so again, so like you're saying, right? The person is doing that through the humanity.
Okay,
right?
but it's still predicated to the person, not to the nature.
Well, the same way the human property under your view is attributed to the person.
I don't stop saying your view when I'm challenging your position.
You can challenge my position, but I'm saying that the issue with the particular challenge in place, Agen, you're gonna have to be calm.
Answer my question.
The problem with the challenge under your position. Sorry,
answer my question.
I'm about to answer the question. I'm about to answer the question.
Based on the fact. Based on the fact. Based on the fact. Stop. Based on the fact that it's not predicated to the human nature, would you say that God the word spatially changed?
Okay, again, the term change, like you said, it goes from one place to another place. And then he said, in your definition of spatial change, by the way, spatial change. What does spatial change mean? What does change mean?
Clarifying it at the very end.
Okay, what does change mean? Without using the term spatial, because spatial is the thing that actually qualifies change. What does the term change mean?
I told you.
Yeah.
In this context, spatial change means
change. What does change mean?
I'm going to answer. I'm asking
what does change mean?
What does change mean? I'm going
to All right. After SIIIG answers what that is, what Agen is asking, you guys can go ahead and move to the stage thing inside of the server. I will have a mod in there to manage it or whatever, and you guys will be able to continue what's going on. But just answer what changes according to what Agen's asking you, and then you can move over to that.
Before, really quick, guys, for everyone too, the server is going to be in Bryce's bio, so you guys can go ahead and click that and join. And continue. Say my bad.
Yeah, all right. So, what does change mean?
Let me ask my question one last time. I'm going to clarify every point of it. I want a yes or no.
A yes or no. Okay.
Based on what you earlier said, that walking from point A to point B is not predicated to the nature, but to the person. Walking from point A to point B, if I call that spatial change, did God the Word, because it's predicated to the person and not to the nature, did God the Word properly, given the definition of intrinsic, properly spatially change? Yes or no?
All right. So, given the fact that he did not give yes or no questions in his but entire explication, I shall follow suit. With the idea of spatial change, the term spatial change has not been clearly clarified apart from the semantic content that we just got at the end there, which is, and I hope everyone's following, which is walking. He said the definition of spatial change is identical in semantic content to walking. So when you hear the phrase spatial change, you should only hear the phrase walking. When you hear the phrase spatial change, you should only hear the phrase walking. That's all spatial change means. There is no other hidden conceited notion, unless what's going on is by saying intrinsically change, there is something different that's gone on there spatially. Of course, that's not going to be the case. Otherwise, that would be deceitful. And that would also be Mott Bailey. With that being said, this idea can be clearly understood similar to the way that Christ dies. When we say the Word died on the cross, like Cyril says, it is clear that we are talking about the fact that the person of the Word, in utilizing the human nature that he has, is able to undergo the action of death. And it can be properly said that God, the Word...
I didn't hear a yes or no yet. I just waited a good minute and 30 seconds.
You were giving your explanations. I'm just giving mine.
I'm waiting a whole
I'm just giving mine.
All right, guys. Take it to the stage. I'm going to set it up real quick, okay?
All right. Thank you so much. Right. If you want to hear the rest of my answer, everybody, it's going to be on the Discord server.
Shoots being in one spatial location and not being in another spatial location as change. You understand that?
Granting, okay, would you say if I'm in one location and I'm no longer in that location, I'm in another, would you at least in your system think that's a change in space?
That's a change in space.
Okay, so that's what I mean by spatial change.
No. I asked you to repeat that. So I said, is that a change in space?
Yeah, would you think that's a change in space?
Well, being in one spatial location and then you're saying, well, okay, let me try and do this for you, right? So I think you're saying, because I don't want to like lambast here or actually be an arsehole. I'm just trying to do my best to make sure that I understand you here. You're saying that at time t1, you are in
one space,
let's say x, right? And then in time t2, you are in another space.
Yes, and those two spaces are non-identical.
Right.
And they cannot be both true at the same time.
Right. The thing that's being attributed to the change would be the thing that directly and intimately is doing the particular thing. So the human body on one level would be, the thing that is being edited, but it's being edited by the thing that causes it to walk, which would be the humanity of Christ. So
Right.
not humanity, sorry, the divinity.
But you said,
again, sorry, the person.
With that in mind, you said this actually isn't predicated to the human nature. It's rather predicated to the person. You mind if I give you a quote from John of Damascus on this specifically? It'll make sense.
I'm not too concerned. I'm not too concerned with the Damascus quote because we're trying to figure with the philosophy like he tried to do before.
Well, it uses the terms I'm using. Let me show you.
I understand, but like my point is I don't want to use something theory laden because we don't agree on the terminology that we should use. For example, we don't even agree on a counting method, right? So this is one of the things.
Well, I want to know if you agree with this. Right.
Okay,
because it's pretty simple. Not heavy terms are being invoked. Would you agree with this citation from John of Damascus? I'll put it in the side chat. He says, "For when one composite hypostasis comes to be out of two natures, the ones and the others, that is, the natural and hypostatic idioms of the divine and human natures become constitutive of the same hypostasis." Would you affirm?
Is that a definition of change, Agen? Remember, because
no. I'm just saying for now.
Intrinsic change is something different.
For now, do you agree with this definition?
If we're done with the intrinsic change argument, then we can.
No. It's tied, but I want to see if you agree with this citation first.
It's not the same, though, is it?
I want to know if you agree with it, though.
That's fine. I just want to know if it's the same argument.
It's the same argument.
Two different arguments.
It's the same argument.
It's the same argument. Does this give you your definition of change?
It'll give you an understanding of what I mean by constitutive properties, predicating to the person.
So it doesn't give you the definition.
Do you agree with the quote or not?
I'm not saying whether I agree with the quote or not. If it's
just answer. Just answer.
I don't have to answer something that's irrelevant, Agen.
It's totally irrelevant. I'll show you how it's relevant when I tie it in.
You said irrelevant. You mean relevant?
No, I said relevant. It is relevant.
Relevant. Okay, so it isn't relevant if it's not demonstrating.
It will be. You'll see.
It won't be if it doesn't.
I just want to understand this very simply. Do you believe the natural and hypostatic idioms of the two natures are constitutive of the same hypostases?
Again, the nature of whether they are constitutive or not has nothing to do with whether change is being defined.
I'm going to get into change later. Just for now, do you affirm this?
No, because that's the thing that we're talking about now.
It is. You'll see.
So then it's not change.
Just answer the question. Do you agree with John of Damascus when he says that the natural and hypostatic idioms are constitutive of the same hypostases?
I don't have to agree with it if it's irrelevant to the point. It's not. Can you actually just say, okay, could you show how it's relevant to the point? Then
okay, because if you affirm Damascene's view of an hypostatic constitution, and you affirm you already affirmed that there is intrinsic change on the human nature, but then you also agree it has to be predicated to the person, by necessity, you would have to say that the person necessarily changed intrinsically.
So repeat that?
Based on the understanding of Damascene, that the natural and hypostatic idioms are constitutive of the same hypostases via his n-hypostatic model, and you already granted that it's true of the humanity. It's one of its properties that it is subject to flux and change, and granting even spatial change via walking. If you affirm that all of that has to be constitutive of the same hypostases, you must say it's true of the Word. So if it's true of the Word, then the Word, insert the human property, would be true of him.
I don't actually think even necessarily that's the case, because that's not a definition of change. That's you giving an assumption of what change means and then pumping it into.
Why don't we do this?
So with that being
what's your definition of change?
Did you give? No, it's not my question.
But let's make it easy now, because if I give you a definition of change, you're not going to like it.
It's not my definition of change.
Do you want to give yours, or do you want me to give mine?
It's not my question. I want you to give a definition of change.
Okay. If I give you a definition of change, are you going to agree with it or disagree with it, or how is it going to go?
Depends if the definition is something that actually is tenable for the question at hand.
It's the
not spatial change. Definition
it's
of change.
the act or instance of making something different, and between those two statuses, there are non-identity.
So the act of making something different?
Yes, and then between those two things, so how it was before and how it was after, there's a lack of identity.
Okay, so can something make itself be different?
Well, whether it's made by itself or whether it's made by another. The definition of change here.
I'm asking whether or not it can.
It can make itself different, yes. It can make itself different.
Things can change themselves.
They can make themselves change, yes.
Okay, so things can change themselves, because your definition of change, and actually we can do this, right? Repeat your definition so I can demonstrate what you're saying. Because I can share my stream as well if you want.
But my definition of change, it's the act or instance of making or becoming different, or making something different. And between how it was before and how it was after, there is a lack of identity.
Okay. What it was and what it is, there, sorry, is a lack of identity. Okay.
So that's going to be the definition of change.
This seems to fall under some Parmenidean objection, right? And the reason I say that, Agen, is because the thing that is causing the change is the thing that is changing in question.
It could be the thing causing itself to change, something else causing it to change. My definition doesn't care.
But the thing that's causing the change, right, is the thing that's being changed.
It could be. That's not my definition. Doesn't cover that.
Your definition does, because you haven't distinguished whether or not a thing can do this thing that you've just said.
It's like, for example, if I give you a definition of like eating, someone can put food in your mouth and you can feed yourself. My definition doesn't care about that. Well, when I give you the definition of change, either you can change yourself or another can change you.
So your definition isn't stance dependent. Your definition is stance dependent. Now, I'll explain what I mean by that. By stance dependent, I mean it's going to rely on some sort of disposition that you have towards the thing we're talking about. When you gave your eating example, you said that a person could feed you or you could feed yourself, right? The problem is the mouth, let's say the tongue itself, or the particular action of swallowing is not being done by something in isolation. Something else is acting on the tongue, the mouth,
I already told you.
My definition. So your definition. This is, I'll just make this easier for you. I do not think a thing can change itself. A thing that exists in reality.
Okay.
I think a thing that exists in reality that undergoes change changes by reason of something else. So when I say that Christ is walking, if we wanted to have a more fine-grained idea of what that looks like, I'm saying that Christ is using the human body to perform the action of walking, and so the human body is directly undergoing the change, which is a property of the human nature, but it is the person that is enacting that particular act.
Okay.
There's no issue there.
Cool. SIIG, can you change yourself?
Can I change myself? No.
You can't change yourself. Okay.
No,
if you
something that isn't the principle of that change is changing me.
Okay.
That's the issue.
So let me ask you this question. If you amputated your arm, did you change yourself? Like you cut off your arm?
Myself. Again, by myself, do you mean the arm that's being cut off?
You, the fullness of you. Did you change yourself when you cut off your arm?
Sorry, again, what do you mean by me again?
SIIG, the whole SIIG.
That doesn't tell me.
The complete SIIG. SIIG's body and soul.
Thing. That doesn't tell me anything about what you mean. Okay, here, there you go. Did SIIG change SIIG's body? That's what you're asking.
Yes.
Okay, SIIG's body and SIIG aren't exactly the same thing.
Good. Can SIIG's soul change? Can SIIG's soul change SIIG's soul by thinking of something?
Okay, so again, the soul is one thing. The intellect, which is an aspect of the soul, is what's undergoing the change, not the entire soul.
Okay, so not the entire soul. Okay. Let me make this a little bit more clear. Would you agree that you are a composite of your body and soul?
That I'm a composite of my body and soul?
Yes.
Sure, but again, this doesn't give me a definition of change again.
Good. If you're a composite
because we're trying to establish a definition.
If you're a composite of your body and soul, if your soul can change itself and your body can change itself, can SIIG change himself?
That's not something that I agree to. The reason I said yes is so that you can continue. You need to establish.
You said yes. You said yes, but you didn't mean it. Did I just hear that right?
Like the way that people say okay and okay.
No, you said yes. You agreed to what I said.
No, I was not agreeing.
No, what do you mean by no? Or do you actually mean no this time?
No, I don't mean okay. When
no
I say
or
no
yes,
this time,
you just said no. Did you mean yes?
I am negating a particular thing. All I'm doing
when you
is
negated it, did you actually mean it? Because I can't believe anything you say now, because apparently you just retract everything.
If you, I don't retract anything.
You retract. You just said I said yes, but I didn't mean
every
it.
Single time, and I'm actually being pretty clear in these linguistic conventions. A lot of people use the term yes in this way, but if you want to stick on defining yes and being sophistic, you can. Now, when it comes to the idea of the soul changing, you still need to establish how the soul itself is changing itself. You haven't established that.
Does the soul ever change at all?
The soul can undergo change, yes.
It can. Who changes it?
The thing that enacts the particular act.
Give me an example of a soul changing.
When you think, the person uses the aspect of their soul to think.
So the soul can make itself change?
No, just not.
Is thinking from the soul or from who? Is someone thinking for you?
No, again, the soul isn't identical to your hypostasis, is it?
But I'm asking specifically, can your soul change your soul?
So the hypostasis is using, again, no, you need to establish that it can.
You just said yes. You said a soul can change when you think of something.
Oh,
who's doing the thinking?
The person is doing the thinking, not the soul.
Okay, is the person, okay, let me speak of it this way. Is the particular soul, when it thinks, is the particular soul enacting change on itself?
Using the term particular doesn't give any more semantic content for.
Okay, I'll make it easier.
So when we're talking about,
if you agreed that SIIG,
answer the question again, right?
If you agreed that
the problem
SIIG,
is the reason why we're butting heads is, come on.
The reason why we're butting heads is because you just keep retracting everything. But anyways, because you agreed, because you agreed that SIIG is composite of his body and soul, and this person can change his soul, and this person can change his body, it must follow that SIIG can change SIIG because he's a composite.
No, it would not follow.
Yes, it would.
Mean that
because you agreed that the person can change his body by amputating, and you agreed that the person can change his soul by thinking.
It does not follow, and I'll tell you why. It does. Because no, it doesn't. Even if you syllogized it, it wouldn't follow. If you wrote it out right now, okay, write out a syllogism.
I'm not about to write out a syllogism for this tiny point. If I am going to write out a syllogism, if I am going to write a syllogism,
because you've been speaking for some time now.
If I am going to write a syllogism,
what's being said, hey, look. When it comes to what's being said, you again are trying to identify that this thing, SIIG, changes itself. Now again, this is all in context to demonstrate that I affirm change on the part of God the Word as the hypostasis when God the Word dies or when God the Word walks.
Yeah.
The problem with this, and this is written, it doesn't. The problem with this is when you say, right, explicitly that a thing can change itself without giving a reason for that or an account for that, and not even to jargonize. You did not give an account.
I did.
No.
You agreed that the person of a man is constituted by body and soul, and that the person can change his body, and that the person can change his soul. Therefore, the person can change the person.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does, because you granted that the person is the composite of a body and a soul.
That's a fallacy of composition. What is true for
it's not a fallacy of composition.
What is true for the parts is not going to be true for the whole.
Okay, so what does the whole have, the whole man have, that the parts don't have in union?
Wait. Hold on. I just want to be very clear, right? Do you agree that what is true for the parts is not always going to be true for the whole?
For the body and soul in their union,
that's the fallacy of composition.
For the body and their soul in union, whatever is true of the body and soul in union is true of the person. And I can give you a patristic citation on that from Justin Martyr.
But again, in union, and this is really important, when a particular arm is cut off, there is nothing being affected on the soul.
But again, you're composite of body and soul. You're composite of body and soul. You're composite of body and soul. So your person changes your body and your person changes your soul.
The only time in which a hypostasis is affected, for example, is when it dies or when it's created.
Let me give you a quote.
Hypostasis can undergo other changes that aren't on the part of the hypostasis, but are on aspects of the hypostasis before you interrupt.
But you affirm that it's composite.
What is true?
Okay, I'm gonna just send you the quote.
It's also true of the whole. That doesn't matter.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a quote.
When you say what is true of the parts and what's true of the whole, you are committing a fallacy of composition.
Justin Martyr says in his On the Resurrection, he says, "If then neither of these is by itself man, but that which is made up of the two together is called man, and God has called man to life and resurrection. He has called not a part." But the whole, which is the soul and body. Good.
Yes.
Good. So if the body and the soul together, in union make up the whole, and the whole can change his body, and the whole can change the soul, then the whole can change the whole.
Well, hold on. No.
Yes. Otherwise, you have to demonstrate a predicate that exists in the person that doesn't exist in the parts in union.
This particular citation that you just gave, you gave Justin Martyr, and you said, if then neither of these is by itself man, but that by which is made up of the two, it together is called man. God has called man to life and resurrection. He is called not a part, but the whole, which the soul.
Which is what? So it's reducible to the soul and body.
Let me do this. Who exactly is enacting the change on the body and soul? Is it the body and soul itself, or is it God?
The body and the soul in union when you cut off yourself, or when you think.
Who is doing that? Who is being resurrected? The body and the soul, or God?
God is doing the resurrecting here, but I'm specifically showing. I'm specifically showing. I'm showing you specifically the example. I'm showing you this. I'm showing you the specific example of you amputating yourself and thinking of doing it.
Someone changes something else. You have not shown a thing changing itself, and this citation refutes you. You've just shown a citation that refutes you, Agen.
Dude,
by demonstrating that God,
the whole point I'm showing this quote.
Hold on, Agen. I haven't finished. By demonstrating that God resurrects body and soul, it demonstrates that God is doing something. It is changing both the body and the soul, which is why the person changes, because everything pertaining to the person changes, not just one part, because it's not just one part like body or one part that soul that gets resurrected, but both. So you need to show me where a father of the church affirms that a thing can change itself. It doesn't say that.
Okay, I'm gonna explain one more time because you misunderstood why I brought that quote.
Before you go, let me use the bathroom quickly, and then I'll come back. Is that okay?
Go ahead. Take your time.
All right, guys. I'm gonna be back in 2 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, man. Do your thing.
All right, God bless you guys. I've literally been holding this in since the conversation actually started, so I didn't want to be rude. So I'll be back.
All right.
All right.
How was your Lent, Agen?
I had a beautiful Lent. What about you?
Appreciate it.
Hey, man, it was beautiful, man. Very beautiful. Rough, but beautiful, you know?
Yeah. On Friday, dude, we're at church for 9 hours.
Yeah, I know. You guys you sleep at church, yeah?
Some people do, but I stay awake all the time.
Yeah, no, man. Our Lent, yeah, bro. I didn't leave my church till like 3:34 in the morning, man.
It's crazy, man.
It's probably normal for you guys, but
yeah. Well, all these pics in the chat are crazy.
Yeah, bro.
I'll need to moderate.
Insane, we're trying, dude. It's going by so fast, though. So.
How many people you guys have in the server by now?
Right now, so before we had, what was it, Schoolboy? Like, I think it was like maybe in the upper 700, so upper 700s.
Like I said,
I think we have like 1,000 now.
All right, I'm back. What's up?
Okay, sick. Back to why I brought up this quote. I'm trying to show that for Justin Martyr, the whole man.
I had to take some time to come back. You know what I mean?
Okay, welcome back.
Right. Let's continue the fold.
Can you hear me? Okay.
What's up, guys?
Can you hear me?
Maybe my Wi-Fi is bad. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Chat, can you hear me? For those of you that are in the Discord, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you on the stage at least.
Yeah, you're clear for us.
All right, cool.
Okay, sick. Back to what I was saying.
There?
I'm right here. Back to what I was saying.
Maho.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello?
SIIIG running. No, guys. I'm a boy. I'm a boy. I need a pee. I have to.
SIIIG, can you hear us?
SIIIG, can you hear us? Hello?
Schoolboy, of course I can hear your golfer voice. Of course I can, brother.
Can you hear Agen?
Can I hit? No, I can't. Agen, you're gonna have to leave and come back, mate.
You can't hear Agen?
Agen, can you say something?
Yeah, we can hear
us, Agen?
I can hear you guys.
Okay.
SIIIG, can you...
Hold up, I'm getting a call.
You want to leave and come back?
Sure. Yeah, that'd probably be better.
Okay.
Hello? أخلص وين؟
Let's see. Get SIIIG up here.
هيو hands.
In this like change argument. Hello.
خلص حاجة ماشي.
Hello. Am I fine?
Hello?
You're
Can you hear me?
Girl, I don't mind.
You can't hear Agen?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear Agen now.
Okay. SIIIG, given the composition of the body and soul being the whole man. When the body and soul are in union, what does the whole have that the body and soul doesn't?
So the whole itself is referring to what makes up a human nature, but the particular hypostasis is what we're talking about.
Yes.
When SIIG is being but the hypostasis isn't identical to either soul or body, is it?
I'm saying both of them in union. What does the whole have that the parts don't have?
Hold on, yeah, but the whole is referring to the nature, not the hypostasis.
I'm talking about the hypostases.
Okay, is the hypostasis the body and soul composite?
In union, yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be dependent on a particular definition, but I don't think that's actually how hypostasis is used for human beings.
Okay, I can give you a quote from Epiphanius, who says there's a hypostasis of man made from the hypostasis of body and the hypostasis of soul. Given that understanding, would you say that the whole is nothing else but the two parts in union?
All right, so again, so when you are using the particular idea of hypostasis, you are just quote mining Epiphanius to establish this particular view. Now, we can go through Epiphanius.
Every question I've asked, you just never answered.
I do answer your questions, but I answer them in the way that we can actually get... Yes, because I'm not going to just...
I asked an easy question, dude. I asked an easy question.
Yeah, you asked it. No, not necessarily, okay?
Can you reiterate my question? Just reiterate my question. Let me see if you even remember it.
Given that a hypostasis is the two that are in union, and the two in union are the body and soul, and the soul can change and the body can change, how come you can't say that the person changes?
No. That wasn't my question.
No, I'm steel manning your argument. I'm steel manning it.
But I'm not even going there yet. I want to establish this. What does the whole man have that his parts in union together don't have?
The parts in union together don't have.
Yeah.
So the parts in union together are not just going to be the body and the soul, but the body and the soul as it pertains to the hypostasis. The same way that any body-soul composition isn't just going to be identical to another body-soul composition, but what makes the body-soul composition of SIIG and the body-soul composition of Agen different is the fact that there is a
I'm talking about SIIG. Talking about SIIG.
Okay.
Does the whole SIIG have a property that the parts of SIIG don't have in union?
So again, there isn't I can actually grant this. Watch this. I will grant that particular view. But the problem is there isn't a time where the whole SIIG edits the whole SIIG.
Okay.
Is there?
But if let me give you an example actually. For any action of SIIG to do through his body, what is needed?
What is needed?
Yeah. What is needed for SIIG to do any action through his body?
Through his body?
Yeah.
Oh, I think you mean like you use your soul to do your body. That's what you're trying to say. Okay, cool.
If you use your soul through your body, now with this, because I didn't get to why I brought that up. I didn't get to why I brought that up. If the soul is working through the body, the soul's working through the body, and the soul is working through the body to alter the body, and you yourself agreed that thinking is itself a change to the soul, then when SIIG goes to amputate himself, he's using both his body and soul in union, and SIIG himself is his body and soul in union. Therefore, SIIG is changing himself.
No, that's an equivocal usage of using the term in union. Now, again, when you are using the term in union, you are saying that all that is aspectival of the body and all that is aspectival of the soul are actually being combined together. But what's going on in this particular action is only one aspect of the soul and one aspect of the body are even under your granted sense are being talked about in union. And that is particularly the mind or the intellect and then the hand that chops.
And both are changing in this, right?
But the problem is they are changing by reason of something else, which would be the aspect of the soul changing the aspect of the body. There is nothing that is part of the aspect of the soul in this instance of change that is actually being modified,
because
right?
you said if you think there's a change. You said if you think there's a change, so both would be changing here.
The action of thinking is being enacted on by the aspect of the soul, but the soul itself isn't actually undergoing the change. The aspect of the soul is the same way.
Whoa. The aspect of the soul is changing, but not the soul.
I'm going to basically finish with what I'm saying. I said before you interrupted me, the same way that when an aspect of my body is changing, it does not mean all aspects of my body are undergoing the same change. For example, if I cut my arm off, my foot's not actually undergoing the change.
But that's not what I don't care about all of you changing.
But that's being responded to. Again, when a change is being enacted, it's going to be on the part of the thing that is receiving the action of what's going on.
But again, I'm not trying to argue all of SIIG is changing.
Agen, I didn't interrupt you, man. I'm sorry. I'm going to continue, right? You need to demonstrate that a thing changes itself. So in your analogy, the thing that's being changed is the arm. Can the arm change itself?
No, what I said was the thing that's being changed
There you
is your
go.
body.
Could you
What I
please
said,
demonstrate?
the thing that's changing is your body and your soul because you have to think to amputate yourself. So you have two
the
things changing and
definition
both
of the
things
body-
compose you.
But the problem is that you're talking about here is not that the thing is changing itself, but different
No,
things are changing different
SIIG
things.
SIIG would be changing himself because he's constituted of both of those things that are
SIIG
changing.
would not be changing
Yes,
himself in
he
this
is.
instance. Different
Yes, he
things
is.
pertaining to SIIG are changing different things
No, it's
pertaining to
not
SIIG.
because
Same
both
way
of those
that
things
my hand is
compose SIIG.
changing another part about my
Both
hand.
of those things compose SIIG,
Or
and
my
both of
hand is
those things are
changing my other
changing.
hand. It doesn't matter. The composition
It does
itself
matter.
has nothing to do with whether
It
or not
has
the
everything
things
to do
provided
because
that.
that's the one thing I'm talking
No,
about.
it doesn't. You are
Yes, it
making the
does.
fallacy of composition
No, I'm
because you're
not.
saying that what is yes, you are because
No,
you're
I'm
saying what is
not
true
because
for the
you
part
failed to
is
show
also true for the whole.
you
Agen.
failed to
You need
show
to demonstrate
you failed
how
to
what
show
is
what
true
predicate
for
the
the
whole
part
has.
is also true for the whole. Agen. You gotta
Let's
do it.
chill. Relax. All right. Go, listen, Sig.
We've been
Let him
talking
go.
about this topic for 27 minutes.
I know it's because of
I
you.
understand. Let's
Because you're not able to
do it. Let's do a
demonstrate your
quick little
part.
reset. Let's reset. Let's just take it because we don't need to over talk, man. It's not gonna
All right.
work. Nothing's gonna happen.
You mind, Gabriel, if we change the topic because we've been on here for 20 minutes? Or do you want
If
me to
Sig
keep
agrees with that, that's fine. If Sig is okay with that, that's cool.
Or do you want to keep talking
I
about the
do
same
have
thing,
something
Sig?
that I do have something I want to bring up because this is something that I think is actually sort of going to be like fundamental with this idea of
Well,
essence.
you've made all the questions. Can I make the questions now?
You made a question for the past 30 to 45 minutes.
And
actually.
before that,
Same
you
time
did
I
it for an hour.
No, before that I did it for 45.
Okay, then
And
give me
you've done
10
it for
minutes.
45 too.
No, I haven't. You said 30.
No, you've done it, if you have, you've done it for 27 minutes in this aspect.
And
but
then you
even
said 40.
before, when you were on the TikTok live stream, because I was editing
Hey,
time.
Agen, what? Hold on, Sig. What topic would you? I mean, is there a specific topic? And Sig, are you okay with him going in this topic or no?
Depends on the topic. Let's see.
Okay,
Depends if I'm
Agen.
interested or not.
Okay. What if we talk about the Nestorianism, either of patristics, or I can make a metaphysical argument?
Okay, so you want to talk about Nestorianism?
Yeah. Or we can talk about metaphysical topic.
Well, you don't necessarily have a particular metaphysical scheme you use.
I'm using the one that's a consensus of the fathers.
You're using the one that you believe generates a consensus amongst the fathers. That's
well,
different.
you're gonna have to believe in something for it to be your scheme.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that the scheme that you believe in should be.
Look, now we're gonna debate something else. Like you see, it's just what's gonna happen. I didn't even make an argument yet. We're debating about the debate.
I'm not even debating about the debate. I'm just telling you that.
So let's. I mean, Sig, let's pick a topic, man, and I think let's go through it.
Yeah, sure. All right. Okay.
Okay. How about this?
The Nestorianism. Let's do the metaphysics of the Nestorianism.
The metaphysics of the Nestorians. Okay. Would you agree that the Tome of Leo is Nestorian?
Well, it depends on how you qualify Nestorianism to be.
What Nestorius taught in his Bazaar and in his letters, that there's one prosopon and then two pneuma, or one parsopa, two pneuma.
Okay, and how do you define pneuma in this instance?
It would be some individual substance.
An individual substance.
Yeah, so two individual substances and one person.
And this is like the Aristotelian idea of individual substance.
Yes.
Okay, so you're using Aristotelianism.
Well,
right?
I'm using it insofar as it's censored in the Fathers, not ripped straight from Aristotle.
Okay, so you're going to pick and choose when individual substance means individual substance, given the Fathers. Okay.
You can take Cyril's definition, which is an individual thing from which the common is predicated and spoken.
Okay, and you're going to say that Leo uses the same term for individual substance?
I would say that Leo has in mind two individual things and not two common things in his person.
Sorry, two common things?
Yeah.
And by common, you mean the same thing?
Ousia.
Okay, so we can look at the tome. So where in the tome would you just say is problematic?
Everywhere. One specific part, for example, when he says, he whom Herod treacherously endeavors to destroy is like ourselves in our earliest stage, but he whom the Magi delight to worship on their knees. This is a translation, I think it's from Grillmeyer. I can give you the Latin. I can give you the Latin.
I don't need the Latin.
But he says, he whom the Magi delight... He says, he whom Herod treacherously endeavors to destroy is like ourselves in our earliest stage. He whom the Magi delight to worship on their knees is the Lord of all. So he makes a distinction between he and he.
So it says here that the he seems to be the subject that Herod treacherously endeavors to destroy is like ourselves.
Mhm.
And the he whom the Magi delight to worship on their knees is the Lord of all.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be any linguistic change of the he in the one stage and the he in the second. In fact, here, I have our new advent up here, right? We can do this because we're using the translation that you gave, right? Am I allowed to share my screen, guys?
Sure. And I can give you the Latin too. It's said. It uses the word but.
If you want to use... Yeah, no, said doesn't even matter here, right? But is actually used in the entire category. No, look, right? There enters these lower parts of the world the Son of God, descending from his heavenly home, and yet not quitting his Father's glory, begotten in a new order by a new nativity. Because obviously we affirm two nativities, right? In a new order, because being invisible in his own nature, he became visible in ours. And he whom nothing could contain was content to be contained. So every single time the term is using he here, you can actually see that it's referring to this one particular individual that's
But
going
he
to have
contrasts
both
it
of
here.
these. Yeah, because he's contrasting the way that we can talk about both. But I don't think it's an issue where
Both what?
we're now going to talk about... Pardon?
Both what?
Both ways of speaking about Christ.
Well, he's
So
speaking of
here
he and
actually
he.
says... Yeah, no, he's speaking of one he and two things that's going on. So he...
No, he's speaking
whom
of two
Herod...
he's.
Where does he say two he's? It doesn't say.
Where can
the
I
word
put the
said
quote?
literally means... The word... I have it on screen.
Oh, you have it on
I have
screen?
it highlighted.
Let me see.
Yeah, the word he or said doesn't even mean anything other than but this happens, but this happens, but this happens.
No, it doesn't say
There is
this
no
happened.
linguistic...
He said sed quem.
What? Okay, sed quem meaning he, but he, right?
So literally Latin is similis
Okay,
est
but that doesn't...
rudimentis hominum, quem Herodes impi moletur occidere, sed dominis est omnium, quem magi, and then continues.
Yes, but again, what you're trying to dispute here is the fact that the term said is used, and therefore it means that there's a separation. That doesn't follow. The term said doesn't even have to generate that at all.
Okay, if I show you an unequivocal place, where he distinguishes the he from he, are you going to concede this?
Okay, so I'm going to have to... What we're arguing right about now is actually this little word here. That this distinguishes this he from this he.
Yeah, but he.
But the problem is that doesn't generate that, given the fact that he has already been contextualized as he whom Herod treacherously endeavors to destroy.
And then he says, but
like
he.
Ourselves, but he whom the Magi delight to worship on their knees, which is the same he that
No,
Herod
it's not the same he.
Yes, it is, because
No,
the word but does not introduce that there is a second.
It does. Grammatically, it does.
No, it doesn't.
And I'll show you more unequivocally. Do you know how to access Gromeyer's Christ and Christian tradition?
Sure, I'll try and access Gromeyer now, but I want to access the Tome of Leo in Latin.
Okay. Because I'm going to show you in his other works that he explicitly does it. Check your DMs, because I can't put it in the side chat. This is in Sermon 54.
Can someone give him perms to put it in side chat, please?
That'd be good.
Thank you.
Here we go. So you'll find this in Gromeyer. New Advent hides it. I can give you the original Latin. But it literally says, God therefore assumed the whole man and joined himself to him and him to himself, out of mercy and power, so that each of the two natures inheres in the other, and neither changes into the other with the surrender of its properties.
So is this your particular translation of the Latin text?
Right from Gromeyer.
Okay, this is Gromeyer's, right?
Yes.
God therefore assumed the whole man and joined himself to him and him to himself out of mercy and power, so that each of the two natures inheres in the other and neither changes into the other with the surrender of its properties.
So here he makes a distinction between he and himself.
Okay, so it says here specifically that he joined man, as in the humanity that he's speaking about. But I don't think that the term himself even needs to be understood as personal as well. The same way that we say man himself likes to watch the world burn, it doesn't mean that we're speaking of a specific person either.
He's making a distinction between he and himself.
No, what's being contested here is the definition of himself. That's what's actually being up for dispute.
Do you want the Latin for it?
But look, look. As in the meaning of himself. Look, you said he and himself, meaning two people or personal identities, right?
Even I can say it's two substances.
There's a sense. It's not even that he's saying two substances, but rather that there is a separation.
He says it's the two natures.
Sure, but the two natures here aren't being what's in contention for your quotation. You focus on he and himself, but again, he and himself isn't even going to be referring to these two people or persons.
It's referring to the two
natures. Because I can say the word. Because I can say the term himself. Well, no, technically,
does
it's referring to the person that's inherent. No, it doesn't say that.
Does the person
God,
unite to the
it says
person?
God. Hold on. It says God. God is the one that's doing the action. Now, God isn't a nature; it's a person here. Therefore,
It's an
assume the whole
individual
man,
nature for
which is a
Leo.
nature, which is a nature. Hold on, and joined himself, meaning the individual nature, to him. And by individual
It's
nature, I don't
individual
mean
nature,
individual
yeah.
substance like you define. No, individual's nature. You don't mean individual substance, which is no, man.
It
I didn't use
does.
that. I'm using
It
individual
does.
nature.
Because
No,
Leo says it.
I'm using the term individual nature.
I'll show
Use
you.
the term individual substance. Substance and nature aren't the same thing for you.
Give me permission. Give me
You
permission
are
to type so I can prove this.
Whoa. Look, I need to continue with this thing here, Reagan, because you're really close. You actually are saying that he joined himself to him. What's being confused here is that the term himself has to, for some reason, refer to a person. But
I
if
didn't
you
say
don't
that.
believe that and you're saying that it's granting a nature, then
Yeah.
the term him doesn't need to refer to a nature either. It can refer to the person the same way they refer.
If it refers to the person, then you would be saying two persons because he's joining himself to him.
No, if it refers to a person, it's referred. No, if himself refers to a nature and him refers to a person, then it's person uniting to a nature. It's not a
Okay,
problem.
even with that, would you say that there's two he's and those are distinct things?
No, I'm saying that there's two understandings of the word himself that's in that.
Yeah, but they're
passage.
distinct
The same way
here.
that I said man
Because one is
himself,
joining to the other.
I'm saying that even the meaning is distinguished. The same way that we say man himself wants to watch the world burn, but I'm not referring to any particular person.
Well,
you understand that?
Man himself indicates one him. Here he's indicating him joining himself to
man
him.
himself can refer to a generality. It's an actual.
I know, but that's not my point here.
Man himself wants to watch the world
My
burn.
point here.
So you need to demonstrate that himself has to mean a person.
I'm granting that it's an individual nature.
Okay, but you're not granting that the term him is person. So one of the hymns is person. The other of the hymns in his reference is nature.
So you have two distinct
he joined
hymns.
himself. No, you have two distinct understandings of him. Yes.
Okay,
However,
and the hymn is distinct. One is person, one is nature.
Okay, so the term that Leo is using. So if we wanted to, let's say, swap the terms, he joined the nature to his person.
Okay.
Is there an issue there?
Are you saying that's what he's saying? Would you agree with that? That's what he's saying.
I'm saying, is there an issue there?
Well, there's always an issue with Leo, but I want to know what you affirm for him. Are you saying that he's saying that you're not?
Is there an issue with what I've just said?
Well, there is an issue, yes.
Okay, so what's the issue with saying that the person united to a nature?
But once you say that both of them are he's, it's an issue.
No, I'm saying if what's being meant is that a person unites to a nature,
it's still wrong because you can't call a nature a he.
Wait, what linguistic feature prevents you from calling a nature a he? We say that man is of common nature.
I'm talking in the Christological context.
But again, there is nothing in the Christological context that generates.
There is. If I show you, I'll show you.
Okay.
I'll give you an anathema on it. Actually, it's from the 12 anathemas where it says you can't call the human nature a he.
Okay.
You want me to get it?
I know where you're going. I know where you're going. By the way,
good.
I know where you're going. By the way, which anathema are you using?
I'll get it for you right now.
I have all 12 up. Which anathema
I know.
are you using?
Let me get you the number.
Which anathema are you using?
It's going to be anathema 7 from the 12 anathemas.
I knew it.
You get it from I'm from P.E. Pusey's translation, 7th anathema. If I can type in the chat.
Using Reverend Pusey. I don't need you to use Pusey. I just have this link up here, actually.
Okay. I can't see your screen, but I'm going to trust you're going to read it faithfully.
Yeah. If anyone shall say that Christ, Jesus as man, is only energized by the word of God, and that the glory of the only begotten is attributed to him as something not properly his, let him be anathema. So where does it say if you refer to the nature in the prefix of a he, you're anathema? It doesn't say that.
Let me show you Pusey's translation, if you let me type.
But now you're relying on Pusey's translation.
If I get the Greek and it actually says that, would you concede?
If you say the Greek term says, if you say that the human nature is he, let him be anathema, then yes, I would concede. But it would again.
Okay, good.
Demonstrate
Good.
the use of
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Let me type in chat, schoolboy. Let me type in chat. First, I'll get you Pusey's translation, then I'll get it from the Greek.
I don't need Reverend Pusey because we don't take him as.
But just so you know, it's not my translation.
To be Agen, I'd love to give you perms to be able to type in chat, but if I unlock it for everybody, it's just going to be another.
Make a channel that only me and Agen can talk in.
Okay.
How sweaty of a
Agen,
mod
just
do you think
okay.
I am?
That's okay. That's okay. Okay. Agen, just send it to me in DMs. I'm streaming,
Okay.
guys. If you want to see what Agen posts, just come to my stream. Is that okay if I take your viewers, guys?
It's fine.
Yes, it's fine, bro. We already got the viewers in the.
This is from P.A. Pusey. He says, if any says that Jesus has been enwroughten as man by God the Word, and that the good glory of the only begotten has been put around him, as though he were other than he, be he anathema. This is from Pusey's translation. You want me to get the Greek?
So Pusey's translation is actually really fine. It says, if any says that Jesus has been inwrought in as man by God the Word, and that the good glory of the unbegotten has been put around him, and this is really important, it's been put around him as though he were other than he. It does not say if you refer to the human nature as he, you're anathema. That's intuition pumping.
To say as though he were other than he means that this is the height of blasphemy, which necessitates and is followed by saying he's raw and in the good glory is given around him. So he's saying the final heresy you can have is to say that he is other than he, and it's necessitated by what's said prior. So this makes my point stronger.
Isn't. Because you are trying to assume that simply by referring to the human nature as he, that you fall under the condemnation of the anathema.
Yes.
But the anathema does not speak on whether or not you can refer to it as a he, but only on whether or not you attribute the relation to the nature as only one of glory and grace given, as though he were other than he.
But what does the
that
as though
is
there?
not the definition.
What does the as though there mean?
Because other means that there is a separate person being invoked.
No, but the as though specifically
being invoked.
grammatically, when he says as though, what does it mean when I say as though? It's like, for example, if I say, dude, if you walk to the store, yeah, exactly. If you walk to the store as though you're a homeless person, I'm not going to be friends with you. It means that the highest thing that you don't want your friend to do is to be in any similitude like walking like a homeless person. And Cyril here is saying
no, but the problem is look, I can summarize this right. Cyril is saying that he's saying that if you do this thing like this, then that's a problem. The problem is with what you're saying, like is the phrase he were other than he.
Which is what Leo has.
Again. But the other that is what you're contesting. The other
That's
than
what he says. You agreed with it.
Okay.
You said one is the person, the other is the nature.
Pull up the Greek texts again, but that's not a he. The term he is a personal term in the anathema, not in Leo. I'm contesting that for Leo. I argue that the term he, like I've shown you poetically, can be used in this equivocal or dual way.
How do you know it's being used as a person?
That's fine. I'm able to generate that reading. All I need is to be able to generate the reading.
How do you know?
Okay, so you're asking how I know.
Yeah.
Because of the next text that is in Leo. So when Leo says, but he whom the Magi delights to worship.
I'm talking about your reading of the anathema. You said the reading of the anathema is that it's condemning two persons.
The reading of the anathema is the term person because he being other than he is in reference to
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Right. Okay, how do I know that? Because I think the rest of the 12 anathemas is making that particular claim as well. For example,
give me an example.
For example, Canon 6, where it says, or Canon 9, right? If any man shall say that the one Lord Jesus Christ was glorified by the Holy Ghost, so that he used through him a power that is not from him, and received power against unclean spirits, and power to work miracles before men, and shall not confess that it was his own spirit through which he worked through these divine signs, so to be anathema. It is giving someone the power to do miracles rather than it is Christ as a man just doing the miracles.
Oh,
so we already have pretext.
So that's how you know. That's how you know if something's Nestorian.
That's how I know for Cyril specifically that he's using the text he referring to a person rather than a nature. Not how I know what Nestorianism is. You are conflating the two again.
Wait. So how do you know again?
Right now, 1 second. What we are trying to establish right now. Can you stop streaming here and restart? Hold on. Can I come back and restart?
This dude got summoned to the shadow realm.
Sorry, Respectable had problems watching me stream. So, like I said before, when it comes to what you asked of me is, can you show me how he from he in the Cyrilline text, means person from person, and how in the Leo text it means person from nature? How do you know in miracle is person from person. So that's the question. That's the question. The question is not, and I want to be very clear, the question is not, how does SIIG calculate Nestorianism? That's a different thing. Now, the answer to that question was appealing to a different canon. This gives me the interpretive feature that I need, and I demonstrated that I believe the best succinct way I can. The second thing now is a different point of conversation, which is how does one generate Nestorianism?
Well,
which,
no.
like you said,
let me address the beginning part.
Okay, so we won't go into the other part, but this beginning part is go ahead.
Yeah, if the way you measure what the 12 anathemas are trying to anathematize by appealing to the other anathemas, if I show you the 12 anathemas condemning two natures, would you then agree that Leo is an Nestorian?
No. That's not what's being talked about. Again, that's not even responding to the other point. That's actually setting up another conversation.
No, because you appeal to anathema 6,
Agen,
where there's miracle being done through another. But I can also show that in Leo.
What was the miracle? No, that's again a different point of argument. The argument, Agen, as we know, is talking about whether or not when Cyril says the phrase he from he, that he in Cyril is in reference to person from person.
It's in reference to
Leo,
two individual substances.
He from himself, he in himself is referring to person in nature. So this is something that needs to actually be done, okay? That needs to actually be done in order to generate what's going on. So I think I've actually exhausted that particular topic. You've tried 2 times now to move to a different line of questioning that is related,
the same
but
line
not
of questioning.
identical.
It
is not the same line of questioning. The same line of questioning would be if I showed you where Cyril says he from he means person from person, would you concede? But you didn't show that.
No,
you showed
that's not my argument.
He does not mean that.
My argument is that
you said.
My argument is that whatever you pull from the 12 anathemas to try and show that Leo wouldn't believe, the only things that are ever said in the 12 anathemas are things that could be posited by Leo in his own works.
Remember, I have it on stream. That is more of a crux argument, right? That's a crux argument. But this particular argument that you're making before we move to something else was that Leo commits heresy. No,
he does.
Leo commits heresy. Hold on. You said Leo commits heresy when he uses the term, under Reverend Pusey's translation, by the way, he from himself. That was what you particularly contested. I said, well, himself is referring to a nature, but he in that particular work was referring to person.
How do you know that's what Leo's saying?
With a nature. Exactly. And I said the context for that was the previous sentences in the chapter that make that known.
Where does Sermon 54 says that?
I'm going to show you. We're looking at letter 28 in the Tome.
Well, letter 28, I'm exegeting via the Sermon 54.
Okay, so
because you first
the
contested.
Tome is what we have the problem with. We're not talking about whether or not Leo was an Nestorian. We're talking about whether the Tome is Nestorian.
Well, listen, because
so
first
which one
you
are we
contested.
doing? Are we doing the
first
entire
you contested.
corpus of Leo,
Let
or
me
are we
explain.
doing the Tome? We need
Let
to
me
choose
explain.
one now.
Let me explain. Because
jumping from argument to argument.
At first, you said that there are not two distinguished he's. That's why I showed you that for Leo, he actually does have two distinguished he's. Then you rightfully retracted and said, well, yes. Wait, come on, dude. I'll let you speak for a bit.
That's what I said.
I'll let you speak for a bit. Dude, I'll let you speak for way too long of a time.
Let's just let him respond.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
First, you tried to say it's not teaching two he's. The said here is not contrasting two he's. So I had to show you via exegeting Leo in his other text, which is completely valid to do. He actually does distinguish he from he. And then you retracted rightfully so. Well, actually, there are two he's in the Tome, but one is referring to person, one is referring to nature. Now you're trying to go back to the Tome to show how this is the case, that one of the he's is person.
That is not my argument.
It is what you said, but go ahead. You can explain yourself.
That's not what I said. No, that's not my argument. When I said he from himself, that was the Reverend Pusey quote.
No, for Cyril, yeah. No. But for Leo, no.
No. You can actually, we have the Reverend Pusey quote right here. And you
for
can
Cyril,
read the exact quote and that you said. No. Again, not for Cyril. The Pusey quote that the Grillmeyer quote that you used was from Leo. Okay, and that was in the Tome. That was where you generated the
Sermon
phrase
54.
He from himself. Good.
To exegete
Sermon
the
54.
Tome.
And then I showed how in Sermon 54, himself is in reference to the nature. But that was for Sermon 54, not
so
the
you
Tome.
have so you read the
in
two
the
he's
Tome,
differently in the Tome?
One second. because the context of the letter and even the phrasing can generate that particular interp. When it comes to the tome, before you interrupt, the tome does not do it in the section that you are talking about. He whom Herod treacherously endeavors to destroy is like ourselves in our earlier stage, but he whom the Magi delight to worship on their knees is Lord of all. What you try to contest is the word sed, which means but in Latin, but you weren't able to demonstrate why that refers to two persons, other than the fact that it says but he. There was no semantic.
Is he referring to person in nature in the letter 28?
In letter 28, he's referring to person, but he
is he
doesn't generate another person.
But does it generate another nature?
What?
Is the two he's in the letter, is it talking about one of the he's being a person and the other he being a nature?
No two he's. That is an
but you said earlier about the tome that one was for person and one was for nature.
I didn't say earlier about
yes, you did. If I show you saying that, will you concede?
Agen, I'm going to show you how you're going to strawman me here. Agen,
you said it.
When I said he, hold on, Agen, when I said he and himself, is the phrase he and himself in the section of the tome that we're discussing?
No, you were talking about the tome specifically. You said you said in the tome
and himself.
You said in the tome.
He and himself.
SIIIG, I'm not going to let you be I'm not going to let you be dishonest. I'm going to tell you what you said. You said in the tome. You said in the tome one was for person.
I'm going to continue.
You said in the tome.
He and himself, a term that was used.
Let me get this out.
The Grillmeyer
Let
quote,
me get this out, SIIG. Let me get this out.
Was it used in the Grillmeyer
Let me
quote,
get this
Agen?
out. Let me get this out.
Grillmeyer quote, Agen. Was it used in the Grillmeyer quote?
SIIG, let me get this out.
Yes, it was.
If I'm about to strawman you, you have nothing to be afraid of. You can just correct me. But you specifically said about letter.
SIIG, guys, let SIIG let him strawman you if he's going to, just please.
Yes, if I'm really about to strawman you, because I know exactly what I'm gonna say. You said it on recording. In your own stream, you said it. You said one was referring to person, one was referring to nature. Then you said you can figure this out in the context of the tome. So you were talking about the tome when you said that there were two he's, one was person, one was nature. Now you're trying to retract that.
Okay, so I want to be very clear because as you can see, there are times in which I may be missaying certain things. However, in this particular case, and look at you interrupt again because
Agen, let him respond, please.
So I'm gonna actually continue it, right? So in the context of the text that we are talking about three texts right now. One is a translation from Reverend Pusey, the other one is a letter from Grillmeyer, a translation from Grillmeyer, and the other one is actually in the Tome of Leo. Now, I am referring to he from himself, which clearly everyone here knows that he from himself is in direct and explicit reference to the new quotation that you tried to cite, which is letter 54. If I said tome once, I want to be clear, I exactly, explicitly, extrinsically meant letter 54. Because the phrase he and himself makes that abundantly clear. Because the term he and but he is not in letter 54, but is actually in the tome that we're discussing. As a matter of fact, I would like individuals that are either for me or against me to correctly make sure that the citations for what I'm saying line up and back up exactly what I'm saying. When it comes to what I'm talking about with the tome, we were talking about said, right? He but he. That is the tome quote. He and himself, if you scroll up again, is the Grillmeyer quote. We all know that. I was saying in the Grillmeyer quote, himself is nature, him is person. But in the tome, he but he does not generate two he's or two persons, but one person that is being referred to in two different occasions.
If
one
I show you the contrary from your own mouth.
I'm not gonna allow you to.
It's been a while, but
thank you.
It's been a while.
The other time is when the Magi are doing these things. Now, I want you to demonstrate exactly why, using the Cyrilline citation that you gave, that it has to be only interpreted in the way that you are trying to aforemention.
Okay. Before any of that, if I show you specifically from your own mouth that you claim there was a he referring to person and a he referring to nature in the tome, will you concede that the tome is Nestorian?
Hold on. I won't have to concede the tome is historian. All I would have to concede was that I was speaking too fast. That's all.
Okay, so you would retract. If you did say that, you would retract it now.
like I said, I would say just refer to what I just said before. That's all I would have to do. And plus, I'm streaming live
but
now,
I know,
so people
but
just
I
go
know.
back to
You
my
know how
stream.
I know? You know how I know you didn't misspeak? Because you said if you look at the prior sentences, but you never opened up Sermon 54's prior sentences. You only looked at the Tome's
I
prior
was looking at
sentences.
the Tome's prior
Exactly.
sentences was he, but
So you didn't
he,
misspeak.
but not for.
So you didn't
No,
misspeak.
I was actually no. 1 second. I misspoke. If I misspoke, by the way, big caveat. I'm talking about when you asked me, how do you know he and but he does not generate two persons? That when the term he is used in the sentence,
You're
that
changing
it's
the
only in
subject.
reference to one person. I'm not changing the subject. I'm actually
Yes, you
clarifying
are.
exactly what was going on. So when he and but he was actually being used, we know that he and but he was in reference to person all the time.
You
Given
said it
the
was to
fact
person
that
and nature.
in the context of the tome, that's what's going on.
You
But
said
in
it was
letter
person and nature.
54, it is person. And yeah, in letter 54,
No, you
in the
said in the tome
two
because you
things.
appealed to the prior
Because you brought
sentences
up
in the
three
tome.
quotes. You brought up three quotes. You brought up three quotes.
You
You are
appealed.
confusing my argument.
You were talking about the tome, and you know how I know you didn't misspeak?
No.
Because you said you
I
would
was
go to
talking
the
about
prior
the term
sentences in
for
the tome.
he and but he. Yeah, for he and but he.
No, for
he and
person
but
and
he.
nature.
No, for he and but
Yes.
he.
If I show you, will you retract?
Okay, so if it's he and but he, I'm referring to the tome. But if it's he and himself, I'm
No,
being very clear right
no.
now.
When you said
If it's he
person,
and himself, you're
when you
saying
said
no.
one of
I'm
the
the
he's,
person that was saying the
when you
words, and I'm
said
telling
one
you
of
what I
the
know what I
he's,
say.
when
I'm
you
telling
said
you
one of the
everything.
he's was a person and one of the
I'm
he's was a
saying that
nature,
he,
you said
yes,
it. You
for
said it was the
letter
tome.
54. For letter 54.
No, you said it was the tome.
Well, yes, for letter 54. And if I
No,
said
what do
the
you mean
term,
yes?
I'm clearly trying to say letter 54.
No,
Yes, for
because
letter
you
54.
appealed to the prior sentences, but you don't have Sermon
No,
54
and I
over you.
appealed to the prior sentences for what? For
For
the
what?
tome, for
Exactly.
he
So
but
you were talking
he.
about the
For
tome.
he but he. For he but
No,
he.
you
When I
talked
was
about
talking
the
about he
person
but
and the
he,
nature.
not he and
I'm not gonna
himself.
let
You're
you.
misunderstanding my
I'm not gonna
argument
let you
again.
lie. I'm not gonna let
What's
you lie.
going on, man?
You were talking about
No
the
one's lying here.
person.
I'm being
You were
completely
talking
honest.
about the person and the nature,
By the
and
way,
then
your
you said
entire argument rests on me like misspeaking.
no. It rests
Or
on you being a
something.
liar. That's what it
It
rests
does.
on.
It doesn't rest on me being a
It
liar. It actually
does.
rests on me being able to clarify the things that I'm saying.
No, because you
That's all.
didn't clarify. You said I might have
I
misspoke,
think I'm fine with
but
this.
then
I think I'm
but then you
satisfied with
proved
the
by your
particular
own words.
conversation.
You proved by your own words you had the tome in
No, I
thought when
didn't.
you said the tome.
No, I don't prove by my
Yes.
words that I have the term at all.
I promise you, I'm gonna send you the clip after this. I'm gonna send it
Then
directly
I
to
can
you.
just clarify the clip that I have.
You're gonna
You can send me the
clarify.
clip now if you want.
You're gonna clarify that you misspoke, even though you had the tome in your head.
No, I did not have the term in
Yes.
my head.
Then why did you
He
appeal
but
to the prior
he is
sentences?
referring to the term because I was talking about he but he. He
Exactly.
but he is in reference to the term.
No,
Okay,
you said it
well,
was
that's in
a
reference to the
person
term.
in nature.
But he and himself is in reference to letter 54.
But you said person
So I
in
used
nature,
two
and then
different
appeal to the
arguments for that.
tome.
I did not appeal to the tome there, no.
Yes, you did.
And if I again, if you understood that I was appealing to the tome, I'm telling you now, so that you understand how clear the conversation is going, that when I say he and himself, I'm using your translation of letter 54. When
Because you said you have to look at the prior
Guys,
sentences.
guys. Can we please try to move this forward
I
past
genuinely,
just a purely
if he
semantic?
doesn't concede this, I
Hold on,
genuinely.
Agen,
Go
how
ahead.
are you going to have a debate if you can't even refrain from interrupting a moderator? In a
Go
debate?
ahead, school. I thought you were
Come
just
on, dude.
telling us to stop. Go ahead.
No, like I'm just asking, can we move this to something actually substantive? Because this has been a 90% semantic conversation for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I would I'd like to do this, right? I want to do this. So there is something that I want to talk about because now you've been talking for almost an hour. So you've been talking for much more time than myself.
Since
Since Schoolboy has said that he wants to move on, I'll respect the moderator's decision to do so. If you want to pull up something after this,
before
that's
anything,
fine. So,
I'm not gonna
because you're gonna try and resurrect it again. You're gonna
I'm
try
not
and
gonna.
resurrect it again.
No, I'm not gonna say that.
Anything.
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say, unless you can concede that you actually made a mistake, because I have the clip. I'm not gonna continue with you because you're a liar. You're not continuing in good faith.
There you go. Okay, I am continuing in good faith, and in fact, I'm listening to the moderator. If you want to
I'm
run
gonna
away
show
from
you
the
the clip.
If you want to run away from the moderator out of this,
I've spoken to you for 3
you are
hours.
free to
I've
do
spoken to
so.
you for 3
Yeah,
hours,
that's
and
fine.
all of my
And
logical.
I haven't detracted from anything. I
You
haven't
did.
detracted from anything.
You did.
No, I did not. Now, since
if
you
you
want to
don't
continue
concede,
that,
we're
I
not gonna
do want to have
continue.
a conversation on soteriology here. So, to talk about consubstantiality in the context of soteriology,
SIIG,
we
this is
need to
entirely
establish
fruitless,
whether
dude.
or not Christ was able to assume the nature that we have in order to be able to
You
save
already
us.
tried going this line of argumentation. It was fruitless. I don't think
No,
this is.
I did
I don't
not
think this
go
is
down
smart.
this particular argumentation. We went down the idea of consubstantiality specifically, but we are talking about exactly the assumption for salvation. I did not talk about soteriology with you. And we know that what is not assumed is not saved, okay? Now, what I would like to argue and ask you is, what guarantees the fact that the human property of Christ's mind is the same kind of mind that is consubstantial with my mind to save it?
Okay.
What
Before
guarantees
I answer that, Schoolboy, can you make it like 15 minutes and then we just end it there? Put 15 minutes on the clock or something?
I'll
I
put
want
the
to keep going.
Because this was going
I'll
for
put
way
the-
too long, and I genuinely,
all right.
and I mean this genuinely. I don't think you're an honest person. But let's
All right,
do it
guys.
for 15
whatever
minutes.
you want about me. That's
Okay,
fine.
so
I
what
don't
we'll
think you're
do.
honest either.
Okay, well, what we're gonna do is, all right, we'll do 20 minutes. All right, you guys continue this, and then we'll end it there. Is that okay? Both of you guys agree with this or no? And then if you guys want to have a debate
Can we
later,
actually, just for ease of conversation, can we actually just do it like formal, like timed rounds? Because I'm sick of this interrupting. I'm sick of
Yeah, we can do it that way,
semantic
too.
disputes. If there's anything that you guys actually like need to hash out,
Okay.
definitions. I mean, you can do them during cross examination, but can we do like 5 minutes each and then a 10-minute the 10-minute open discussion?
please, man. Well, we'll do it that way, and we can end this, man. We can end like
We'll try our
that.
best to, yeah. Let's go.
Okay. All right.
All right, let me get a timer.
You want to do timer? All right.
And what topic you want to do, Sig? Because soteriology is pretty boring. But if you want to do it, I don't care.
I understand why he's going this route, because I think that there needs to be a reflexivity between all systems, triadology, Christology, soteriology,
So this is the
anthropology.
thing. Yeah. So the language scheme that we use needs to be uniform across the various aspects of theology that we are concerned with. Apart from confessional appeals to wanting to preserve a particular form of language, we need to make sure that we have good grounds to use certain language conventions like we do. So, first thing that I would like to actually ask you, and not even just ask you, but I'm going to establish this, is by looking at the idea of Christ's nature in the context of triadology and then in the context of Christology.
Okay.
Is the language that we use in the context of
Are you timing this, Schoolboy?
Yeah, he's got 4
Okay.
minutes and 21 seconds.
Go ahead, Sig.
Right. So is the context actually no? You know what? I won't go first. Agen can go first, and then I can go. Is that okay?
But you're the one. I don't know what we're
let
talking about.
Agen-
So you go first.
I mean, if you want to make the argument,
Agen, if you want to,
finish
yeah.
the argument.
Agen, you can make any argument you want, and then I'll do the 5 minutes after you. I don't mind.
Just any random argument, and then you're going to make another one, or is it going to be the same topic?
Same topic.
You can do any, same topic.
Well, it's his topic. It's his topic. It's only fair he goes first.
You want him to go first?
I think that's
Fine,
actually
fine,
fair.
I'm-
Say because
Okay.
you're arguing against. He's got the positive claim. So
So he would have to argue first, no?
But I don't know like what you're trying to argue about. You just said soteriology. That's
You
vague.
can choose any topic you want.
is true.
I'm going to talk about soteriology, but
Just
you
let
can
just
talk
let
about anything
Sig
you
talk.
want.
So it's the same discussion. Let Sig talk first. Doesn't make any sense.
yeah, just finish up. Sig. You've got 4
fine.
minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, cool. So does the language that we use in triadology map onto Christology?
Well, go 5 minutes uninterrupted, and then we have 10 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes.
If he wants to ask questions during,
I'd rather,
I'm not
I'd
being
rather
super
do
formal
that.
here.
Okay.
And then and by the way, only questions you can. I mean, just for the sake of it, like so we don't waste each other's time. Let's just do clarifiers if needed. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I did just pause, so I'm going to restart the clock.
Thank you, Schoolboy. God bless you.
Go ahead.
All right. So, again, my first question is going to be, does the language that we use concerning triadology map onto the language that we use Christology?
The language can be the same, but the things being picked out will never be the same, because one is the divine essence. It's completely incomprehensible. The union is in some sense comprehensible. So the terms can be the same, but the things being picked out will never be the same.
Okay. So when people are able to look at the context of salvation, we know that what is not assumed is not saved. Is a nature assumed by Christ or simply human properties?
Nature is assumed.
Okay.
With will in mind. Keep on.
That's fine. That being said, is there ever a sense in which Christ's nature that is human no longer exists?
It always exists.
Okay. So the nature itself that is human always exists.
Mm-hmm.
Is that different in the way that we are considering than the divine nature that also exists?
When we duly enumerate them in the mind, yes.
Okay, so we can say, and again, this is after the union. This is not talking about before the particular conception of the union. This is afterwards.
So as epistemologically, like the product of the union, sorry, to clarify, are you talking about the product of the union or the temporal instance of the one Christ?
Because the product of the union is a union because its temporal, because its parts still exist.
Well,
like when say for example, you have a human being, right? You have a human being, and then its particular property of like prescience, right? Like it always has this property of prescience; it never loses it.
Yeah.
Those are two different planes of existence, right? Being a human and being prescient aren't on the same plane of existence. But now a human being has the ability to be prescient all the time. Now, here's the issue that I have. Okay. Because of this union now between humanity and prescience, does the distinction between humanity and prescience go away?
And define prescience? Can you give a definition?
Prescience is the ability to know and see all things at any given time whatsoever.
Okay. And are you applying that to the flesh of Christ?
I'm applying this to any human being. So let's say a human being on this plane of existence, which is the physical plane of existence as well as spiritual plane, for some reason has this particular divine quality of prescience, right? God could do that if he wanted to. If this human, thank you. Yeah, if this human being has that, does the ability of prescience go away simply because those two things are combined?
Can I clarify? Are you just referring to always having some type of conception of something?
Not just having the conception of something, but that the property actually exists.
Well, I mean, it exists imminently, and it will always have it.
Right. So this ability of prescience also exists even after it's combined with the human being that we're talking about.
I mean, I would say the bounds and potencies belong to the human. It's not just given by acquisition temporally. Man was created with that.
But prescience itself, in this particular analogy, will always have it now.
Well, yes.
Like once it gains this particular property, right, and it all exists after it's being combined with this humanity that we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I don't see it as a combination, by the way. I see it as something that's
the issue is,
Go ahead.
That's fine, but the problem is you don't see the union of Christ as a combination either. You believe that there's a product that's made out of two.
I see it as a combination.
Okay, so if the combination is of these two things, the thing that grounds the combination are the two natures, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, does the thing that ground the combination of Christ's union exist after the union?
The thing that grounds? Well, when we say the thing that grounds, let me just answer this and then give SIIG another question.
Okay.
So the thing that grounds, that was a very vague question. I would say you need a multiplicity of things for there to be united. After the union, you don't have those constituents anymore enumerated, but they still exist in natural quality.
But the problem is with natural quality, you know that what makes the two things united are the two things that are the parts for the composition of that union. If those two things don't exist, then the thing that made the union be united in the first place wouldn't exist either.
It exists qualitatively after the union, not quantitatively.
It exists for the union to take place.
They exist.
And be established.
They exist for the union to take place. They remain even after in natural quality.
But the problem is the natural quality is not what made the union. Their nature, which are the principles of the natural qualities, actually made the union. So in order to concede that, you'd only have one nature, and this is a problem, without actually its principle for its union. Because the natural qualities weren't the principle for the union, the natures were.
The natural quality would be the principle for the union, because the natural quality is the summation of all the predicates of the natures.
And then you're a nominalist about natures then, after the union.
No.
Yes, because the natures themselves don't exist.
They do, just not enumerated.
Okay, so they actually exist. So there's two natures after the union. You just don't count two natures after the union.
Well, there's not two natures because you just counted it itself.
No. You say that there are, you just don't count. The same way that I can say that there are three things that we can call God. Yeah, so there are qualitatively two natures after the union.
Well,
can we agree with that?
You just said qualitatively and then employed quantitatively.
Okay, so again, qualitatively, right? Qualitatively leads to do with the kind. But if Christ is not the same kind of human nature as humans, given the fact that he doesn't actually have a nature that human beings have, he just has the natural properties they have, then he wouldn't be consubstantial with them.
He would be, because the natural qualities are the foundation within the one substrate that possesses them. So the one substrate is a God-man substrate.
What makes someone consubstantial with someone else is not whether or not they have the set of properties, but whether they have the nature, which is the principle for that set of properties.
Well, that
if
nature,
they use the principle, and they use
that nature is retained within that set of natural qualities. So I can give an example.
So then the nature is retained. The nature still exists.
It exists in the set of natural characteristics. And I can explain
Right,
this
so
if
then,
you let me give an example.
You're just one sec, because it's still my time. So then the nature, you're just reducing it to the set of natural qualities. That's what you're doing.
It's not a reduction, but basically the
You
misunderstanding
are,
here.
because there's no difference between the properties of the natural qualities and then the natural qualities themselves.
The misunderstanding
There's no
here.
difference between the two.
The misunderstanding here is that you don't understand the relation between accidents and substance. So the substance possesses the accidents, but the accidents are never reducible to that substance. When we say that the two natures unite, that's the foundation for the union. But after the
All
union,
right, here's the final question that I have, right?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Okay, so you affirm two nativities, correct?
That he's born of God and born of man.
Yeah, are there two nativities?
The one substance has those two relations. If you take nativity as a relation, the one substance has it.
I take nativity as the action of proceeding from someone. The same way that Christ proceeded from the mother of God is the same way that he proceeded from the Father.
If you just take like the proceeding as a relation, like there's the procedure and the preceded.
Are there two nativities?
If you take it as a relation, the one nature has
I think
those
the term
two
relation
relations.
is big, which is why I'm not using it.
Well, I can explain how I'm using it and see if
That's
it
fine. I don't
aligns with yours.
I don't need to use the term.
Okay, I
I'm
need to
asking you
use the
whether or
term
not
so
there
you
are-
understand.
I don't think you do. I don't think the language of relation needs to be employed, given the fact that that seems to be a scholastic input, and we're not scholastic.
Well, it's not even scholastic. Relations have existed prior to scholasticism. But anyways, the reason I say
and
that
it's existed in the Western tradition,
the
but
reason I
problem
say
that
that
I have-
the reason I say that is because nativity will refer to coming forth from something, like you said. It requires another. It's actually foundational within that other. So because of that, it needs two things that are formally constituted. It would be a relation.
Okay, so again, that thing that's formally if that's what you mean by relation, you're saying that this thing comes from this thing, but you're trying to reduce it to a particular principle. But I'm not reducing it to a principle. I'm actually reducing it to a particular action that's instantiated. So
Well, that
again,
action is related between two.
Again, are there two births that go on with the person of Christ? So he's born from the Father and he's born from the Mother.
You can say he's born from the Father and born from the Mother.
Okay, is the thing that grounds the thing that was born, right? The thing that grounds the birth of the mother, is that the same thing as the thing that grounds the birth from the Father?
If you view one thing and another thing, then you're doing it en theoria and they're not the same.
But again, outside of the mind, there was a birth of the mother, different from the birth
the
of the
birth
father.
of the mother was instantaneous with the becoming of one with the Word.
That's true, but the birth of the father is not the same as the birth from mother.
But temporally, then it would have just been
outside
the
of
Word.
Consideration of the mind. Okay, so again, temporally, we are talking about the birth from the mother. The thing that was the birth from the mother, the action of birth from the mother itself is not the same as the action of birth from the father. We know
It's not
that.
the same, but the one subject possesses both
so then there's
relations.
that's fine, but then there's different births going on outside of the mind.
Well, even if you say it's outside of the mind, if you wanted to pinpoint a temporal moment, as
There you
soon
go,
as
it's
the
outside
flesh,
the mind.
as soon as the flesh was concretized, it was made numerically one. So there was never a res which maintained that relata outside of union with the Word.
So there was again, this is a scholastic import. You don't need to.
Okay, I'll say it in English. There was never a thing that has that relation that was not the Word temporally.
Okay, that's true. But the problem that you have with there not being a thing that had that particular relation that isn't the Word is the fact that there are still two things that we can actually count there.
I
And I'm not
disagree.
using theoria for them. Okay, but you're not contemplating that because theoria is
You
the
are.
usage of the nous, the eye of the soul. No, the
You
eye of
are.
the soul, correct?
I can explain.
Okay.
Because
Am I using the eye of the soul to see? Okay, for example, let's say not even Nicodemus. Let's say the Pharisees. The Pharisees acknowledged that Jesus Christ was the son of a carpenter, and that you could see his mother and his brothers. Right. So that means that they acknowledged the fact that he was born from a human being. They was born from another human being. Correct.
Repeat that again.
That means that they acknowledged that Christ was born from a human being.
Yeah, they acknowledge that.
Okay. Are they acknowledging that he was born from God?
They're acknowledging he's born from God in one sense, born from the Virgin in another. But that one was born from both.
In what way can a nous darkened person acknowledge that Christ is born from God in a sense?
Well, that would just go into whether or not the Trinity can be known by natural reason. I can actually give you an argument for knowing begetting by natural reason, if you want me to, but that's completely unrelated.
Knowing specifically that the Son is begotten from the Father. That
Well,
in
yeah, you
some
can know
sense,
that.
they knew that because the Son was born from Mary, he was born from God.
Well, because he's born from Mary is one relation, being born from God is another relation.
How did they know the other relation?
Either because of the scriptures or because what happened with Peter was flesh and blood didn't reveal it, but the Father did.
I didn't talk about Peter. I talked about the Pharisees. How do the Pharisees? I know you did, and I'm granting that Peter knew both nativities. But how do the Pharisees know both nativities?
Do the Pharisees ever exhibit that they know the Son is begotten? Let's say Nicodemus. When Nicodemus talks with Christ,
I didn't refer to Nicodemus. I only referred to the Pharisees.
Just
that
Pharisees
said that
in
Jesus
general.
Christ was born from the comforter's son. No, specifically the Pharisees in the citation that I cited in Scripture.
Okay, so when they know that he's the carpenter's son, how did they know that?
Because they knew that he was the son of his mother.
Yes.
Okay, so did they know that he was born from God? The same person that was born from the mother was born from God. Did they know that?
They didn't know that.
They did not know that. So since they did not know that, there is one nativity without theoria that is being known and another nativity that isn't being known.
But they still are viewing the one incarnate nature of the Word. They're just ignorant about another relation he has.
Is that true?
Well, they're aware of one nativity or one relation. Well, I'm even granting
that's
that.
Good, but that means that means that you are able to distinguish one from another, meaning you can distinguish one even from non-existence because they don't even think that it exists without using theoria. You can distinguish a birth from Christ that in no way is the birth of God's word.
I didn't tell you.
Father without theoria.
I didn't tell you the two relations need theoria. I'm telling you two things that have those relations need theoria.
You said knowing those two
things. Yes.
Exactly. But they know this thing without theoria.
You don't know how I'm using thing. I'm using thing as the thing which possesses that relation. The relations themselves are loosely called, if I called them things, I would just have been incorrect. I was trying to make it easy for you. But it's one substrate that possesses both of those relations. Those relations are not divided to two substances.
Didn't say about whether they're divided into two substances. My point is the things that we attribute to Christ, like the natural properties, you said you can only distinguish between natural properties in the mind alone.
No. Natural properties are distinguished in reality. The substances having those sets of properties respectively is entheoria.
So again, right, the substances having those properties, meaning the natures, you can distinguish in theory alone.
Yes.
But the actual property, now you're conceding a different point. That
no, I've been saying this.
Those natures. Okay. So these Pharisees, particularly, they would only know the properties of the nature, but they wouldn't know the nature itself.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Oh, I'm gonna.
Yeah, come back up. This has been
hasn't been more than 5 minutes?
All right, I'm back. Just 1 second, and then I know I've been speaking for some time.
And then last thing, and then we're gonna go. I think it's been more than a bunch of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, give you a couple extra minutes if you'd like. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
So we now have that these Pharisees know the properties of the nature. They just don't know the nature. Okay. The property of being born. Do you think that the Pharisees did not know that that was a human quality? That was something of humanity?
Him being born of like the carpenter?
Yeah, being born of not the carpenter. He wasn't born from the carpenter.
Obviously, but in their thought.
Right, but that was not in theoria, because theoria is not just thought.
I'm not telling you natural qualities are conceived in theoria. I'm saying ascribing the natural quality. Well, I believe that the relation of being born of Mary, the relation of being born of God, still exists because of the natural qualities. Because natural qualities is just a summation of all predicates and relations.
Yeah, but you already said that the nature is also the sum of all those particular things as well. Now, the problem that I have okay, let's say that you did not, but we can look at the clips back. When you say specifically that these Pharisees who do not have an enlightened soul are able to see the human properties, is there a nature that those non-enlightened people would attribute the property of being born to that isn't human?
Repeat that again? Say that slowly.
Is there a nature?
Because you said not twice, and I need to break that down.
Yeah. I understand. Is there a nature that the Pharisees would attribute to being born that isn't human?
They would have thought Christ is a mere man.
That's not the answer to the question, and that's not my
question. You're saying, is there a nature that the Pharisees would have attributed being born that is not man? I'm saying they would have only conceived of him as a man.
Once he answers this question, Sid, we're gonna go ahead and move on to his time.
So
Okay.
this is the final time I'm going to ask the question, given the fact that you're not really doing it. I'm not asking whether or not they would only have thought of Christ as a man. The question is whether or not the Pharisees would look at this property and attribute it to a nature that is not human.
No, they would attribute it only to a nature which is human. Because they're
Thank
wrong.
you very much. That's the end
Okay.
of that. I appreciate that. I appreciate
Great.
it. Thank you.
Now we're gonna
They're
go
able
ahead and
to
give.
contemplate a human nature in theory without theory. Thank you. All right, you can ask my question.
They're just wrong, by the way, but I'll explain that in my 5 minutes.
So we'll do that. Well, you're gonna get. I mean, if you want a little more, time, Megan, because he got a lot of time.
You don't have to give me
a lot of time. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Schoolboy.
Just to finish up what was just
Yeah,
said.
I've got a timer going.
The
Okay,
Pharisees.
go ahead. I paused it.
The Pharisees only conceived of Christ being a man because they thought he was a mere man. That's just because they're ignorant. They're wrong. What they saw before them was God incarnate. So they would have applied the human properties they saw to a human nature existing on its own in their mind, which they would have thought as the man Jesus Christ, who was born of a carpenter, who wasn't born of a virgin. So they're just wrong in that sense. So that's number one. Number two, for us, we first and foremost recognize that there's one incarnate nature of the Word. The one incarnate nature of the Word has all of the relations, all of the particularity, quiddity, aseity of the two natures, but those properties aren't divided into two natures. As Nissa says, the properties no longer belong to either nature by way of division, and it's like, in his analogy, vinegar being mixed in water. So there's one nature that has a relation of being born of the Father and a relation of being born of the Son. Can I send you a quote on this, SIIG? And I want to know what you think first and foremost.
Is this a different point, or are you just trying to substantiate the other point with the Pharisees?
It's going to substantiate this point.
What point are you making?
I'll show you. This is from Ephraim the Syrian, so he's a famous father.
Sure thing.
And he says the following on this kind of double relation. He says right here, in hymn 4, that above showed his nature to be from the majesty, so that's one relation, and that below also showed his nature to be from mankind. Oh, great marvel that his godhead and his manhood each was preached by them. So the way I would read this...
But each of what? Both of the natures, right?
It would be one nature. He says also that nature. So the way I would read
says
this...
he... So he also
Let me just say this point so people know what I mean. The way that we would read this quote is that there's one nature. It has a relation to God the Father. It has a relation to Mary. Those are two different relations. You don't need entheoria to process that they're different relations. What you need entheoria for is to ascribe one of those relations to one of those natures and another of that relation to another nature. So now, SIIG, with this in mind, do you think that natural qualities persist in the Miaphysite formula?
They persist?
Yes.
I think you claim... I don't really know what you... I was going to say yeah, but I don't really know what you mean by persist.
It means they exist whether or not the mind conceives of them. They're just there in reality. They persist in the one incarnate nature of the Word.
Okay, so you do know what we mean by in reality then?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Well, you have a multivariant usage of reality. So what usage are you using for reality when you say that?
Here I'm just saying the product of the union, the one Christ that we conceive of.
So they exist in the product of the union?
Yeah. Would you agree that for Miaphysites, they have natural qualities of divinity and of humanity in reality?
I think that's what they try to say, but I don't think that really much catches up. You're just saying, do Miaphysites say X, Y, and Z?
Yes.
But the problem is you need to show where the term relation is being used here. You actually have the quote here. Relation isn't used there. That's your reading. Like,
no, I'm just saying from. The from here is a relation. Because to be from something implies there's another thing. It needs two formally constituted things.
Not necessarily. No.
But I want to just further on get past this point. Miaphysites, you said, sure, in reality, they try to say there's two sets of natural qualities. Okay. Do Miaphysites believe that in reality there's two natures?
Well, again, I don't think Miaphysites believe that in reality that there are two natures, because they don't really understand what the definition of nature even means in the Miaphysite Christology.
Okay. So if they don't affirm two natures, but they affirm that one nature has all the properties.
What does nature mean? I just want a qualification question. What does nature mean?
Individual reality here.
So, individual reality?
Yes. So moving on with that, because Miaphysites, well, By individual, I mean something which can be distinguished from another of the same class.
Okay, and you distinguish by way of identity, by way of
between what and what?
What? How do you distinguish an individual from another individual? Because you said it can be distinguished. How do you distinguish?
For example, if I have a man and another man, you can distinguish them by the fact that they do not have all the same properties. You can do by identity. I don't care.
Okay, but like again,
let me ask the question. This is my turn. This is my turn.
I understand, but just like a qualification, because I understand how you're using it. And
well, this qualification has nothing to do with the line of questioning I'm giving. I'm saying the Miaphysites reject two natures.
Yeah, but the problem is you're trying to explicate.
So if Miaphysites reject two natures, they say that the one nature has all the sets of properties. Would you agree, given that the nativities that you're using are relations, that it doesn't actually necessitate two natures for the Miaphysites?
Again, I don't know what you mean by nature, but you mean like some individual reality. And then when I asked what you mean by individual, you mean something that's distinguished from something else. And then I asked, what do you mean? How do you distinguish something? Because distinguishing is
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant here.
I don't think it's irrelevant, because your predication of what nature means relies on how you distinguish.
Again,
things.
I'm the one supposed to be. This is my time. I didn't do that when you were talking.
Completely fine. I'm just saying it depends on what you mean. I'm not trying to be an arsehole. I'm just saying.
It really doesn't. But okay, with this in mind,
I think it really does.
Given that what you call nativities are actually relations. Yep. Would you concede that given the Miaphysite system of distinction and natural quality, it wouldn't necessitate two subjects of predication, i.e. natures?
Subjects of predication?
Yes,
now,
things that can be predicated things.
Okay, so things that can be predicated things. So are you saying that, like, can we predicate humanity of, like, the birth of the son from the father then?
Again, that's not my question.
No, because you said that, these are two different sets of predication.
Sets of predication belong to one subject of predication.
Okay, and by subject of predication, you just mean you attribute this to this thing.
Yes.
Okay.
So you would attribute two relations, one to a father, one to a mother, to one nature.
Yeah. So could you attribute, for example, being born from the father as something that is human?
No, you would attribute it as something that belongs to Emmanuel.
Okay. Could you attribute that as something that belongs to the divinity?
You could attribute being born of the Virgin as something which belongs to Emmanuel.
Okay, but you couldn't attribute being born from the Father as something that belongs to the divinity.
Well, there's no longer divinity and humanity counted to attribute the human stuff to the divine nature and the divine stuff to the human nature. There's only one nature from out of both.
But there is still humanity and divinity in Christ after the union,
but not enumerated.
Okay, so why couldn't you predicate this thing, which is being born from the Father?
This is like detracting from my point. Right now you're asking the questions. I'm supposed to be asking the questions.
I apologize. I didn't mean to make it that sort of thing. I'm actually trying to stay on topic here. But you're saying that you can attribute it to these things, and I understand vaguely, I guess. But you're now saying...
I'll say it in caveman words. For Miaphysites, they don't have two different properties for two things, but different properties for one thing. Do you agree that's an accurate representation of Miaphysitism?
Remember, SIIG, only clarifiers, okay? Please, if
yeah. Sure. I will say that's indeterminate. I'm going to be respectful. I'm going to say it's indeterminate.
According to Miaphysites.
Okay? Again, I can grant that, but I don't really know what that means for you guys.
For us,
if it helps, sure, but I don't really think
so if Miaphysites affirm...
If
Miaphysites affirm that it's one thing that has different sets of predication, then you can never show that different properties will ever reduce to two natures. You agree with that statement?
It depends on what... Well, not necessarily, because it depends on what grants that set. Like, what grants this set as one set of predication, and another set as another set of predication.
Diverse formal causes. That's your clarifier. Not to go with that.
What is that?
Diverse formal causes will mean that the causes do not actually need to be duly enumerated and identified with each other, but the blueprints exist, and it would exist by virtue of the natural qualities here.
Isn't that the same as just saying the thing that you said before, but attaching a phrase to it? Because you said that you don't enumerate them, but the causes for their distinction still exist, like you said before. But you're just repeating that again. But that doesn't actually mean a different reason other than what we're contesting right now. You know that.
Sorry? It doesn't mean a different thing of what we're contesting? That was like unintelligible. What did you mean?
That wasn't unintelligible. I'm saying you're not giving a different reason for why you can still have different sets of predication.
Well, because it's a composition.
That granted those sets before.
Because it's a
you
composition.
are now just using a term to just describe that particular thing.
It's because it's a composition. So now I'm just going to continue. Explaining.
Okay.
I'll explain the Miaphysite formula.
How does a composition generate that you can still have two different sets of predication here?
Well, I'm the one asking the question.
With the thing that predicates those sets.
I'm the one asking the questions. So now I'm gonna explain everything.
If you don't want to answer that question, it's completely up to you. It's fine.
Okay. You're gonna get the answer when I say the whole thing. In the Miaphysite formula, you have one thing from out of two things. The one thing from out of two things is no longer counted as two things after the union. Because it's no longer counted as two things after the union, either that would be because both natures have become identical, or the other option is both natures have entered a henosis where there's no mingling, mixture, confusion, or tertium quid. Because we follow the latter and not the former, we would affirm that natural qualities and the diversity that used to belong to the two natures, all that diversity now belongs to one thing from out of both. And a perfect example is the body and the soul. Specifically, the particular body uniting with the particular soul. The particular body uniting with the particular soul composes the particular man. The particular man still maintains the diversities of the body and soul, enough so that when one contemplates the diversity, he will know that this has to be a product and not some random instantiation from a hybrid tertium quid human ousia. It's rather, this is one man from out of two particulars, and that diversity will inform the mind of division and theoria. So with this in mind, your former arguments of there being two nativities, i.e. having a relation being born of the father and having a relation being born of a mother, that doesn't force two subjects of predication, because those are predicates, and we still maintain that the predicates remain in the synthesis of the union. You had a clarifying question you wanted to ask?
Well, that's the thing that's actually being disputed, right? We're trying to see whether or not you can actually generate that there's still two different sets.
Well, then you should have disputed it in your 5 minutes.
Well, I don't need to dispute it in the 5 minutes because that wasn't an argument being made.
Your whole argument was that because there's two nativities, there would have to be two natures, or I would have to become a monophysite.
No, my point was that if you do grant that there are two nativities, then you need to be able to grant a principle for them. Now, if the principle goes away, then that would be a monophysite. But the
principle remains. The principle remains in the forms of natural quality.
But again, the forms of natural quality just mean the thing that you said before, which is the kinds of things or predicates that you're saying. So
all
actually,
of the predicates.
that's just repeating yourself. You're not giving an actual reason.
Do you think one thing can have two opposing predicates and not be two things?
So the two things themselves can still be two things.
I didn't say two things. Can one thing have two opposing properties?
And have two opposing properties?
Yeah. If it's a composite. Okay, good. So if one thing
can hold on. Am I allowed to finish the answer, or you just want to like straw man the yes?
It's not a straw man.
I mean, if Agen wants to cut you off,
if he wants to cut me off,
can do that.
Fine.
So if one thing can have two opposing properties, then opposing properties will never force me to concede that there's two things. Do you agree with that?
Agen, by the way, really quick, you do have Schoolboy. Anytime I was gonna ask if Agen wanted just like maybe 3 to 4 more minutes.
Yeah. So again, like I said, I think it's going to depend on what causes their opposition as well, or opposing predicates. So like when I'm saying that like a body
it's not two things, is it?
Well, again, the body and soul are two different things though.
Do they become one thing?
4 more minutes, okay? Again, I'm gonna give you 4 minutes.
They can constitute one person, but they don't stop being different things.
Then why do the consensus of the fathers say it's two hypostases making one hypostasis and two natures making one nature?
But we're not talking about necessarily the consensus right now.
I am. Everything I said is from the fathers.
You specifically rendered a particular philosophical point, and I want to attack the philosophical point, and then we can go to the patristics.
Okay, but you don't attack. I asked the questions. I asked you a question. Can one thing have two opposing properties?
I want to clarify the particular philosophical property.
It's my turn to talk.
Hold on, SIIIG. Wait.
I was being very polite.
All right.
If you agree that one thing can have two opposing properties and it doesn't have to regress into two things, and then you're arguing, well, actually, it needs the foundation of those two things, then it can't be the case because something is either one thing or two things. However, if you wanted to argue it's one thing in one sense, two things in another, that just violates the patristic consensus because they believe that man is one from two and is no longer two. Cyril says that he's no longer two in the second letter to Sixcensus.
I know the second letter to Census, but I also know the letters that he actually had in his correspondence with John of Antioch. But we're not arguing.
And in his writing to John of Antioch, Nestorius thought it was monophysite, and even in letter 44. I know. And in letter 44, he says that it's in division. So again, based on the fathers, they actually say that the body and soul, when they unite, they're no longer two. So if you
Actually, it
concede,
depends on if John of Antioch's language is actually fine
okay,
Christologically,
I'll
isn't it?
talk about John of Antioch. John of Antioch, according to letter 44, Cyril says they affirm one nature, but they're obscure about their sayings, and they know that the division is in speculation and theoria alone. He says that in letter 44.
Okay. So given the fact that John of Antioch's language is very much accepted by Cyril and the particular semantic conditions are accepted as well, there would be no problem in saying that there are two natures after the union,
Nope,
given the particular
because John of Antioch never
conditions.
says two natures after
There's
the
no
union.
so there's no problem with saying two natures after the union, though.
No, there is. There's a problem with saying two natures after the union. John
You're
of
going to
Antioch,
contest John of Antioch.
John of Antioch only says there's two natures, and for Cyril in letter 44, he says that they mean it's in reason and speculation alone.
I would actually like to contest that if you may. We can actually pull up letter 44 as well as
Well, we can do that.
affidavit that was signed.
We can do that, sure, but it's my time, and I'd like to get this point clear. Cyril
We'd like
says,
to not pull up the letter, of course. Go ahead.
No, I'll let you, but let me do with my time as I please. So
yeah, I'm just saying you're not going to
because you agree that one thing can have two sets of properties, your argument that there's two sets of properties, therefore there's two things,
That's not exactly what I said,
fails because the body and soul are no longer two. So because we know that the body and soul, because we know that the body and soul are no longer two, and you conceded one thing can have two properties, and because the fathers say there's no longer two natures after the union in Christ, therefore your argument from nativities will not make me in any way concede Diophysitism after the union.
Agen, you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes left, Agen.
Okay.
So
I challenge SIIG now. It's your turn because you wanted to bring the letter. Show me in one place, SIIG, in letter 39, where John of Antioch says two natures after the union. Does it exist?
Since we're going to use on the particular terms, I'm also going to challenge you on all the other times before where I asked for the particular usage where you failed to do so.
Are you sure you want me to do that? You want me to go into the fathers? You want me to go into the fathers? It'll be your nightmare.
I want you to specifically show whether or not when we looked at Leo, when he said he
whoa, mods.
When it comes to, now you're being mods.
Guys, I just pause the time. Everyone, guys. Hold on. I have to pause this really quick. All right, you got a minute. You got a minute and 45, Agen. SIIG, you can get into this right after all of this, okay? All the contentions, everything you want to go to, that's fine. Let Agen finish, okay? What he wants to do. And if he wants you to pull up something, then pull something up.
So to make this point very clear, because SIIG conceded that one thing can have two opposing properties. You did say that.
And I said it depends.
Because you said,
I actually said it was before you cut me off.
Hold on, I'm talking, bro. I'm talking. I didn't ask you a question yet. I didn't ask you a question.
SIIG, let him go. SIIG, let him go. You're gonna get your moment right after this, okay?
Yes. Because you said that one thing has two sets of opposing properties, and because the fathers make it clear that the body and soul are no longer two, then your argument from two sets of opposing properties does not reduce to Diophysitism, because the foundation would be in natural quality, and Cyril says the only distinction that remains after the union is in natural quality. So with this in mind, because you wanted to go to John of Antioch to try and show that two natures after the union is accepted, can you please show me in letter 39 where the statement two natures after the union is said?
All right. That's going to be contingent again upon the actual concession, which was not made. My concession was never
do you have the quote?
On whether or not you can have two different sets of properties.
I didn't ask you that question.
My actual point, which wasn't a concession, again,
I didn't ask you that question.
My answer, again, me bringing out the quote is going to be dependent
ask you that
on
question.
whether or not I made a concession. That's okay.
So
again,
do you have the quote or not?
Me making the quote is going to be dependent on what I actually said.
Okay, so you don't have the quote.
Okay, no. Again, I have the quote relative to the point that I made, not relative on the straw man you tried to employ.
I didn't employ a straw.
My particular point is that it depends on the kind.
All right, guys.
Time.
All right, time. All right. Schoolboy, do you want to time this 10 minutes, bro, or no?
Can we make it like 5? Because I'm getting super sleepy.
Yeah, man. We can make it 5 if that's okay. You want to do 5-minute cross, or what do you guys want to do? Is that okay? All right. I'm gonna go ahead. Listen, guys, during this cross, please, just answer as concisely as you can, and please let's not do what we did this time. All right. No making points. Answer questions. You can be interrupted. All right.
So who's gonna ask the questions?
It's gonna be SIIG. SIIG will have 5, and then you'll end off on 5. All right, Agen, is that okay?
This is just gonna do what we just did. Why not just end with conclusions?
You want to end conclusions?
Yeah, fine. Agen, you can go first, and then I'll go after.
Well, I just went. It's only fair you should go.
No, it's fine. I think you should go since you want to continue speaking. Go ahead, Agen.
No, you want the last word, but you went, I
Well,
went. It's only you should go
I
now.
want
All right,
the
how about
last
this,
word.
guys? Rock,
Go
paper,
ahead.
scissors. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
How are we gonna do
All right,
rock, paper, scissors?
You're gonna DM me right now your answer. Go.
Okay.
DM me.
Okay.
No. Agen, pick a number 1 to 10.
And damn it to you, or just say it now.
Whoever.
Just say it.
Okay. 3.
Nope. SIIG.
What? 7.
All right. SIIG was closer. It was 6.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Agen.
Okay. Based on what we spoke about, he tried to make the argument in this last. Or should I? Sorry, pause. Should we talk about everything we said in the past 3 hours, or what we said in the past 10 minutes?
Everything that you guys, whatever you want to conclude, man. This is your conclusion to this whole entire dialogue with SIIG. All right. So
Okay.
whatever you want to put in there is fine. Go ahead, and your time starts now. Go.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, SIIG, for coming. We had a lot of discussions. We first started speaking about me citing the fathers, and you wanted to argue that I was being disingenuous. But then we started talking a little bit about metaphysics, and this is when it started to get interesting. First, you tried to argue either I collapse into monophysitism, or I actually have to affirm the existence of 2 essences, and then via some sort of counting method affirm 2 essences. But I proved this is not the case because of homogeneous hypostases and heterogeneous hypostases, and then it devolved into a language debate. But to define that once again, homogeneous hypostases are those which are instantiated immediately from some type of universal. Heterogeneous hypostases, their genesis comes from a product of a union of 2 hypostases. So one, it's priorly made from an essence instantiating. The other is priorly made from 2 hypostases combining. With this in mind, you can speak and count ousia for homogeneous hypostases. But once you have a heterogeneous hypostases, you cannot speak of Christ being into ousia, Christ having 2 ousia, Christ being 2 ousia after the union, because it'll say something we don't want to say about Christ if you understand the genus-species subdivision relation and how that applies to universals. What we can say is that Christ has a human ousia. We can say that Christ has a divine ousia because we're pointing to the essential relation which the particular has, because he still possesses 2 sets of natural qualities, and because of that will possess all that belongs to those natures, however in negation to counting them. We also have clear patristic testimony by the co-presider of the Council of Ephesus telling you not to count essences. We have Saint Theodotus of Ancyra in his exposition on the Creed saying not to speak of 2 or diverse essences in Christ, because doing so would make Christ no longer one Lord. And he's trying to argue based off the speaking of the Council of Nicaea. They only spoke of him having a human ousia, but they never said Christ is 2 ousia, because that's never ever found anywhere in the Fathers. With this in mind, after me and SIIG had that discussion, we talked a little bit about what is the foundation for Christ retaining consubstantiality, to which I said it's the natural quality which remains from the combination of 2 particulars. And then it evolved into SIIG basically admitting that God the Word has all the human properties intrinsically. And he conceded this very clearly and very loudly. And when he conceded that point, I tried to press him on the fact that God gained something which he didn't have before, which he also agreed on recording. He might say he didn't say this, but I have the clip for it. If anyone wants it, I mean, you don't believe me, I can probably send it over. After that, however, SIIG wanted to kind of retract, say, you don't know how to define change. SIIG did that all throughout the debate. He kept asking me to define, especially after I've defined. He would ask me to define the definitions I gave themselves. SIIG did concede, however, that the humanity itself is flux to change, and this property belongs to the Word. But then he wanted to say that is actually the nature, not to the person. To which I made a counter rebuttal that the person does things, not the natures, and he conceded this. With this in mind, spatial change, meaning going from one point to another point, would have to be properly and intrinsically predicated to the person, and the conclusion necessarily follows from the premises that SIIG would have conceded that God the Word intrinsically changes via a spatial change by possessing the constitutive idioms that are both hypostatic and essential, all predicated intrinsically to the Word, which is what you have when you affirm anhypostatization in the Chalcedonian model. After this, we started talking about the Nestorianism in the Tome of Leo. And you have SIIG basically agreeing at first that there is 2 he's in the Tome of Leo in letter 28. He said that one refers to the person, the other refers to the nature. And then he tried to argue that he could support this by the prior passages. He then tries to retract and saying he was talking about letter 54, which I gave him a translation from Grillmeyer, but he never actually saw the prior passages. At the beginning, what he did see was the prior passages in the tome. So he made a blunder, then retracted. Well, actually, the tome doesn't have 2 he's because said doesn't constitute those 2 he's, but he still conceded that there's 2 he's in the sermon, which I gave, sermon 54, and then tried to argue one refers to person, one refers to nature, to which I showed the anathemas of St. Cyril, showing that the worst thing you can say, which results from saying that God works in a man and wrought glory around him, is that there is a he other than he. If this is the case, then Leo necessarily follows under the anathema of Cyril. He can try to argue that Cyril is arguing against two persons, and he would appeal to the tome itself, the 12 anathemas themselves. But if you read the 12 anathemas, Cyril only ever thinks that two persons is a result of speaking of two hypostases, which Nestorius affirms. And even Cyril affirms two hypostases in the 12 anathemas, and Marius Mercator's translation will have it as two substances, something which you'll find in Leo. So the context of the 12 anathemas is referring to a natural union, tells you not to divide the hypostases, which are individual substances, and then that surrounding context would show that the anathema that is wrought against Nestorius is a condemnation of two individual substances, both known as he. After this, SIIIG tried to make an argument that you have two nativities, which I define as relations, and then he tried to say this would result in two things in Christ, to which I showed one thing can have two opposing things and is no longer counted as two after the union, and the foundation exists still in natural qualities. Therefore, Christ is one. Nothing can ever be shown to make him two. All he can do is try to argue against the things which I already explained, and all he can do is try and retract and say, well, I misspoke, or you're trying to catch me.
And time. All right. Thank you, Agen. SIIIG, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, glory to Jesus Christ, everybody. What we've seen here is an absolute masterclass on what basically goes on with most Oriental Orthodox discussions. When we talk particularly about the natures of Christ and the person of Christ, the most important thing is making sure that we're not speaking past each other when we're talking about the things that we're talking about. On TikTok, we talked about the fact that in his video, his most famous video, or one of his most famous videos, Agen directly put the idea that he is going to show that the fathers of the church taught Miaphysitism, or his particular instantiation of the doctrine. With that being said, he not only quoted people that were seen as heretics, but people whose existence as saints are dubious in the Orthodox Church. People actually who don't even exist in any martyrology whatsoever. Yet he still cited them to make a particular point. He quoted forgery after forgery without demonstrating the particular ideals for those forgeries, other than the fact that other people did not include them in certain renditions of their particular translations.
Yes.
So not only did he, under the scholarly sense, forgeries, under the scholarly sense, misled his particular followers when making particular videos showing that the church fathers taught this. Not only did he quote people that didn't exist, he even quoted people that weren't authorities for the church whatsoever, going from poets to condemned theologians themselves. Now, to continue on that road, we then got into a conversation on whether or not there is actually something that can ground the particular properties that Jesus Christ, Son of God, has. Wasn't really able to demonstrate that. I kept asking for clarifications, and it got to the point that he started jargonizing. And we understand that when someone does jargonize, there is an issue with how they're able to explicate the points that they are saying. Now, when I asked him to clarify his particular points, he would then give a definition, and I would then use the definition he gave, and he would then disagree with that. Now, after disagreeing with the particular definition, he got a little bit frustrated, but we tried to calm things down. There was a bunch of pushback, and I tried my best to keep things on topic by trying to hound the points home. However, there was then a mention on the notion of change because I used very selectively the word intrinsic. That the person of the word intrinsically has the human nature, which means that it is proper to the usage and identity of the particular person of the word insofar as the way that he relates back to that humanity that he has. Now, Agen, instead of employing the definition and usage that I gave and the scheme that I provided, he tried to import a particular definition from some other imported system that in no way actually has relation to the Oriental Orthodox Church, but rather he chooses to use the phrase whenever he wants. After Steelman, he tried to not actually address the fact that I was critiquing the Steelmans of his arguments. I then was able to critique him philosophically even after this and demonstrate the fact that change in no way is actually attributed to God the Word because he isn't even able to give a proper account of change outside of a Google definition. That being said, we then tried to look at whether the Tome of Leo was an Nestorian tome. After 15 minutes of him trying to lambast me on this particular point, he then tried to show Nestorianism in Leo's tome and failed miserably. He tried to show three particular texts. One was from the tome, One was actually Grillmeyer's version of a letter that Leo wrote, and the other one was a citation of one of the 12 anathemas that he selectively chose in translation from Reverend Pusey, who was a Protestant and thus have no particular authentication on the way in which you translate texts. Even in our tradition, we understand that you should only use translations that have been approved by the church, or even in discussions that we actually have a cursory knowledge of the particular language. Now, that being said, he tried to move away from philosophy and tried to only stick to his idea of the fathers.
1 minute.
But when critiquing the particular idea of the fathers, he again was unable to demonstrate what he was actually talking about. And this all comes to a head when we actually talk about what went on with John of Antioch's conference. He did cite Cyril of Alexandria, but then we cited John of Antioch, who Cyril specifically says when he's talking about the two natures after the union, and with no reference to theoria in this particular passage, he specifically says that what John of Antioch says is great. And then I asked him whether or not the nativities themselves, the nativity of God the Word as a baby, could be known by people that didn't have an enlightened nous, which would mean that they're able to distinguish that from what it would mean to be a divine birth, which Jews were already contemplating with at the time and wrestling with, see the Zohar for more. They were able to, according to Agen, which means without theoria, there were people that were able to distinguish between the humanity of Christ and what it means to have the divinity of God. That is something that cannot be held. But then he said, well, the Pharisees were just wrong. That is the crux of his argument. These guys, they're wrong. But ultimately, it demonstrates that even via the wrongness of these particular points, we can demonstrate that without theoria, without your nous being enlightened, without the light of the eye of your soul being enlightened, you can actually distinguish between two things in reality that's still under one particular
And time. Yep. All right, gentlemen. Thank you to both of you. It's a
Thank
pleasure.
you for having me.
I'll be in VC. Thank you for having me. I'll be in VC here if you guys want to talk.
Absolutely, man. Agen, God bless you, man.
Oh, bless you.
And,
Thank you for
God bless
having me, bro. Later,
Absolutely,
guys.
man.